Yeah, I watched the entire talk from beginning to end. I'll go away a little bit. I gotta be honest with you, I'm kind of still processing it. Like, I do have my main thoughts process about it. I do have my main thoughts, right? And it was let me put it this way. It was an interesting call. It was definitely interesting, but I feel like in a lot of regards that it wasn't as productive as it could have been. Well, I'm not gonna lie, okay? The hate on Saintonus, no offense here to Saint on any regards, but that should be completely understood why. Like, that should be expected to coming in. I don't want to be that type of guy that's going to say this, but I mean, truth is the truth on this, is that Saint is not really the most liked guy in a lot of the ZZ community and a good portion of the Weatherways community because of how he acts generally towards the community's game. Like, no offense, I'll go put it like this. If you're a type of guy that's going to say your game's dog shit and that's what you're going to say, and try to call that a critical take, you should expect a lot of hate. Not gonna lie. Like I said, I'll give it a little bit here. I'll get my thoughts in a minute. I'm still processing it. Like, the call wasn't bad, right? Right now, my controller's charging, and at the same point in time it's charging, it does this fucking bullshit where it does two button prompts instead of one button prompt. So it's kind of fucking itself up right now. There's a lot that was wrong with that call. There was a lot wrong with that call. I am not gonna lie. Just wasn't one or two little things. There was a lot wrong with it. And it kind of all pertains to kind of like the same situation as with the call before with Josh and EO. It's like, if we're going to be trying to talk about like where productivity is going to come out at, that wasn't the way. I'm sorry. I appreciate that the others on that call though, like they at least try to keep it as close as possible. Like, hey, let's get back on topic. Let's get back on topic. Let's get back on topic. Because a lot of that call was referring to not being on topic. it was just, I'm still trying to process it through my own brain right now. Like, remember how I told you guys when EO was in the call, right? Like, don't get me wrong, EO was trying his best to be as helpful as possible, but he didn't read the room, right? And being that type of person where you're being, I'll say it like this, when you're going a little bit too overly helpful, can be just as detrimental as being helpful. Let me put it like this. Sometimes people don't want to hear the answers that you have. They just want to, they just basically want a person to talk to. You know what I'm saying? Like, doesn't matter whether they're wrong, doesn't matter whether they're right. Is like, at this point in time, I just want a friend just to listen to me bitch, not tell me that I'm in the wrong, not tell me how to fix things. Remember, like how I said that from the first call? And how I said like EO kind of like misread the room, and actually kind of like I got pissed off in a sense for ALG because I felt like that was completely missing. This call is kind of the same way. Like, no offense to anyone in that call, I'm just gonna say, like, I'm expecting, you know, a couple of different outcomes was going to happen. I'm expecting a couple of different outcomes, but the main outcome that if it's truly going to be in line is I'm expecting you guys to talk about the problems with the game. And for a good little bit, it did seem like it was going in that direction. But dare I say, the drama tubing came more involved in this. And then it was no longer about the issues anymore. It's more about, let's try to farm what we can farm throughout the call. And I'm going to say it like this. I don't know nothing. You can say what you want about someone like EO or someone like Josh to a certain degree, but I did not particularly care for, they're not in the call to defend themselves. Right? They're not in the call to defend themselves. You're here talking about a game, and it's like you have one person in this call right now that to me is seemingly trying to push, like, you know, I would be pissed off too for you in this regards. Rawr! I'll just do the Game Boy shit again. I feel like that's the only one that's going to be the best value anyway. Okay. So, like I said, I got a couple different little point of views to this that I don't think it went as good as it could have gone. What's up, Jay? Yeah. Like, let me go ahead and do the stuff that I want to do here right now. No, I get how like Saint makes his content. Like, don't get me wrong, I already understand. He farms it all, right? I'm just saying. I should have been fucking playing the editor shit here. I didn't even think about that. Nope. I'm stupid. I'm just in my mind. Like, I'm thinking about that call. And I'm trying to put together all my thought patterns on it. Let's just use the trial characters. That's just fucking do it.
I've been waiting for you. Hit him where it hurts. I'll make it painless.
And do he copy fucking guy? What the fuck? And yet the fucking character is a fucking copy of fucking Bayonetta and goddamn Dante. Give me a second, I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. Sorry about that, I had to get a trash bag. I got too many fucking cups of coffee right here that are empty and I just got them buried. The weekend was, let me put it this way, I fell asleep all day yesterday, so I didn't get a chance to fucking clean up like I normally would. And I'm just looking at it now, it's like, I can stream through this mess. No, I can't stream through this mess. Like, my OCD is fucking kicking in, fucking pretty bad. It's only like 5 fucking goddamn fucking cups and all that shit, but god damn it, I just don't like seeing this shit. So, might as well just go ahead, talk to y'all while I clean up. Jesus Christ. You gotta fucking go ahead and tell me that fucking WUWA copied this, or excuse me, NTE copied WUWA. This, that, a whole bunch of other fucking goddamn shit. And I'm just gonna tell you something. Whoever fucking believes that goddamn shit, yeah. There is an asylum for you somewhere. Go have fun. Go live in La La Land. Because there is no such thing in the gaming industry anymore. I hate to tell you this. I've had this conversation with multiple fucking people in my lifetime. But one of the biggest complaints that we've all had, there is no such thing anymore. None. About originality. Practically everything's a copy of something. So yeah. Vortex, that is actually a very well designed statement you just made there. And I have my own opinion about what's happening, and it was very well. And I'm going to be honest with you. If I don't want to make the assumption because I don't want to piss off some people in the ZZ community. I don't want to piss Kate off. I don't want to do that.
Let's stir up some trouble.
I don't want to piss off the milkman. I am not gonna lie. I don't want to piss him off.
Stop your crying. Stop your whining. The game don't care.
I mean, overall, like I said, I think the call was decent, but dare I say that one person there very well acted very hard, and the farming was there.
I'll make it painless.
But regardless, no matter what you think, gotta give props to the others in the call. It wasn't a shit show, right? Was not an absolute. What I could have been a hell of a lot worse, because no one fed into it. That's the part that is absolutely really good. No one fed into it. But making statements about EO and Joshua, you can say what you want, but the way I saw it, you're basically blatantly slandering them. And the problem is that they are not there to defend themselves. And I thought they were going to get in the call. I thought that was the entire point. Like, they're going to have their initial call, then they were going to invite the other two into the call. And at that point in time, it would have been fine as long as, you know, you're saying it to their face. Let me finish this real quick. We can talk.
Right on cue.
McKetty, man, like all of them, seriously. They did very, very good in my personal opinion, right? Like I said, my entire issue here is the call didn't go exactly in the terms of what I would have expected.
Definitely not my type. Going a little harder won't hurt.
Maybe to you guys it did. Maybe you guys in the chat, it went perfectly fucking A-okay. It went fine. It was the best call known to man and everything else. To me, I just, like I said, I was expecting more conversation about what are the concerns of the game, what are the issues in the game, and to get clear, defining definitions. Because that is a problem and it's not just in the gacha game community. It's not just a problem in ZZZ or Weapon Waves or anything. This goes to every single thing. Is there is no core. This is what we all agree on. This is the medium trait. This is what we agree on. And that's where it's at. This has been one of my problems when you talk about like power creep and Weather and Waves, when you talk about different touchy subjects, right? It's more or less like, explain to me where the definition is.
One, two, three, low. Watch it as move, lock and load.
I don't think it's right for me to join the call. I don't think it's right for me. Because I'm gonna tell you right now, when it comes to ALG, all right, I'll give you my honest opinions about the entire situation again. ALG is basing his entire concerns, his entire problems, everything that's going on feelings. And let me tell you something. That right there, in all honesty, is a very, you might not consider it, but it is a very valid conversation to have. The way you feel about the game today and the way you feel about the game tomorrow is going to be two different ways, most likely. And right now, ALG, he's got some concerns. The game does not feel as fun. Me personally, the conversation I want to have with someone like ALG is more the case scenario of like, okay, hey, let me shut up. I want you to talk for the next 30 minutes. I want you to go from point A to point Z without missing a beat. Don't worry about, how it comes off, and tell me your feelings. No interruption. I want to hear, because I do believe that there is more to it than what he is able to say right now. Because I feel like these generalized calls that are happening, he's quiet. He's being interrupted. Like, I'm going to be honest, St. Tonis took over that call just like EO took over the call last time. And again, we're getting to the problem where I don't think the person who's got the real amount of issue is the one that's getting to talk. I'm sorry. That's my entire feeling on it. Is I want to ask the man questions and shut up and listen to the answer, not take over the conversation.
Let's get still. Inadequate.
Like, is that wrong of me to say that?
Careful.
Someone to give, if someone wants to give a too long don't read version of what happened in that call, go for it. Like I said, the thing about it is, when ALG is talking, I'm actually want to hear more. Okay? Like, I think ALG is a type of person that if I could listen more to what he has to say, I think I could understand maybe a different viewpoint that I was not thinking about. Because in general, I think that, like I said, I think there's more to it than just a high score. Than just the bosses. There's got to be something else that is there, because I don't know why. I don't know why, but I feel that there's a little bit something else. Something else is a little bit more involved in the situation. And I just feel like, you know, in a sense, right? If you don't let the guy talk and you don't listen, you're never going to get to the bottom of it. And I'm not gonna lie, I did feel like that one certain person was putting words in their mouth. And brought up some of the weirdest analogies. I'm not gonna lie, man. So, one thing I give Saint, bro, he just brings up some of the weirdest fucking analogies I've ever heard of in my life. Like, I feel like I need a fucking user manual just to understand some of these analogy talks.
Not over yet. Need a shower? It's raining down. Let's treat him to that. He's seen your punches again. Down strategy. Resolve. You've exposed your weakness.
Increasing firepower output. Maximum firepower.
I think from one side, the call was a good call. I think from one side, it was a good call. But again, I think that personally for me, there's a moment. Okay. Look, I know that I sit here, I farm topics, we discuss topics, right? We sit here, we discuss a lot of the topics, whether it's going to be something about WUWA, whether it's going to be something about Saint, whether it's going to be something in general about ZZZ. We're going to talk about it. The good, the bad, the ugly, whatever, right? But in a situation like this, okay, I feel that the farming, the drama, the topic conversation in a situation like this needs to be taken out. Like, if you're a person who is genuinely, you know, you really want to get to the bottom of this, you really are a person who wants to help someone else and talk things out, and you got two other people coming in and you're having this conversation, you know, and you're trying to work things out, take the farming out of the equation. Is that wrong? Like, if I'd be sitting there with someone like ALG, the first way I would want to handle this call, the primary way I would want to handle this call, yo, bro. Okay. You're not having fun with ZZZ. I get that. That is you. That's your feeling. I 100% get that. Lay down to me your thoughts. And if you don't mind, and I would probably say like this, if you don't mind, can you, like, structure it to where I'm in your shoes and try to explain it to me from how you feel about this in relations to you. I don't care about the ZZZ community. I don't care about your chat. I don't care about my chat. I don't care about this person's video, that person's opinion. I don't care if this person over here says, well, you know, you could be doing this. I don't care about the competitive side, non-competitive side. What I care about ALG is I want to hear everything from you. So let's start off with the beginning. You're saying that, you know, not seeing those high score numbers is not fun compared to what it was before. I got a couple of questions related to that. First, when did you start noticing this? B, is it related to certain character types, character building that you're doing? Like, step me through the process of like when this DA came in from the buffs and everything else. What was your thoughts? What is it you like to play? What is it you like to do? And let's start from there. Because like I said, there's got to be multiple reasonings for that entire question. And it might not be. I might be completely fucking wrong. But I would think that, you know, maybe he was a person that didn't like Seed and the buff is with Seed and, you know, the other characters. Maybe it's just because he doesn't like playing, you know, Haramasa, right? Maybe he doesn't like playing Haru. Maybe he doesn't like playing certain characters and he feels like he's forced to play the characters to even get a decent score. I don't know. All I know is, so far from the information that I have, he does not find the game fun because this particular DA right now really showcased that he thinks that HP inflation might be a root cause with the buffs, but he's not seeing a high score in general. It's not saying he's not clearing. Let's get this straight. Like, he's not saying he's not clearing DA, but he's not having fun with it anymore. He's not having as much fun as he used to. Let's put it that way. I don't think he's not having fun with it. I just don't think he's having as much fun as he used to. Let's start the conversation there. And then from there, depending on his answers that he gives, let's ask a little bit more deeper questions about it. Let's not fucking try to go out of our fucking way to be talking about, well, you know, sometimes you got in a gacha game, you got to play something you don't want to fucking play, man, if you want to get a score. Let's not try to put words in his mouth. Does he not like the fact that he's got to be resetting? Is it something in general? Like, again, it's very subjective. And even ALG, I think, agrees with that. It's a very subjective topic right now because even for him, for other people like myself, I enjoy this DA. I think this DA is fine. Do I agree that the buffs are a little there? Yeah, they're a little there. But it doesn't stop me from enjoying the game. Right? I like the Defiler. I like how the boss is operating. I like how it works. I like fighting it. It doesn't stop me from enjoying it. Because my score this time is 38k versus the fucking 65 that I got before on the last couple of DAs killing things. I'm not a score achiever. I don't care about the score. I don't care about, really, in all honesty, anything more than the fight. I got a full clear. That I do care about, right? I do care about a full clear, but if that full clear, I get 20k points and that's it, and I don't get nothing higher, that doesn't fucking mean shit to me. I got the full clear. I'm good. I just care, is the fight fun? If it feels like something like Bringer, I'm not going to have fun. But so far, that's all I care about. All I care about is how fun is the game. I got a different viewpoint, a different mentality. Again, I think in the case of someone like ALG, there's more, because like I would ask the question. I would ask ALG this question. Says you're not having fun. That is clearly brought up. Score value is low. Completely understand. So particularly my newest question that I would like to ask in regards to all this is, are you not having fun because you're more concerned about the future? Because I feel that some people out there, it's not everyone, but I feel like some people out there, because they're able to go to different websites and everything else, and they're able to see, what the current shit is. Like, right. Hold on. Let me open it up real quick. You got people out there, right, who more or less could come here and they go click like a deadly assault. They see like the current live server, but they go click on this one, for example, right? And then you're seeing, oh, look, Butcher, look, they fucking reduced the Butcher by, they reduced the Butcher. It was at 61, they reduced it by 10 million. It went down. You see this, and let me be honest, some people will look at this, and that fun factor's going down because you're already seeing like, okay, this one doesn't feel as fun, but my God, look what's going to be happening in the future. You're worried about the future more than you're worried about the present. Maybe that's a situation. I don't know. I can't read ALG's mind. There's only one person that's in this entire fucking place that knows it better than anyone else. And that person was in the call. That was the milkman. And I think that those two need to talk more, keep on talking, and that's the only person who's going to really legitimately be able to help him. Because clearly, when we got other CCs involved, I'm not going to lie, it kind of feels like ALG shuts down. Kind of feels like some people are trying to be a little bit too helpful and not read the room when someone wants to, have a conversation, but more or less, I want you to listen, not talk. They can't read the room. And then we got someone that, we get into another conversation with that wants to keep stroking that you do realize that he said you lied in his title of his stream. That he said you were lying in the title. Dude, I don't know how many times I heard that in that 5 minutes of listening. If it would have been for our man, the milkman, to actually shut that down. Man, dude. I don't know. Because it was like, that is someone that you could, I think, honestly, I'm going to say it outright. That was someone that was trying to clearly try to push an agenda. That was trying to push a riff. That's what it felt like. It felt honestly to me like someone is trying to, poke the wheel right here with a stick and hold that stick in there to make someone angry at other people that right now doesn't deserve it. No one deserves to be hated on right now. No one deserves to be fighting right now. There is none of that shit that should be going on. We should be talking about the game and what's in relation to the game. Like, I could tell you my personal thoughts about the game. Okay? I am a new player. I am not a veteran player. I've just recently started this game. So, in all honesty, my opinion, I would honestly hate to say it like this, does not count. I could give that opinion, but I know that my opinion compared to everyone else who's been playing Zenless Zone Zero since 1.0 has a better viewpoint than I do. Me coming into the game now and playing the game now, I have a totally different viewpoint on this game that I don't think anything in here is outrageous. I don't think anything in here is as bad as what some people try to make it out to be. I like it where it's at in some cases. There's a few cases I don't like, but I'm not butthurt on it in the sense. I'm not going to exclaim that the game's dog shit just because this or that is a little bit out of whack right now. What's up, Phil? What's up? You think it's an important fact? Okay, let me put the chat. Let me stop playing. Let me focus on y'all guys real quick, and we can discuss this. Okay, we could go through the fucking conversation on this. Okay. we could have this conversation. Okay. My opinion right now of Zenless Zone Zero. Okay. I've started this at 1.7. Okay. So 1.7, 2.0, 2.1, we're at 2.2. Okay. One of the key factors of the game that really has drawn my attention, that I really like about this game, is the fact that I do feel like this game is more of a challenge than what I have previously played. That this game is changing things here and there that I was accustomed to in 1.7, that says now it's 2.2, that it's forcing me to have to adapt. These are things that I like. Not saying that you would like it, but I like it. Okay? There's a couple things that I don't like about Zenless Zone Zero. One of the key factors that I do not like about Zenless Zone Zero is the fact that it does not provide information in a very open format that forces my attention to have to read. There's a lot of reading. Don't get me wrong. There is a lot of reading, right? In here with like the proxy handbook, there's a lot of reading to come here and understand, you know, different things about stage combat, about combat rules in general. But when it comes down to certain boss mechanics, when it comes down to performance points and everything, it's not thrown in your face. So a lot of things in the beginning of Zenless Zone Zero, when I only had a few people that was teaching me things, that was here and helping me out, I did not realize. I came in like weather and waves, picked up the game, thought I could just play it like WUWA. I honestly thought that I could just come in, build the same builds, build the same way that I do in WUWA. It'd be great. It'd be done. It'd be easy. It wasn't. This led me to have to go search for information. This led me to ask you guys information. This led me to ultimately build a knowledge source from outside of the game. Because one thing I give WUWA is that the information is thrown in your face. And relatively speaking, it is not hard to consume that information. For the longest time, back when I first started Zenless Zone Zero, back in 1.7, I'm going to be honest, I did not think I was going to grasp it. With the disk drive system, with the UI thing, with everything going all of thing, and how everything was all convoluted all over the fucking place, I almost felt like I needed a fucking goddamn college degree for a minute to practically understand more about the combat and the versatility around it and the build versatility around it than WUWA, to which I thought I almost bit off more than I could chew. That's how I felt probably within the first month of Zenless Zone Zero. And then I don't know what happened, but things started to click. And my opinions of the game changed. It started to change. Because then I'm realizing that a lot of this is not as hard as it fucking seems. A lot of this is not that complex. It's worded complex. It's worded very much in a sense that it's more complex than what it actually means. So break it down and simplify it. And once that knowledge base came through, hey, I got a grasp. Now we're getting somewhere. That right there was the most fun. And I'm going to be honest, I'm going to toot my own horn here. I was most proud of myself when I figured that shit out. Okay? Now, Gretchen, I still fuck up a lot. I still fuck up a lot in ZZZ, okay? Without a doubt. I have to reset a lot. But still, I have a better grasp of the game. I have a better grasp of different things surrounding it. I think that, like, some of my complaints with ZZZ is the lack of permanent game modes. I think the end game is fine, but I think that, you know, I kind of wish there was more to it. I'm not going to lie. To some people out there, they don't like long boss fights. I love long boss fights. I want to feel like I'm engaged in something rather than I just kill something. But all of these aspects, like I said, as a new player in the game since 1.7, they did not fully deter me from liking the game. My perspective is that right now things are changing in ZZZ. I can see the fucking changes since 1.7, right? This game is not the same in terms of how it operates. It is, but like how DA is, how the HP inflation is going in, all this other stuff is like I stated. I know HP inflation is in this game. Okay, I know it is in the game. At the same point in time, I don't think HP inflation right now, currently at this present time, is a problem. I really don't. So, take my words exactly how I'm saying it. I know there's HP inflation. I have never denied since the beginning that there's HP inflation. My only denial is that I don't think HP inflation at this current time, presently speaking, like I've stated in multiple past videos, is a issue. Should there maybe be a concern in the future? Perhaps. Okay? Perhaps. But reluctantly, I am going to be this type of person that is going to say, until the fuck up happens, I don't have the right to bitch at the devs. I have the right to alert the devs, you know, give them feedback, say, hey, look, I got concerns, but I'm not going to go ahead and go out of my way, call Zenless Zone Zero a dog shit game that y'all going to turn to Honkai Star Rail when it has yet to happen. I don't want to count my chickens before they hatch, is the old saying. As a player who started at 1.7, I have seen the HP increase. I don't think it's a problem. I have started seeing that there is a change in the game. We've discussed this multiple times in the past. That there's a change in the game to where Anomaly is starting to become hindered. Okay? Where Anomaly characters like your Miyabis and such like this are starting to not drop off, not fall down. They're still really good. But they're being balanced. They're being nerfed and balanced through the new content. The new bosses. Okay? I don't think they took a really big heavy hit. Okay? I don't think none of the characters took a large gap of a hit. But they did take a hit. You guys even heard me praising the fact that, you know, hey, look, Miyabi's been benched a little bit, okay? That, I'm sorry to say, but almost every single community run that I've seen that we've been posting is almost always a Miyabi that is in place and doing the content. It's very rare to see someone do a DPS Caesar, do something that is completely off the meta, like Arena DPS. It's very actually rare to see different things. That's why I appreciate Feed Figure with his DPS Arena. It's one of those things to where, you know, the thing about it is, I'm going to say, one of the biggest complaints that was kind of brought up is that that we're afraid of the future about the team building side is going to be diverse. That it's going to be to where we're going to be all running the same teams. I hate to say it like this, but from what I've been seeing from Reddit, from Twitter, from different videos that has been provided to me, it's been the same team since 1.4 after Miyabi. It's practically been the same team compositions. If you got a Miyabi and you're doing runs, almost every single one's going to have Miyabi. They're either going to try the Mono Ice team, they're either going to try the fucking one with Bernice, or if they don't have a Yanagi, or if they got a Yanagi, it's always going to be Miyabi. Miyabi is always going to show up. And I'm not going to lie, I don't think that the diversity is going to change that much. We're looking at where rupture agents are going to be coming in. We're looking at maybe the possibility of where attack agents are going to take over the meta, right? This is where I'm going to say, and disagree with this if y'all want, but this is a live service game. Anomaly has been practically the entire team structure that has been going on for God knows how long, okay? But from what I've seen, it's been going on for a very fucking long time. Anomaly has been the strongest shit there is. And it looks like there's a shift in the winds, and Anomaly is getting pushed to the side, and the devs are trying to push something else. It's not saying that you can't use Anomaly, but maybe not expect Anomaly to be as good as it used to be. And if I think of this, it's a live service game. It's getting updates, you know. First and foremost, two answers here. Number one, don't all gacha games do this? Because, like, right now in Weather and Waves, the new Tower Adversity, I fucking watch Rain go ahead. And we know how good he is, right? We all know how good this motherfucker is in Weather and Waves. This is a motherfucker that is better in Weather and Waves than he'll be in the top fucking 5% of Weather and Wave players. Top 5%, right? He's losing his fucking mind on the new Tower Adversity, where he is struggling with the old meta characters. But the new ones aren't having that big of an issue. It is an actual... When he saw Camellia only had 1 second left to clear, it's a big fucking deal. Even Weather and Waves, there is people who is struggling their ass off right now in the new Tower Adversity. And he's one of the people that sits there, that plays a game, that recognizes it, that goes through calculations, that goes through rotations. He's the one person I would trust in Weather and Waves without a heart. And he's suffering in it. So again, I think all gacha games do this, okay? Older characters are going to somewhat drop, and the newer characters are going to be coming in, and that's what you're going to want to push for. Second thing is, outside of gacha, it's a live service game. I'm thinking games like World of Warcraft. I'm thinking games that I've played where the meta shifts. Older characters drop. League of Legends. Older characters drop. Newer characters that come in are broken. And it takes about a year or two before that character like Ziggs. Like, Ziggs is not no fucking top tier fucking character, right? I played the shit out of him in League of Legends. But in some seasons, Ziggs was fucking good as shit. In some seasons, Ziggs was fucking shit in the metas. Sometimes I had to work 10 times harder with fucking Ziggs in League of Legends, and other seasons when I played Ziggs, oh shit, baby, with these new items and new things, it brings my fucking Ziggs up to where he is fucking god tier again. Holy shit, I am fucking one-hitting nuke bitches. And sometimes, like I said, it's how the game goes. Well, I'm talking about past experiences here. Okay, I'm talking about past experiences. I'm just saying that right now, the winds are shifting to a new archetype, it looks like, in ZZZ. I think that we could all somewhat progressively agree to that. Future-wise, it does not mean that the old characters that we have are not going to shine again. Buffs are going to happen. New disk drives are going to happen. New weapon, new W engines are going to happen. Different things in general can happen that's going to boost up the characters. Investment in resources. I'm going to be the type of person that's going to tell you that as a new player who's excited about ZZ, who's excited about 2.3, who's excited about the future of ZZZ as it is right now, is I'm excited because I don't think that this is going to turn into HSR. I don't think fucking HP fucking inflation is going to be skyrocketing to the fucking roof and nobody's going to be able to clear shit. I think that when it comes down to it, there's going to be different options that's going to be wrapped around, and that in general, I'm just going to have to adapt. And I like the idea of adapt. I don't think Rupture was a good idea for the game. I don't know about... I don't even know why Rupture's in the game, to be completely honest. I think they're just trying something new. But all Rupture agent is to me is just a fucking attack agent that has built-in pin. But I'm excited for the future of ZZZ. Did you see the D Live? No, I did not. What, they're talking about it right now? Or they're, wait. Or they're just like in private. Off stream. Okay. Let it be. Let it be. Like 100%. Let it go. Like my own, like, look, I have said this 100 times about St. Tonus. Okay? I've said this 100 times. I don't think St. Tonus in private versus on stream is the same person. I think that what he does on stream 100% is an act. Okay? I think that it is split personality disorder, however you want to call it, but he is... It can't be that he believes half the shit that he says most of the time on stream that he doesn't in private. I think that it is just... It's just how it is. It's just an act. It's just a character. St. Tonus is a character, and the person behind the character is completely different. The only thing I'm going to say is that, like, I don't hate St. Tonus. Never have I hated St. Tonus. Don't hate him. I think St. Tonus, I could say this, I don't like St. Tonus's online personality, but here's the thing. A lot of people that you could say that I used to hate in my lifetime, once we had a conversation, once we got involved and we had a good call, 9 out of 10 times, we found common ground. And then the bullshit that we had a beef for fucking like 6 months, 8 months to a year. This happened to me more than once, right? We realized it's fucking childish fucking bullshit. And once we got to know each other, it's like, yo, man, you know what? You're cool. I'm cool. We can move on from it. And we can be best buds. Okay? I don't like how St. Tonus portrays information. I don't like the way St. Tonus mockingly goes ahead and says different things. Like, I'm waiting for the next accusation on me. I'm really waiting for that next accusation because I know it's coming. Because when he said that, you know, it was theorized that I was gay, what did we do, guys? I showed you my son. I went ahead. We were on the live stream. You know I'm married. We counteracted that. What was the next one? That I'm stupid. That, you know, I'm unemployed. I'm retarded. I showed off every single one of my licenses, every single one of my certificates with the fucking goddamn certification number on it. So that way, if he wanted to, he could verify each and every one of them. Now what's the new accusation? I'm an alcoholic. Well, what did we do? Oh, you bought a breathalyzer. Showed it to you on the stream yesterday. So, I mean, I'm tired of childish antics. Like, bro, let's just fucking end it once and for all. I'm more willing to apologize. Listen, I am actually more willing to apologize to him, to his face, for me being harsh in my wording to him. I'm not gonna apologize for claiming that the WUWA community is toxic positivity. I'm not gonna apologize for my thoughts is that, hey, look, I do feel that you miss a lot of information that is misinformation. I will 100% apologize for certain actions, because even I will say that some things go a little bit too far overboard. But that's the entertainment value of the streams now, isn't it? When he hits, we hit back. The way I hit right now is with songs. My apology to St. Tonus song. It's different things. It's a joke. It's a meme. I don't hate you, man. I think if you actually listen to me one fucking time in your life, you actually listen, you realize that I agree with your takes from the observation point of view, but I disagree that you don't take into account new information that's presented. That's all. Otherwise, when it comes down to your stuff, Saint, I have always typically agreed with you 70 to 90% of the time. I just don't think that the comparisons to Hoyoverse and some of the examples, man, make any fucking sense. Yes, I made an apology song. We played it yesterday. But that's in general. You know what's funny? They were talking a lot about wanting to take the conversation off stream, not to farm the drama off of it. Saint's last mention on the chat was he did not want to talk about it off stream. Why? Like, this is a prime position to discuss it off stream. Like, have the conversation, discuss it. Be an adult. Yeah, money. It's always about money. Bro, these, like, my streams are not fucking monetized, man. You think I make fucking money, man? These streams are not monetized. Maybe I should start monetizing my fucking streams. Maybe I should hit that fucking button that says monetize. Maybe I should become the same. Maybe I should become just like St. Jonas. Monetize everything. No, I'm just gonna say, if you guys want to fucking be members, you guys want to fucking donate, you guys want to do shit, like, that's on y'all. That's not on me. Well, holy shit. The fan base fucking made it happen. Fuck yeah, they're going back. They fucking fired the CEO. Cracker Barrel's going back to like what Cracker Barrel used to be. They're putting back the old sign. Dude, that was the dumbest fucking change. You know how much money they fucking wasted on this shit? So many people went to Cracker Barrel because it was Cracker Barrel. It was an old-time fucking store, man. It was like, it was the place that you went to. I mean, I used to take my family there. And look at this shit. They must have fired the fucking CEO. They're going back to the fucking shit. Okay, they're taking off all the new decor. They're fucking putting it like it used to fucking be. Fucking A. At least. How would you get past the songs? You know, copyright. You mute it. You mute it in the live stream. That's how you get through it. Oh, shit, I used to take my family to Cracker Barrel all the time. It's a good place to eat. No, let's get back into the conversation, though. Let's get back into the proper conversation that we're having right now. So, ultimately speaking, overall, I don't think that call went as well as it could have. I think that, again, if you paid attention to it and you watched it, there was a couple of points in there that straight up should. I'm glad that I'm glad our boy and Milkman cleared it up, though, because, bro, that was actually kind of harsh to hear when St. Jonas kept pushing the fact of, you know, EO lying, clickbait title, you know, he's trying to say you're lying, ALG, you know, he's trying to nudge that shit into fucking ALG so fucking hard, man. And luckily ALG himself was like, hey, look, no, we took it offside, we did thing, and we fixed things, right? We already handled that. But still, that nudging, and then, like, Josh, that was blatant, like, how he put it is like, I don't want to slander people here, you know. The whole Kage here is like, I don't want to have people slandered here. Hold on, I just saw this. I gotta see this. What exactly the fuck am I looking at?
Riding in my bod right after a beer. Look wise runs away from me in fear. DUI, so the boat you die. Don't miles an hour. Little do you know I build out.
What the fuck? Riding in my bod right after a beer. Look wise runs away from me in fear. DUI, so the boat you die. Don't miles an hour. Little do you know That was one of the most cursed fucking things I've ever seen. You think I'm an alcoholic? Whoever made that was a fucking alcoholic. Did Trigger not see that coming? Oh god, that was cursed as a fucking son of a bitch. That was insane. Holy shit, man. Dark humor, unfortunately, I find it's quite funny. Who the fuck comes up with this shit? Who the fuck comes up with this shit? Holy moly, motherfucker loli. What the fuck were we talking about again? What the fuck were we talking about? I lost my place. I saw brain rot and brain... This is what happens when I fucking browse on the side. I need to fucking turn that shit in there, man. Fox, did you make it sus? Maybe I did. I don't know, man. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Now, like I said, okay, get back into the call with ALG and them. Again, my entire point of view on this is ALG is a good guy. I don't know shit about ALG. I don't know shit about the man. Okay? I was able to watch a couple of his videos today to get a grasp on it. I think he's an upstanding, great person in the community. Much better than me. Okay? I think he puts a lot of effort in his content. I think he does a great job. Okay? And for him to feel the way he feels, again, I'm not sure if you guys would agree with me on this, but I don't think right now from yesterday's call was, and we'll start off with yesterday and then we'll get into today's. From yesterday's call, my point will stand. I don't think right now is the time to tell him, hey, bro, you're not having fun with the game. Well, you need to basically adapt. You need to do things you don't want to do. You know, he's not in the, you don't go tell your friend who's having some issues, you know, who is in a clouded state of mind, if you would. Not a bad state, but a clouded state of mind. He's concerned about the future. He's concerned about things right now. You don't go ahead and hit the son of a bitch and be like, you gonna fucking, you can do this, man. You gotta go. You don't push on the person. You, as a person who wants to try to help someone in that regard, you're not having fun no more in the game, whatever it is. This is the point in time where you listen. Hey, Rezzy, what's up? This is the point in time where, like with ALG from yesterday, just listen. Let him talk. Let him express. Maybe ask a couple of questions, but don't force a answer down his throat. Just, you know, you're there for your buddy. You put your hand on his shoulder. I'm there for you, man. You wait until later on to get to that part where, okay, let's kind of nudge just a little bit. You get what I'm saying? Let's nudge it a little bit later on. Today's call wasn't a shit show in 1 degree. It really wasn't a shit show in 1 degree. However, there was some shitty takes that was put into that call. There was a couple of shitty takes. I was lurking. I was watching that entire call. I was lurking. I was watching. I was laying down in bed listening. That's why I waited till after it was done to do my live stream. Otherwise, I would have live streamed during the middle of it. I want to pay attention. I want to listen. In this call, it didn't go as bad as I expected. But the problem is, there was some more or less slanderish activities going on that I did not care for. Biggest problem I had with the entire call was one, EO and Josh wasn't there to defend themselves. That was the first primary part of that call that I did not like. When they were brought up by St. Tonus and the way he worded and how he spoke about them, they were not in there to defend themselves. That straight up right there is not cool. I think they checked him. I think they checked him a couple of times. Saint leading the call the way he led the call was not kosher. Because again, the issue that we have here, what's primarily the problem, the entire problem to this entire situation is that we're trying to talk about ALG's feelings. And I'm not sure if y'all would agree with me, but St. Tonus pulled an EO. St. Tonus was the one talking more about relatively non-important bullshit rather than what ALG wanted to talk about. No. The milkman, he didn't do that. It was St. Tonus that was basically going ahead and slandering. He was deviating the drama. His job, he kept St. Tonus check. He's like, look, I don't want to slander them. We already had the call. Everything's fixed. He did his part, but Saint kept dragging that shit back in a few times, okay? And legitimately, that was annoying as fuck. Like I said, though, the second part, though, here is that I kind of feel like St. Tonus was trying to shove words into ALG to try to get, try to remark about ALG, and that he was taking over, where the entire problem here is that we should be giving the most time to make their conversational points and their discussion is ALG. This should be center focused on ALG, his concerns, his issues, everything in that regards. Okay? That's what it should be. It should not be related to any kind of drama points or anything. We're here to get to the bottom of it. We're here to get to some points. Let ALG speak and encourage him to speak. Not what I feel was, okay, yeah, that's great, ALG. Okay, that's great. And then continue on, and then all of a sudden we get into some kind of a fucking goddamn conversation about fucking, I think ZZZ has an elitist problem. Dude, no. That's community is on the fucking sideline here, motherfucker. We're here talking about the issues in the game, the concerns, the HP inflation, the scoring in DA, the problems with DA. We're here discussing ALG's thoughts and processes and working around this to go ahead and give an objective point of view for all of this to work together. Not about who fucking said what the fuck the community's fucking doing, why the fuck was HSR fucking brought up into this shit when HSR and ZZZ is two different fucking games. Am I wrong? Like, going ahead and keep pestering into this. This is the only thing that I'm kind of like, I'm cringing. I'm cringing when I'm listening to this. And then finally, we got to a little bit of a breakthrough when Nix was explaining things, and it was like, okay, all right, this is getting good. We're getting back into topic because we were supposed to have 3 parts of the topic that we need to discuss, and it keeps getting dragged out to something else. That's not relevant to the topic of conversation. And then ALG comes in like towards the end of it and said the same thing. He's like, hey guys, can we go back into ZZZ? And it's like, thank God. Like, your contentments, your expressions of what the community's like, what you think what EO did, what you think Josh did, what you think HSR and ZZZ's doing, the toxic positivity, all this other fucking bullshit. That is for a conversation for another day. Let's get to the three main topics and let's actually have this podcast. Let's actually have this topic of conversation. That was my point. Now, the call could have gone a lot worse. Thankfully, it didn't. Do I think there was productivity in this call? If there was any kind of productivity, it was very small. In my opinion, it was very small. Otherwise, all it felt like was the host of this entire call was trying to take over the call and was trying to strum up drama from it. That's it. That even to me, he did not give a fuck about the thought process, about the concerns of ZZZ, the HP inflation, or any of this. What he was mostly concerned about was trying to hit topics of like EO's title being a rage bait, ALG lied, Josh going ahead and, try to push that in a little bit harder. The fact that the toxic community with thing, trying to go ahead and say, like, I'm the one that called it out, all the HP inflation and such, even trying to go ahead to a certain point, with our boy, the milkman, to be like, so, when are you going to call us out, basically, which is like even he says, like, I play ZZ to play ZZZ, because I like it. He's not a Hoyle Shield, he's not a Kurobot, he's nothing like this shit. He just plays ZZ because he fucking enjoys ZZZ. He doesn't support either one in that regard. He doesn't consider him either one. Different things like this. The entire call was trying to be structured into drama, into rage baiting, drama baiting, whatever you want to call it. It was trying to be structured in that regards. And hopefully, some way, shape, form, some productivity did come from it. But I think the next few weeks in ZZZ is going to be very interesting to tell. Because generally speaking, Saintonis is not a very well-liked man in the ZZZ community. Hell, fucking Saintonis is not even that well-liked in the fucking WUWA community, to be completely honest. And it's not because 100% because of his takes either. That's the point that a lot of people are not going to understand. Saintonis is not hated in these communities because of his takes in general. Okay? He's hated in both the Weather Waves community to a certain point in the ZZ community, not just because of his takes, it's because of the way he approaches his takes. I don't know about you guys, but when you're going to go ahead and call some certain CC that you watch one video of and call them a dog shit content creator, their fan base is going to get in arms. When you're going to go look at someone else's game that you're not really relatively playing and call it dog shit and it's cooked, EOS, whatever, and make some outlandish claims with your critical takes, it's not going to be received well. So, regardless, this is a problem that stimulates. And to me, again, I understand that this is how his content is. This is what he wants to drive. This is what he wants to do. I get it. But in a call like this, I do believe that you can take that persona and you can leave it at the door for 2 hours. You can leave that type of persona off, cut it off for 2 hours, and get into this conversation, and it would be a little bit better receptive. Kind of start repairing that relationship a little bit more with the ZZZ community. That would be my point. Hey, if you like the, I don't know, man. I like his videos. Like, if you like his videos, you like his takes. Like I said, I agree with most of his takes 80 to 70%, 70 to 80% of the time. I just don't like him straight up dismissing information. It's like recently with the Chinese voice actress of Weather and Waves. Observationally speaking, he's correct. But if you actually do the research, you actually go look deep dive it, like we did, you're going to find out that what the voice actress actually did is nothing what they're saying. When you find out that the victim of all this is actually not the victim, that they never actually got doxxed, that the person that they borrowed the account from is the one that got doxxed, and that they even told the victim, hey, yeah, sorry, I borrowed your account. I harassed the voice actress because I was just pissed off at her and I was too emotional and I went to attack her. And I'm sorry that you got all your information got doxxed. My bad. When you're basically going to see this and understand now that, wait a minute, and then you're going to see the DMs between the person who was supposed to be the victim but isn't the victim, between the CA, the CN here, the voice actress, and you're going to see Turtle Girl and Bunny here go ahead and talk back and forth to where Turtle Girl is saying, look, I'm here to help you. And long before anything happened, offered them legal advice, said, let's go to the police together. Don't get your information doxxed. What do you want me to do? Let's delete our postings. Let's delete the comments. Let's work things out. And the only thing is that after agreeing to all this and working together, when the CN went to fucking bed and went to go to sleep, all of a sudden, the quote unquote fucking victim is sending screenshots of the conversations that she's having and telling people to go fuck themselves in the Hoyleverse community, while the fucking actress is sleeping, to where when she comes back out, she's like, oh my God, what happened? Yeah, I got doxxed by this person, and I need you to go tell these people who doxxed me to stop. So we got a whole other fucking side of the story that anybody publicly can go find this information, and we're dismissing it. And we're basically saying that the voice actress for Rover is the shittiest fucking person in the world, when, yeah, she did open the door. Don't get me wrong. She is 100%. It does have some blame to play, but there is a lot more in this that's just not black and white. It is straight up in color, and you got to look at all this information in order to actually understand that the voice actress did her best to help the victim since the very beginning. That the voice actress took responsibility of her own actions, but the victim didn't. The victim got their friends. It's a good thing. Not exactly. Nobody can prove intentions. I'm a rage bait. Yeah. Okay. You want to see something? Hold on. Okay. Okay. You want to pull that one on me? I've already translated all this shit. Give me a second. I've already translated all this shit. Open up the fucking task. Go to which one is it with Rover? Let's see. Not this one. Not this one. Translated of post. So you want to talk about the beginning of where she was rage baiting the WUWA community and such, right? Original post was from 2021, November of 2021. Every time she live streamed Minecraft, she always, since 2021, May 22nd, right here, May 22nd, right here, excuse me, right here, May 22nd, was always talking about Minecraft and streaming Minecraft by saying MC, not Ming Chao. She would refer to Minecraft as MC. Okay? First and 4 point. All the way, yeah. MC. It's in there. The game that she says that she's going to play on the 31st is an open world game where she is the female voice in it that people took as Weather and Waves, was a game that's called Sword and Fairy, or in China, Zhengyai World, or whatever the fuck it's called, that was in beta on the 31st. In her live stream, she's under obligations. She wanted to play Minecraft on the first day. That was her thing, because that's all she's ever does. That's her favorite fucking game in the world, is fucking Minecraft. Okay? The second game, she's obligated to do it because the fucking people are basically telling her, "Hey, we want you to pay you to play this on the live stream." So she's obligated to do it. She's telling her live stream, if you go ahead and you go ahead and you translate that shit, that she needs to take a day off of her schedule, because if she's going to do Weather and Waves, she wants, because a lot of people are pissed off because they're thinking it's MC is Minecraft, is Weather and Waves. They're all pissy at her. A chat's acting like a chat, right? The chat is acting like a chat, and they're pissed off at her. They want her to play fucking Minecraft. They thought that not Minecraft, Ming Chao, which is Weather and Waves. They're pissed off at her not doing it, and she's playing Minecraft. They're like, "What the fuck you doing? You said you were going to play Weather and Waves." That's not what she said. So she clarified it in her stream that she needs to take time off because she does not want to sit there and not give it her full attention, that because of her schedule, stuff like this, and she's going to take a day in the future. But after that situation, and after her going on vacation, you got people making videos and comments about, hopefully Kuro will choose better for their CVs. They're making videos out there going to her. And then you even have her own fan base back in the day that's trying to explain to the new followers who are Weather and Wave fans, say that when she says MC, she's playing Minecraft. It's been known since 2021 that she does this. That she plays Minecraft. Since 2021 is with the first public record that we could find of it. We searched the Billy. She wasn't just rage baiting. That's how she does her fucking channel. That would be like me if every single one of my titles on my live stream would be before Gears of War would be released. Be like, "Hey, we're going to be playing GW." Okay? GW. And then the day Gears of War comes out, and I've been playing GW, which is God of War, all of a sudden some new people come in my stream being like, "Yeah, you're going to play Gears of War." It's like, no, I'm playing God of War, GW. You're getting pissed off at me for rage baiting you on the release date of Gears of War because my title says GW, but I'm playing God of War. That was the point. Yeah, sure, I'll take the original. I'll take my usual. That was the point. The point is that she's been streaming fucking Minecraft since fucking long before. It's all she fucking plays. And because she has MC in it and some brand new people come follow her thinking because she's the voice actor, she's gonna play Weather and Waves. She didn't fucking realize MC was in the title like she always does. It was clearly a misunderstanding that went up. Now, over a year, she's the second search engine listing right here as the person who was sarcastically commenting about Weather Wave players when she wasn't doing it. This is where her problem comes in. She just should have fucking left it alone and ignored it. Hire a manager, hire a PR agent, whoever the fuck, who cares, to help with the situation of getting that cleared out. No, what does Turtle Girl decide to do? She decides to go ahead and after a year defend herself because she's tired of seeing this shit. So she hires a ghostwriter to make a posting to try to explain the situation, and it didn't go out well. To which even before that, just to show, we can pull this all from Billy Billy. It's all on Billy Billy. There is so much that we have translated, that we have gone through, that we have seen from the text message, from the dates, from the times, from everything that just proves that the female voice actress Rover, while she did have some issues, okay? She tried correcting her mistakes long before. She tried working with the so-called victim, and the so-called victim did on purpose to go ahead and keep attacking the Hoyoverse side. She kept asking them to stop. She even went to the fucking people who doxed the fucking goddamn person, added them as a fucking friend to go ahead and send them a message. Please, I beg you, stop harassing the person over here. Did everything she could, and then this person goes and says, I never talked to the VA. She never once contacted me. When we got a whole fucking DM between the victim and the voice actress that lasted over 12 fucking hours before that message even popped. To which even the original account owner, who had to come out and immediately apologize to Turtle Girl because, you know what? It wasn't your fault that this account got doxxed. It's my fucking goddamn stupid friend's fault for logging into my fucking account and causing shit. So the actual victim of this entire situation doesn't play WUWA, doesn't play Genshin, and they're the ones that got caught. Again, there is so much more information that it can be. This is the problem. This is my problem with Satonus. There is so much more information because this is the victim, the quote unquote supposed victim. There is so much information from all of this that if you actually take the time, you go look for it. But yeah, she never played WUWA at the end on launch, but got time for others. MC. Okay, let me ask you a question here. Let me ask you a question, Linz. You're a content creator or voice actress or something, right? Right? Everybody comes to you and says, play WUWA, play WUWA, play WUWA. You promise to play WUWA. WUWA, 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 WUWA. Guess what? Why would you play WUWA? She was more interested because you know what her interest actually is in? What the fuck it was called? Her interest was in this. She likes Dynasty Warrior shit. She likes it more realistic. She explains this. This game right here was what she was more interested in over WUWA that she also voice acts in. This would be like telling Sean Shamble he needs to watch Dragon Ball Z Super, and because he does the voice acting, he needs to play Dragon Ball Z Sparking and live stream it every single time he live streams and play Dragon Ball Sparking. And the guy says, "Dude, I don't really like Dragon Ball Sparking Zero, man. I'm gonna play fucking God of War." And then you get pissed off at him for fucking playing God of War and not Dragon Ball. Yes, I already told you yes. Now imagine if you're intentionally doxing someone and you get caught saying that, yes, I'm intentionally doxing. She never intentionally doxed nobody. She sat there working with the victim long before any doxing even fucking happened. And then the victim never got doxed. The voice actress got doxed.
Who asked?
The voice actress got doxed. But the second person, who is supposed to be doxed was never doxed. Exactly, can't prove intentions. No, you can't prove intentions. But I am sure that if you read, in a sense, and you go through the actual DMs, right? Not just listen to a subtitle. You copy, you paste them, and you translate every single one of these entire situation and all. Every single one of these entire text messages. The blue's gonna be Turtle Girl, the white's gonna be the fucking victim. Turtle Girl, right here. It was my fault to leave that comment on you today. The worst outcome of you getting cyberbullied. Later, I thought about coming back to delete it, and then I saw you had already deleted. No cyberbullying happening, which is a good thing. As of now, the comments are on your side and are scalding me. And that's something I can accept. White bubble. What? But include your situation, clarification post, those trolls. Because remember how the fucking victim wanted a posting about the cyberbullying? About how, she's got 600K fucking followers and that she doesn't want to do it because she's got Hoyo fans. You know what the fucking context of that was? If I include your situation into the clarification post, those trolls might maliciously attack you, and cyberbullying might still happen. If you end up being attacked again, I wouldn't know how to make up for it, is what she told the victim. As long for now, the whole matter just ends up with everyone scolding me, that's fine. Don't let those malicious people get involved and drag you down as well. That's what she's telling the fucking victim. The victim goes, I didn't want him to be added in. I was just dissatisfied with him doing the clarification because this is what she's talking about the ghostwriter. The ghostwriter is the one that's writing the clarification post, not the CV. This matter should be really clarified by you personally. So the fucking victim wants the voice actress to rewrite a whole new posting because she hired someone to write the original posting. She wants the CV to be the one to write the posting, not the ghostwriter. If you had clarified it yourself without involving me, I could understand that. We go on. Who cursed at you? What did they say? Honestly, I think this article shouldn't be posted. And then the victim. They are insulting me. Who do you think they are? At the time, I thought it was unreasonable for me to need him to explain the whole situation. Completely clueless about the drama, which is what the thing. I would like to have it post it. Could I trouble you to help me analyze this? I am not familiar with this kind of drama, so I can't predict how it would play out. All I know is that the article doesn't exist. I'll end up being mocked with things like, why bring this up again out of nowhere after a year? She is talking to the person who later gets quote unquote doxxed. Originally, you could have ended this all with apology. This could have all been ended after apology. I also want to delete the post. The victim, right there in white text. Turtle girl. Baby, listen to me. Don't go responding to others in this place. Your identity is too special. Once you step out, it's too easily become a target. I just deleted all my comments on your page because I don't want none of those weird people, she's referred to the Hoyoverse community, to use my comments as an excuse to come at you. I shouldn't have dragged you on in posts. Turtle Girl takes that as admits fault. This is before the victim even gets fucking doxxed. They're talking. I've been saying this all along for the clarification up for the post is unrelatable. It's only because you believed him so that so many people went digging through my posts. Hey, did you delete the comment with the black nicknames? Because they're censoring it. Ask me to remove. I'll go check. I already looked through it once, didn't find it. If I can confirm to delete, I'll search more carefully. Turtle Girl and this one's now going to delete postings they agreed upon together. It's been gone for a while. To try to ensure that the victim does not get cyberbullied. This is all she's trying to do, is prevent the victim from getting doxxed, prevent the victim from getting hurt. All right, okay. I'm going to go to sleep now. This is when the doxing happens, by the way. I'm going to go to sleep now. My post needs to give everyone an explanation. So I'll leave the article, which they call posting over there, as it is for now. Sorry. If you think of a better way to clarify things, I'll update it accordingly to your suggestions first. Turtle Girl is now in bed asleep. The victim is, I've been called out in the post. I feel like you should resolve it. Check what I said. Turtle Girl finally wakes up. This was at 8:24, 10:05. Do you have any clue? Huh? It gave me a scare. I thought someone hacked our private logs. Wait, after calming down and checking, are you talking about the leaked screenshot from image 1? The victim here at this point in time, if you go translate all the fucking text messages from Turtle Girl's video with the text messages, the victim is fucking with the Hoyoverse fan base. White text, blue text. So we got to do blue text first. The link can't be open. This is no longer something I can control. Please, content creator, step in and mediate. Okay, what should I do? How should this whole matter stop? If you really want this to stop, then you should have private messaged them. You should have them stop private message bombing me. I don't know where this whole matter is. Where should I go? What post should I go in to make stop? Okay, I'll go send a private message. I've never experienced a large-scale bombardment of private messages, comments on posts, and video comment sections. Right now, stop sending screenshots to others, whether they're enemies or friends. This is the result of me taking the initiative to communicate, and what in return I get is being exposed in a post. Talking about her going and communicating and trying to correct the Hoyoverse fuckers. Voice actress comes in and exactly what the voice actress says. Sigh, as expected, I told you that you would be massively attacked with malice. As long as if you did not follow up on your end of the matter, we could have stopped this and everyone would be scolding me. If you come out later to explain it, it won't work. They're not here to listen, to reason. You need to understand clearly that they came with malicious intent, and explaining things to them will not make anyone listen. Protect yourself, stay calm, be careful not to get doxxed. I'll go DM him. I really have nothing to say anymore from the victim. So, Turtle Girl, the female voice actor Rover, hello, could you please stop the attacks against Name Blurred? I'm really sorry things developed to this point. My apologies. Is it okay if I say something like this? sends it to the victim, asking the victim if this is what they want her to say to the person who is harassing them. Victim says, okay. I will send a DM to the blurred name. Send a private message to blurred name. Okay. All right. So we get to the part where we get into the situation of sending the private message to the quote unquote XJJ doxer or whatever. This is what they consider as the XJJ doxer. Okay. She goes follow them to send a private message to them. This is the person who is trying to expose the victim, post their postings over and over and over. This is what the victim is sending. What does the CA send to the fucking doxer? The situation is like this, because I once left a comment. This is my fault. Now that she is being cyberbullied, I must take this as part of the responsibility. I also hope to do my best to minimize the impact on this incident. Anyway, please try to see if you can avoid directing all the fire at her. I beg you. Hand emoji, prayer emojis. The harm from cyberbullying, if too severe, could threaten her mental health and personal safety. I don't want this to matter to develop to that point. Once again, I beg you. Apparently, after the CA talks to the Hoyle person who's part of the XJJ or some shit, says, I've already deleted all of this. As for other people, I will do my best to try to persuade them not to personally express any opinions about her. Continuing on. We keep going in for a little bit, okay? The victim starts messaging back. It's already been exposed. It's already been opened up. Look what I found. Sends a screenshot about what she's found. I said before, their so-called evidence was fake. Now you should believe me. Even I couldn't even get a report or take it down. Now you see the result of letting them out and clarify. This is why dates and times now fucking matter. Because we've been having a conversation with this entire fucking victim the entire fucking time. Turtle Girl comes back. I came to talk to you about this matter. Doxing is illegal. Don't get yourself involved. I've hired a lawyer. Can you tell me specifically how were you doxed? Who did it? What account was involved? This is Turtle Girl trying to talk to the victim. Do you recall a message? Would it be convenient for you to report this to the police? We should file a case first. Later, I'll pay for an attorney to help us resolve this issue for you. We're at 1537, 1544. I'll go out and find out. Let's find out who doxed you. She's still messaging. Why aren't you replying to the victim? You're making me anxious. Don't get involved in this flame war. Leave it to the law. Leave it to the law. The more you argue with them, the wilder they'll get. This is because, quote unquote, the victim is still fucking fighting with the Hoyoverse fuckers. Continuing on. It seems like someone's asking about whether the ongoing conflict or escalation can be stopped. Okay? Because we got it blocked right here. So it is, can this situation be put around and put a stop to their actions? They're talking again. Let me think. Would it be convenient for you to share your contact information so I can pull a lawyer into this group that we can discuss countermeasures together? We could file a lawsuit against the person who doxed and cyberbullied you and force them to apologize. Would that work? Side, just wrap this up quickly, is what the fucking victim says. You're telling me that there is we cannot determine clear intentions, but the clear intentions I am seeing is we're seeing right now Turtle Girl going out of her way to try to hire an attorney, try to work with the victim, do all of this shit. And the victim is like, I just want this wrapped up quickly. And this goes on. This goes on until Turtle Girl posts right here, on September 6th, where she posts her post, the crime of infringing, criminal law, cyberbullying is wrong, blah, blah, blah. Trying to do her due diligence by putting a public post about why doxing's wrong. Then she gets a message from the victim on the posting. I originally thought that communicating with the content creator, Turtle Girl, would lead to a solution, but up to now, I haven't seen a proper response from them. What I need is simply for them to delete their posts. This morning, my own posts were reported and taken down, and I was forced to delete my videos. I want a call on Turtle Girl to step in and put an end to this online harassment campaign against me. They've been talking the entire fucking time. Turtle Girl has been offering attorneys, lawyers, let's work together, let's go to the law, let's go to the cops, let's do this. Stop fucking antagonizing them. Let's work together. Since this incident began, I haven't had a single moment of rest. From starting until now, I've probably been more than 12 hours without sleep. I kept hoping someone would bring this matter to an end, but instead I received SSM spam and Facebook inquiries to my personal information and countless strange accounts tagging me posts to intimidate me. I choose to trust you, and I hope you won't betray my trust. I never had any extravagant intentions. I just wanted to calmly state a few words, but before everything happened, in my post, I only wanted moderate, malicious comments from both sides. At that time, I didn't attack anyone in the comments. I was just trying to be neutral, but even simply the effort was being twisted as malice. After the incident, my comment section, I have never encouraged players to insult or involve community friends. I even deleted those extreme comments. The only thing I did was block people who invaded my privacy and tagged me. So I asked in their eyes, well, who exactly did I hurt? The person who was truly harmed was me. What did they gain from all this? Even after being blocked, I don't even know how they even continue to slander me. Continues on. But until now, I still haven't seen your direct response, so I'm here to raise doubts. Isn't the information in various comments of their posts already to cause me harm? What I need is for them to delete the post to protect my privacy. This morning, my posts were reported and taken down. I delete my videos to call everyone online to direct me and stop this meaningless community conflict. What I need is a straightforward apology. This is my stance, and here it is. Turtle Girl's fucking response. Hello. We've been keeping in touch through private messages at 7 a.m. At every single stage, I've given you my most gentle and sincere suggestions, and you responded to me each time. After learning that you were doxxed, personal information was exposed, the police report, everything else going down. But you know what the kicker of all this was? And I'll translate it live right now. We'll go translate it live right fucking now. It's really funny to see myself speaking in private messages. Right here. Come here. Paste. Come here. Paste. Go back here. Actually, we gotta go back to the previous one. Painted peach branches, aka the victim. You've got the wrong person. This account was used by a friend of mine for years ago, and the comments were posted by her. But the personal information you found about her workplace isn't hers. This is unfortunate person, have nothing to do with your situation. The picture above of a kitten I just picked up today. There's no other images to go with. Please stop messaging me and stop bothering me. Please stop posting my personal information. I honestly have nothing to do with your situation. I don't know what she did. I am not interested. I just contacted her and saw that my information was exposed to this extent. I don't know why she didn't tell me anything. Knowing everyone who had the wrong person and not saying a word, she even contacted me and issued a statement under my name. Until today, I just thought it was just a normal information leak. Stop it. The text message. Person A, which is going to be the actual victim here, and victim B in blue is going to be actually the person who over here. So, then, after you saw those messages, why didn't you clarify things? They're blaming the wrong person, and you know better than anyone. I got worked up too. I just really wanted her to solve the problem. I don't know why you felt the need to keep cutting in and speaking for me. No, I just lost my head, and I wanted her to resolve the issue. I didn't have any other intentions. So I apologize to you. I shouldn't have spoken up about in that situation. Now, the actual victim apologizing to me is useless. I also really want to apologize to you because I should not have given you the account to use. She just issued an apology too. So what if she apologized? What good does that do? Do you think these people will stop? My fault. You shouldn't have to go through this. Now you realize that. So the fucking victim of all this does not play Genshin, does not play WUWA, and the person who went after the fucking CV in her comment section that kept posting about the Minecraft shit, Ming Chao, which since 2021, that's how the voice actress has always made her streams, MC, for Minecraft, didn't even get doxxed. An innocent bystander got doxxed. That is the point of what I say. There is information. That there is information when it comes to this that is not being looked at. That there's more to the situation than her trying to quote unquote rage bait the fucking WUWA community with the fucking letters MC. She didn't fucking know better. She didn't do it on purpose. Since 2021, she's been streaming saying MC. Again, it's the same situation as someone playing God of War saying, hey, I'm playing GW today, GW. And all their fans already know GW means God of War. Then all of a sudden, new game, Gears of War comes out. And then all of a sudden, a whole new slew of people come in thinking that you're playing Gears of War when the reality is that you're playing God of War. And they're pissed off at you because do you know what today is? Today is Gears of War Day. And you're baiting us. Motherfucker, since fucking 2021, I've always said fucking GW on my streams, and it always meant God of War. I'm sorry you took it as Gears of War. Maybe later on, when I get a day's time or whatever, and I can take some time, I'll play fucking goddamn Gears of War. But I'm playing God of War. Okay, he left. He didn't want to fucking go through all the information. I get it. There's a lot there. I'm sorry, guys. I was just doing my due diligence because simply my point of view is that when it comes to all these types of damn fucking dramas, and what I try to do is I want all sides of this information because there's more to it than just this person's guilty, that person's innocent. It really is. So it kind of infuriates me a little bit, and I know that was a rage bait to me. To be like, well, no, that's not what it was. It's like, bro, I got all the information. Nothing happens if nobody does anything. Factual, correct statement. Like, again, my point of view, and if you've been watching my streams long enough to understand this, there's two sides to a story. Sometimes there's 3 or 4 or 5 different sides to a story, to be completely honest. Like right now, with ALG, with the Satonus thing, with all that entire call going on today and yesterday, all the stuff that we were going through for the last couple of days, do you not realize there is like 10 different opinions about this? Like, there's like 10 different fucking opinions all wrapped around this. But we can condense those 10 opinions probably into a couple different categories. Honest truth. of what I'm seeing what the problem is right now with Zenless Zone Zero. As of right now, there's the problem that this entire fucking DA did. Okay? Let me get to the DA. The entire problem Deadly Assault did this fucking time around is it touched people's no-no spots. That's what the fuck it did. I'm sorry. Here's my opinion. Take it or leave it. What this DA fucking did is it pissed off a lot of people because it touched their no-no spots. Right? It made it to where the last couple of DAs, the last couple of runs we had, it was really good. People getting high scores. Things are great. Land of time. And all of a sudden, this fucking thing drops. We got a shitty 3 buffs. One that's shilling for the main character, and 2 generic ones here that, honestly, kind of fucking useless for a lot of people to a certain extent. Okay? They're not actually that horrible, but relatively speaking, compared to what we had before, these are pretty bad. Okay? So, that as a factor, HP inflation is a factor. We got a problem. People's scores dropped. Now, here's the thing. Almost everybody I know of is going to determine that there's 2 different clear sections. There is the 6-star clear, and there's the full clear. Okay? My Discord did not fucking erupt in that fucking anger over this. My Discord did not go into thing. If anything, everybody fucking loved the new Defiler boss. Like, yay, baby, she's thick. Yeah. All right? What ended up happening is the anger that I've seen was people that was not able to get 50k points, 60k points, that their score went down. They were still able to clear. They got full 9 stars. They're pissed that their score's not high, which objectively makes them feel like they did something wrong. It touched their comfort zone, and now they're feeling like bad players. Liz, you're 100% right. You're 100% right. If she did not do shit, I said this in the beginning. If she did not do shit and she ignored the situation, 100 fucking percent, she would have not, in any which way, shape, form, caused any problems. That's what she should have done. She should have never fucking mentioned anything. Let it fucking be and let it ride. But hate to tell you this. And to any women out there, I am sorry if this is going to sound sexist. Sorry about this. But you know what? Even men are like this too, to be honest. She got fucking emotional. She was tired of seeing her name get slandered across Billy, of saying that she was being toxic to WUWA players for over a year. That she was tired of seeing her name being used as a meme in the WUWA community in China. That she thought making a clarification post would result in hopefully rectifying the situation. And instead of realizing what it was going to actually do, it escalated to where the WUWA community came back into that posting, attacked her for it. The Hoyoverse side come in, fucking acting like tier 3 simps, thinking they're going to get lucky with the fucking voice actress to defend her ass. And it fucking blew up from fucking there to where she was deleting the postings and everything. She would go comment on the one person because that one victim was the one that kept posting the most on every single one of her comments. So she leaves him a message going, pet, hey, look, please don't spread misinformation. Realizing after the fact, because you know what, we're human beings, we're emotional, we don't fucking think at the fucking right times. Oh shit, that's a problem. If someone sees that, they might go after him. By the time she got there, it was already deleted. So she decides to message the person. They have a conversation.
Responsibility.
And then from there, that person, all they fucking want from the voice actress is to be like, I want you to tell them that you lied about the Minecraft shit. You lied. Clarify it, clarify it, clarify it. And then while doing this, she's the fucking victim is fucking straight up attacking the Hoyoverse community. The fucking friend who's on the account gets doxxed, contacts the fucking person who did all this shit, asking what happened, and then they're like, yeah, my bad, bro. My bad. I used your account to fucking harass the VA because I wanted her to clarify shit. Sorry that your workplace got fucking doxxed. Sorry this information got doxxed. I'm so sorry. And the owner of the account does not know what fuck's going on. And you know what could have prevented all this is, yeah, if the voice actress never fucking once fucking did anything. But welcome to a world where people get emotional. Welcome to a world where sometimes people crash out and don't fucking think. Even Saint Tontus is a person who sometimes doesn't think and crashes out. He's a person that was watching another person's fucking video. Never fucking posted it because he was on live stream and people called him out on it. Because he was making the statement, because the one person was saying that old characters struggle. Juice was saying old characters struggle. And he was so pissed off at the gameplay of GN that he was claiming that the girl was fucking straight up griefing GN on purpose to make it look worse. That all she had to do was hold the mouse button down, it would have done more attacks. We sat here. We played GN. We held the mouse click down. You guess what? It was the same exact fucking gameplay. She wasn't griefing. She was playing it like an average fucking player. But he was crashing out. He got emotional. I've gotten emotional. Many people get emotional. It fucking happens. We're normal human beings. We make fucking mistakes. I 100% am in the belief that Kuro did the right thing of getting rid of her. Because bad PR is bad PR. You don't want it. Whether you think that she's guilty or whether you think she's fucking innocent, I think she's innocent, does not still at that same point in time constitute that she should stay the voice actress of fucking Rover. She brought in bad publicity. So it's for the best of the company's interest to tell her to sit her down and be like, hey girl, sorry, look, no hard feelings. We see what's going on, but we can't have this kind of publicity right now. So we're going to remove you. That's how I feel it went. It was a mutual fucking firing. Everybody was saying it's not going to prevent her in the future from getting a fucking job. Just hopefully the next time something like this happens, she realizes that whatever the fuck she does, just ignore it. Did I see Loki's new video? What? Nope. Give me a link to it. I'll see it. How did she rage bait? And she wasn't the one that doxed the person. Even the person fucking admitted. They kept going at Hoyoverse. And they got their friend doxed. How did the voice actress fucking go ahead and rage bait? Someone explain that to me. Thank you, Skull. Again, because she used the terms MC in her stream. because open world game that she voices in, that was the rage bait. I mean, come on, fucking St. Tona's fucking rage baits. I fucking rage bait. Every fucking CC rage baits, if you want to call it that. But in this case scenario, the MC part, that was legitimately a mistake. Because it's Minecraft and she's been fucking using that terminology since 2021. She's never said Minecraft. Since 2021, she's always said MC. The open world game was because she was in the beta for Zangli World and she was going to fucking stream it on the 31st, which is when the game's beta opened. Makes absolutely no sense how she rage bait. All right, let's see what Loki Gotcha's got. I haven't gotten a chance to see this. I heard about this though. An apology to Satanus.
Resi, where's the Saint was right video? I'm a dumbass video. Where's that one? EO, where's the Saint actually has been making good takes about ZZZ this entire time? I'm a bit of a dipshit. Where's that video? We got the what's it called? Where's Fox Soul? I'm a raging alcoholic and used my personal bias against Saint and proceeded to disregard actual facts about the game because of my personal bias. Where's that apology video? Fox Soul, it's time, bucko. And of course, right? And of course, I can't forget this guy over here. I am a latent homosexual who has a fetish for Saint, and because of that odd desire, I have decided to oppose every single one of his takes and have basically performed digital harassment against him with my content. Where's that apology video?
Oh boy.
This is what we're not gonna do. We are not gonna play this virtue signaling game where you try to posture as some enlightened prophet claiming, I was right all along. If you actually buy into that narrative, you're completely delusional. I refuse to just sit here and let this clanker twist and embellish the truth. This clown wants everyone to believe he sounded the bell from the start, when in reality, all of this stems from his blatant disdain for the game itself. He didn't come across as insightful. He came across as a toxic, whiny crybaby who struggled to clear content and got rightfully called out for it. Saint put out his own so-called analysis during 1.4, completely disregarded the decibel adjustments and laser focused on Miyabi as the sole scapegoat for HP inflation. Meanwhile, anyone with half a brain could pick up virtually any unit in 1.4 and still clear with ease. Then, when Zenless surpassed Weathering Waves in revenue, you spiraled into a conspiratorial rambling, essentially telling your community, how can ZZZ possibly be successful when I've spent all this time trashing it? Here's the truth. Nobody needs you to be the so-called voice of reason. Your commentary doesn't matter in the grand scheme, because the reality's simple. CN whales spend exponentially more than NA players and ultimately dictate the balance. Just look at Honkai Star Rail. Oki refusing to pull casters and other creators quitting didn't even make the slightest dent. So you know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry your mother didn't swallow you and now we all have to put up with you.
Holy shit. Hi, son. That well, good luck. ZZ will become the new age Shazar Den. Whales dictate. Yes, I've seen the discussion today. I don't think ZZZ is going to be the new HSR. Why would I make an apology video? I got an apology fucking song. But in all reality, I will apologize to St. Thomas. I would. 100%. Legitimate apology. But it's got to be to his face. It's got to be to his face. He wants an apology from me. He's got to be man enough to go ahead and listen to it live. Because there is some things I will apologize for that I do think that I went a little bit too harsh on. But he needs to understand that I'm not going to apologize for my thoughts on a lot of other shit. And you see this. Can see what? I have not seen this.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk about the shift that has been long awaited in the ZZZ community and finally looks like is happening. Content creators for the game are finally starting to speak out against the rampant HP inflation, power creep, and dog shit mechanics getting.
Is he going to be talking about the original video? Give me a second. My kid's crying. Hold on. Bro. Okay. Double standards is a fucking high take on this motherfucker. He bitched about Josh doing a 30-minute video on this. And he's doing a 26-minute and 37-second video on this? What's wrong? Do we even watch this? Do we even watch this? I've already watched the stream live. I don't think there's a reason to watch it.
See another CC finally.
You know what? I'm more interested in this.
Unfortunately, today
because I've seen this.
Going to be making a
guys.
bit of a.
I want to see what Gary Myra says about this because this is actually kind of funny. Because gameplay is being locked behind sequences now. I saw the fucking leak. I saw the fucking leak. And it's fucking hilarious. I want to see what Gary Myra has to say about this shit.
Negative WUWA video, right? Now, in reality, it's only as negative as you want to see it. The reason I call it negative is because everybody treats all of my criticisms towards WUWA as like some type of negative doom posting agenda. So if you're one of those people, just know that this is one of those videos. I am going to criticize about something that the game is doing that is bad, right? So this actually has nothing to do with the current state of the game and instead the current beta. Now, in my last video where I talked about like Prolova and stuff, some of you may have seen I'm kind of glazing Prolova. I glazed the fact that the newer character releases, both Galbraith and Q1, seem to be less reliant on their signatures compared to some of these previous characters we've had hitting near 40%. and as well they're free to play teams and alternatives and all that stuff, right? However, QUI.
Hold on. So it's all right to go ahead and lock, animations, because what they're talking about, what he's talking about, what he's going to be talking about here is in the leak is that the Summon 3 has a whole new fucking animation and everything else is completely locked behind it. It's not like it just like boosts its attack by 10% or something. Like it's a whole entire fucking animation that's not that you have to buy it to see it.
In the current beta has an issue, at least in my opinion, where this is something that should just never be allowed, right? So for those who don't know what it is I'm talking about, QU1 on his sequence 3 unlocks a new animation, an entirely new move that does a lot of damage, right? So QU1 is the first character in Wuthering Waves' history to unlock an extra animation slash move through obtaining sequences, right? I don't think I really need to explain why this is an issue and why it could be bad going forward. It's one thing to massively increase the strength of a character's base kit with sequences that most people are already used to. However, locking actual gameplay behind sequences is a big no-no for a lot of people, right? And I feel like most would be on board with me here. Now, once again, this isn't currently in live. This is in beta. So this could very easily be changed.
Hopefully
And
it does.
If it gets changed, I will make a video after this one saying, devs listened, right? However, this should have never been implemented even in the fucking first place. What are you thinking? Locking actual gameplay, animations, and attacks behind getting sequences for a character. And of course, it's the first male unit in like fucking 8 months that they decide to get this greedy for, right? So just a very, very quick video. Let me know your guys' thoughts down in the comments. Do you guys agree with me that it should just not be allowed to lock actual gameplay behind sequences? Or do you not care about this? I feel like you're crazy if you don't care about this. But that's just my opinion, right? Love you all. Hope you have a great day. Hope you have a great night. Peace out.
So what do we feel about that? Do we feel good about that? Do we feel bad about that? Like, do we not give a fuck that they're locking an entire fucking move with its own animation? This is not like a sequence thing. Don't care? Okay. Just making sure. I thought it was fucking hilarious. I mean, let it fucking be. Like, if you like the character, you'll probably summon fucking 6 it anyway. Like, in that sense, like, if you're saying, like, other gotchas do this, right? I thought it was the word that, like, don't do it, Kuro! Don't fall for the same traps of Hoyo! Don't do it! What's
up,
this?
guys? It's Flossin. First off, I want to say this video isn't going to be like my usual stuff. I know I say that a lot, but this one really isn't. This is more a tender topic that's been circulating around the Zenless community for the past few days. HP inflation and in-game content, specifically Deadly Assault. There have been lots of opinions, but also undeniable truths about this. And while we could sit here and drown in the cesspool of who said this, who said that, I'm not here to do that. I want to give you an objective look at what's happening, while also sharing my personal experiences with the steady rise of HP inflation. If you want to hear my personal opinion, I'll leave that for the end. And one thing I want to make crystal clear, I don't want anyone attacking people over this. I don't care if they're in the Zenless community or not. If you go out of your way to harass someone because they disagree, you're not a part of my community. I don't condone it, and I don't stand for it. Sorry for the long-winded intro, but I needed to get that out of the way. Now, let's get started. To catch everyone up, let's talk about the video that sparked the most recent wave of discussion. A couple of days ago, Average Lug Gamer uploaded his thoughts on HP inflation and deadly assault. He pointed out something that a lot of us have noticed. Enemy HP has been steadily rising since patch 1.4. That's not an opinion, that is a fact.
Yep.
It's undeniable. Even though sometimes HP dips a little from cycle to cycle, if you step back and compare patch 1.4 to where we are now in 2.2, the overall curve is nearly up. ALG also explained how this impacts scores. Imagine a past Deadly Assault, you got 40k on Miasma Priest. Same team, same execution, but now you're only getting 35k. Nothing has changed except inflated HP cutting into your score. That feels bad, and I think most people would agree it's another undeniable truth. If HP keeps rising while nothing else changes, scores naturally go down. ALG went on to say that this hurts how he expresses skill in the game. It makes him question whether older characters will even be able to clear content in the future. And I'll pause here to add my own quick thoughts. I agree. Right now, today, our roster can still clear, but if this trend continues aggressively, it will become a problem. It's important to note that this is heavily anti-consumer. It pushes players away from pulling who they like and more towards pulling who they need. That tension exists in every gacha, but HP inflation tilts the scale even further toward meta chasing. Now, let's ask the obvious question. If HP has been rising for a while, why did it suddenly explode as a topic now? This is where I want to give my perspective. Back on May 1st, 2025, I made a video about HP inflation myself. At the time, I argued the rise made sense because of two big shakeups. The first one was the decibel system overhaul. One of the core systems of Zenless was completely changed, and the new system boosted team damage potential across the board, thanks to everyone on a squad being able to use their ultimate, versus only having access to one at any given time. The second one was the release of Miyabi and Astriao, two of the strongest agents we've ever seen. Their raw power forced the devs to rethink how bosses were balanced. To me, it was logical that HP needed to rise to keep pace with those changes. We were all adjusting, the devs were testing the waters, and it felt like balance was being recalibrated. I also want to mention that Zenless's biggest critique up to this point was that the game was too easy. It was a MASH simulator that required no one to really interact with the gameplay itself. If you don't believe me, here's a short clip of Mr. Pokey clearing the old Zenless content while being blindfolded.
Move it. Shark Nami.
Oh mate, I don't see your life. Oh my, did I do it? Did I do it? Oh my god!
That's why I wasn't worried back then. And honestly, I still think I was correct with that read at the time. But fast forward to today in 2.2, those drastic changes are long past us. Miyabi and Astriao aren't new balancing factors anymore, and yet HP keeps going up. At this point, it no longer feels like a natural balance adjustment. It just feels like raw inflation to make clears harder. And this isn't just my experience. Players across the board have shared poll results and clears showing that their Deadly Assault scores are consistently lower than before. Now, I want to talk about my experience and what I've seen personally. On screen right now is my most recent high score against Miasmic Fiend. 25k with Jane, Seth, and Yuzuha. This is a strong anomaly team that should handle this boss. And it does. I cleared with 3 stars in total and got the highest amount of rewards. But the last time I fought Miasmic Fiend, the same execution, same team, same build, I scored 30k. Apologies for not having the screenshot of my past results, you'll just have to trust me on it. Anyway, that's a 5k drop without me changing anything, and I think that's the issue. Now yes, this boss favors disorder teams and ether damage. If I had Vivian, I probably could have pushed higher, but here's the thing. I don't like Vivian. I made a whole video about skipping her, and nothing will change my mind. That's not hate, that's just me not enjoying the character. So yeah, my score could have been better, but the fact that it has to be better only if I pull for the premium option, for me, fun is chasing high scores with characters I enjoy. Seeing that fun get undercut by inflated HP and FOMO-driven character choices doesn't feel good. Also, speaking of FOMO, Vivian hasn't been seen since 1.7, and we still don't know when her rerun is coming. That means even if I wanted to change my mind about her, I can't. That's also another layer of frustration that feeds into the whole HP problem. Now, I know some people might say, okay, so just pull who you need. And I get that. I'm actually blessed enough to have the resources to do so if Vivian comes around. But that's missing the point. Let's say you're not me. You're a new player averaging 20k and Deadly Assault every cycle. You've built smart, you've pulled wisely, and you've stayed caught up. Last cycle, you scraped by. This cycle, you didn't clear. Not because you built wrong, or you played poorly, or you pulled wrong, but because HP spiked. That's not fair design. That's artificial gatekeeping. And I'll be honest, it took ALG's perspective and the community discussion to really make me realize how bad this looks for players in that position. Now, I know this is the part most of you are probably waiting for. My personal opinion on HP inflation. And I'll be honest with you. I've wrestled with how I should word this because no matter how I phrase it, it's going to sound harsh. So here it is. I don't care. Yeah, I know. That probably sounds cold. It probably sounds dismissive. But let me explain what I mean by that, because it's not me brushing this off. When I say I don't care, I mean that for me personally, as a player, HP inflation doesn't impact the way I enjoy the game. That's just the truth. I've never been someone who gets super attached by every character. Outside of Soldier 11 and a little bit of Sambi, I don't have those deep ties. If a character falls off, I'll bench them, swap someone in, and keep it moving. That's how I've always played gotchas. It's not emotional for me, it just is what it is. So, in that sense, I really don't care. If the devs keep cranking HP higher, I'll adapt. If my current roster can't cut it, I'll pivot to something else. That's just how I approach the game. But here's the thing, and this is where I need to slow down and emphasize. This situation is not about me. This is about the players who do care. The players who pull for characters they love, who want to stay loyal to a certain archetype, whether that's Anomaly, Attack, or Rupture. The players who spend months of grinding, building, and refining a team they actually connect with, only to watch HP inflation chip away at their ability to succeed with said team.
Right.
And yeah, Zenless has always had matchups. It's been the norm for a while now. There have always been easier and harder ways to clear depending on the content. But what's happening now is different. When HP inflation gets so steep that you're practically forced into specific characters just to clear it all, it stops being about matchups and starts being about mandatory pulls. That's not healthy design. So, while I can sit here and say, I don't care, I want to be very clear. I absolutely understand why you care. I support the people raising their voices about this because it's not about my experience. It's about protecting the freedom of players that make this game fun for so many others. If someone wants me to fill out a survey that says, please stop the egregious amount of HP inflation that's happening, then sure, I'll do it. Because again, I don't care. For me, HP inflation is just another obstacle to work around. But for a lot of you, it's a direct attack on how you want to enjoy Zenless. And that matters. Also, really quick, I want to ask the community a open-ended question. What's the downside of increasing HP over time? Well, we already know the downsides, right? Older characters become irrelevant, new characters become necessary, and builds constantly need to change. But if HP stopped rising, or even decreased, what's the actual downside? I've sat at my desk for over 20 minutes trying to think of a downside, but I can't think of one. And that's why I think this is bigger than just a balance tweak. We are no longer talking about decibel changes or overpowered agents like Miyabi and Astriao. This is just inflation for inflation's sake, and it chips away at the freedom Zenless used to reward: skill expression, team creativity, and personal playstyle. I'm not a fan of this. I've never been a fan of this, even in my original HP inflation video. And I do hope that the egregious HP inflation that's happening either slows down tremendously or just stops in general. That's all I have for today. I know I didn't break down every single matchup or weakness that goes on in Deadly Assault, but if I did, we would be here forever. I wanted to mainly focus on the HP climb itself because that is the heart of the problem. Let me know your thoughts in the comments. Do you agree? Disagree? Either way, Let's keep it civil. Sorry if this video was more serious and somber than usual. This isn't the type of content I enjoy making, but it's something I felt needed to be said. I hope you guys have a good day, and I will see you in the next video.
It's a good video. Oh. It's legitimately a good video. He's like, he hits the nail on the head on it, right? Like, I get the points. Like, how ALG brings it out and everything. Like I said, feelings cannot be invalidated. 1 second. All right, I'm back. Sorry about that. My kid's crying and everything else. I just sent him downstairs because he's crying over the littlest, stupidest things right now. And he needs to grow up. He's not 3 years old no more. He's 7 going on 8. He needs to start learning that just because the helmet that he got back when he was like 5 years old doesn't fit his head no more, there's nothing I can do about it. There's nothing his mama can do about it. He needs to learn. Anyway, getting back into this. The video's not wrong. The video's actually very tasteful. Very good. And like I said, when it comes down to like someone like ALG and his thoughts surrounding the feeling of Zenless not being fun, that's not an invalid take. 100% is not an invalid take. To me, when it comes down to it, like posing the question at the end that he did as well, what is the downsides if HP doesn't increase or doesn't decrease or starts decreasing, you know? What's the downside to it? And he's like, I can't think of something. If I could be completely honest, if there is nothing with HP deflation, without power creep or whatever, there's really not that big of a detriment. But from a business standpoint, you're not giving players incentive to pull. You're making it to where if you make it to where from now until the dawn of to the day that the game EOS is, that Miyabi will always be T0, you basically making it to where someone doesn't need to pull anything. And that's not good for business. I'm sorry to say it that way. This is a live service game. Even games like World of Warcraft, which is a live service game that you pay a subscription to, updates its content to where new armors, new weapons, and everything comes in. And reluctantly, you have to grind and collect them and get them in order to compete. To be able to compete in the new metas, in order to compete in the new changes of the game. Sometimes balancing does not go into the player's favor. It doesn't. And my take on the HP inflation, what it's doing is going to force a new meta. And no one likes it. It's going to force a new chain of reaction. I personally, though, am going to tell you that I do not think in any which way, shape, form that older units will not be able to clear. I don't care if the HP goes into HSR values and fucking bosses go to 500 million fucking HP. I believe in the devs enough that they're going to find little tricks in the book to ensure that these characters can maintain a status quo. Whether it's from buffing, whether it's from, like the buffs in the game, whether it's like actually buffing the characters. In general, I think that they are going to push to ensure they're going to push different little mechanics to ensure that these characters stay in line. That's what I honestly feel. Okay? I think, like, particularly, like, this DA, the buffs were shitty, man. The buffs were really fucking shitty. And if you listen to what, like, Kate and all them are saying, it's like, Shifu is a great character, right? She's a great fucking DPS for a Rupture character we got in 2.0. But her buff when it was out there made her feel fucking godlike broken. It wasn't until into the buff was when the buff was gone that she fell off a little bit, and she's still good. She still feels good to play, but she doesn't feel as great as when that buff was there. So again, I don't particularly think in a live service game that we should be expecting things to stay always the same. And I hate to say it like this, but like Flossin was putting out right here, we need to learn that in cases like this, we need to adapt. That's just how it is. We need to learn to adapt. This is a gacha game after all. This is a video game after all. I mean, if you don't like that kind of situation, I mean, then maybe you need a break. Maybe you need to look at something else. I don't know. I think that the only issue that ZZZ really has with HP inflation is the rate it's coming. Okay? HP inflation rate is pretty fucking goddamn growing exponentially. It's growing at a rate that's growing. It's growing pretty fucking high. Maybe it needs to slow down a little bit, but we don't know. We don't know what the future holds. We don't know what the next buffs are going to be. We don't know if maybe there's not going to be newer mechanics that's going to be implemented that's going to save your older units. And your concerns right here about the future of ZZZ can be thrown to the side, and you'll be like 2 months down the road from now, be like, oh man, I was worried over fucking nothing. We don't know. We don't know what the future holds. My situation is that when it comes down to HP inflation, you know what? I'll make a video tonight about this, or tomorrow. I'll make a video about this. I won't live stream until I make the video. When it comes down to HP inflation, enjoy the fucking present, man. Stop looking into the goddamn fucking future. Because if you're always going to be concerned about the fucking future, you're not going to enjoy what you got now. Grant you, I understand that, high score chasing is some people's fun and everything else. You want bragging rights. Awesome. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what to tell you. You don't like the idea of having to pull a new character. You don't like the idea that right now it seems like these updates are becoming more attack agent focused rather than anomaly focused. I don't know what to tell you. The game's shifting. The game's trying new things. I think I would pose the question, did you always think that Miyabi was going to be number one? Like, in general, I mean, I don't think the devs are going to fuck up that much. And do you want me to give you my hard, blunt, honest opinion about something? For each player that's going to leave Zenless Zone Zero because of this, I guarantee you 5 new players take their place. 5 brand new players take their place. The game's not going to die. Because the changes that are happening that you might not like might actually appeal to someone else. You crazy? No, I'm not crazy. Let's go take a look at it. So let's go take a look at it. Like, download trend. Let's see. Oh, I need to log in. That would help, wouldn't it? Let's go take a look at it. I mean, in the last 7 days, shit, as of yesterday was like the fucking one of the highest day. See, the 13th. As of the 13th was one of the highest days of downloads in this game. But just in 7 days, from September 7th to September 13th, 3,107 plus 8,271 plus 78,235 plus 31,742. That's 121 and 121,355 downloads that happened in a 7-day span on ZZZ. Let's see what the revenue is while I'm here. Customize. Pretty average. Pretty good. Yes, the rower voice actress voiced more than just Hoya or WUWA. And she's a singer, by the way. We're still on this shit. Who's bringing this shit up? Who the fuck bringing this shit up? I mean, I don't think there's any point bringing up the voice actors anymore, but okay. But what I'm saying is that the game's not going to EOS. The game's fine. Right? And it is what it is. I'm a person that likes to adapt. If Miyabi was the answer to everything for the next fucking couple of years, I think I would be bored. Like right now, I'm getting interested in going back in Weather Ways. I really am. Because I'm seeing some people who made characters from 1.0, right? Some GNs, some Zheng Liaos, and shit that is struggling the fuck right now in WUWA. And they're not happy. They're not happy. And it looks exciting as shit. That you see what happened here in ZZZ that you got that we're all talking about? Oh yeah, Calchero. Well, I don't know anyone who plays Calchero, to be honest. You see what happened in DA, right? Apparently, I watched a couple of live streamers today attempt the new Tower of Adversity. That's pissed off right now. Their old characters that they've been working on, that they love to death, their GNs, their Camellias, their Zhang even their Jinshis, is suffering a buttload in the new Tower of Adversity. There's sometimes where they can't clear, and sometimes with some of the characters, they can barely fucking clear. Barely. Because how high the defensive properties are on the fucking enemies. Not just the HP. The new Tower of Adversity has skyrocketed the investment. But guess what? Guess what's funny? Characters like Zanny, Karth, Augusta, Lupa are clearing it with no problems. Look at this video. What is this? Why do we gotta look at Saint? Why I gotta look at this? What's this? 13 hours ago.
Panic. She
Oh,
builds in dodges when people are supposed to take damage. Then you got Brant refreshing the shield while your Lupa's
you gave me a timestamp on it. Okay.
auto dodging, and so your shield stays up. So I really do think that, like, yeah, it's really all about how much you can maintain the shield.
Like, read this shit, right? Enemies. Okay. Vance corrected me on this in the Discord chat that you get a shield, right? You get shield. But enemies take 10% less damage. This effect is ignored when the resonators are shielded. So you have to have a shield on your characters. And if you don't, oh boy, the enemies take 10% less damage. 60 seconds after the game starts, resonator total increased by 5%. After that, total damage increased by 5%, up to 60%. So you do get this. These are some decent buffs.
Uptime, that is essentially what your clear is going to be dictated by. Can you maximize this buff over here? It doesn't matter. This 30% means nothing. In review, this 30% might as well not be there because all the damage you're doing is from this ramp up over here and then maximizing this buff.
The fuck? Repeat that again?
This buff over here. It doesn't matter. This 30% means nothing. In review, this 30% might as well not be there because all the damage you're doing is from this ramp up over here and then maximizing this buff. That's it. This 30% heavy attack, absolutely fucking irrelevant as a whole. And so if you're playing characters that...
Does he not realize that 30% right there goes up with the 60%? Because I'm reading that right? Total damage increased by 5. After that, their total damage increases by 5%. Total damage. Like that 30% is going to add on top of that. Shielded resonators take 10% less damage, and their total damage increased for 6%. Okay. Like, this is just additional to like if I got a heavy attack damage mode, like, yeah, this doesn't matter. Right? If you don't have a heavy attack team. But what this is telling me is Augusta. All this is telling me is fucking Augusta. But this is Augusta's fucking shit. Heavy attack and shield. This just makes it to where Augusta would clear this shit fucking faster. I'm not saying that you can't clear it with Lupa's team or some shit. This is just telling me you be able to, that this is like Augusta's shit right here. Augusta would be fucking this shit up.
Heavy attack, absolutely fucking irrelevant.
Let's look at the gameplay.
And so if
Okay.
you're playing characters that honestly need to kind of like tank hits, for example, Gian I think did really fucking bad because he kind of has to tank hits in his rotation. If you're not tanking hits with Gian, you are essentially griefing because you'll get out less Qinglong attacks. And kind of like I think like the main thing that's really throwing this team off a little bit is the fact that he has.
Wait a minute. You have to take hits with GN. Not to bring him up, but I don't think Noisy Boy would agree with that, because Noisy Boy was one of those perfectionists that would fucking do shit with GN that would not get hit. I've watched Noisy Boy's gameplay. Like, motherfucker wouldn't get hit. But hey, whatever.
To tank those hits. And so in stages where the buffs don't rely on you being,
I mean, he was a really sweaty
I think it's gonna
GN
make
player,
more
though.
sense, right, to use him. But right now, when our shield breaks when we're playing Gian, enemies are taking 10% less damage and all of those other things, right?
Okay.
And people are saying Augusta. It could be for mechanic that can leverage.
All right, can I get that fucking gameplay already?
And the levels inside. What does Augusta? Let's get her weapon on and let's get. But we got the more. I'm curious. Instead of something like, what does the Augusta team look like down here? Let's check it out. We got the Mortifi ready to go. We got Augusta. Let's get her weapon on and let's give this a bit of a try. Because I'm pretty sure she'll maintain full uptime on the buff because of her refreshing shield. What the hell? Alright, we should have everything up. Okay, yeah, she's maintaining full uptime on this bad boy. Yeah, never mind. Yeah, no, her refreshing shield is, yeah, her refreshing shield is keeping it up. Yeah. Yeah, her refreshing shield is keeping that shit up. She is, maximizing that shit from day one. Honestly, this might mean you can get John Shin on your team or a Tao Chi and maximize the buffs that way.
You want me to go fucking see a different one? Okay. Let's do GN.
Signature. It is worse than his signature on him, but it is still pretty okay. So just something to keep in mind. This is worse than Gian having a sig, but it's still better than all the other options. And on the side supporting him, we're going to be Cloud Boys on over here.
Let's see how the GN does. I mean, this is basically a premium team.
All right.
Huh? Why is he using why is he using Augusta's blade on this? If you got Varant's never mind. And you're saying it's better than the Augusta's weapon, then why aren't you using his weapon?
Too fast, bro. What are these guys? They blocked my intro skill. It didn't give energy. This guy's a little tanky.
God is showing that the old characters are struggling, huh?
That guy's a little tanky. That first wave was like butt-ass easy. And then this one is like, oh god. Hey, get sniped, bucko. Oh, that was kind of sick. Gian fucking got him. Okay, so now that we're a minute in, I am seeing the damage start skyrocketing. I'm seeing the damage starting to skyrocket now. Okay. Yeah. And naturally, right, you want to make sure that you're not getting hit. Otherwise, that shielded buff, right, that important shield buff really does, like, end up falling out. Oh, we're out of energy. I don't even know why. Maybe I needed more ER on this team. You can see, though, how the damage is, like, starting to ramp up. Yeah, we're doing, like, close to, like, 20k hits right now.
Why aren't you dodging?
Yeah, the damage is ramping up like crazy as the clear is going.
Holy shit, the damage.
Yeah, you also have an extra
He's not gonna make it. He's not gonna make it.
You'll see I'm still in the 3-star zone. Where's my energy? I'm getting less and less. Okay. Honestly, the only issue over here is I'm fucking up somewhere with the ER because every single run is like having less and less. If this happened in any Gian run, it would be shit. So
I mean, it's easy, guys. You're struggling, right? You're struggling. Well, the waves are struggling too.
I'm probably just gonna use more skills while I'm doing the Gian liberations to have more ER. That boss. So let's give it another try and see how we go. Why did it slow down like that?
I love reading the chat right now. I love reading the fucking chat. The chat's like, dude, let GN go. We're never gonna admit that GN's dog shit now. Like, I love reading the fucking chat on the side. From subs. Like, Waldo, at what point do we accept that GN is dog shit? I fucking love this shit. There is a bunch of subs that was just fucking saying, like, dude, it's time to let GN go, man. It's time to let GN die. You're not gonna make it in time. Put the signature on.
Yeah, I think it's ER, bro. But yeah, this is like... I think I'm getting hit too much, and I'm not maximizing that shield buff. Yeah, I think I'm getting hit way too much. Why this run is worse than the last run? Let me go ahead. Let me take a look at this. Because that run was worse when we managed our ER better. So one thing I want to check is, how is this buff actually stacking up? Okay, their total damage increased by 16% for 6 seconds, stacking up to 3 times. Re-triggering the effect resets the duration. So like, you get a shield when you get the liberation. It's like, on the first run, I was clearing way faster while also griefing half of my rotations. So it's like, I'm not super sure. That is interesting. Maybe somebody can, like, when they're reviewing the footage later, they can do a bit of, like, a deeper breakdown of what exactly is going on. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Saint from the future over here. You might have...
Oh god, he's shirtless!
Questions about that Gion's performance overall. I just wanted to give you guys a bit of, like, a look at what Hotoki, the account owner, is actually running on the Gion. You can see that some of the pieces are little mid. Yeah, they're not necessarily the best. There are some decent ones in here, but overall, while also mid, but exactly the G necessarily attack rolls. Very few decent ones in here, but overall, not really like a lot of like attack rolls. Very few heavy attack rolls. There's like one really good piece over here, but at the end of the day, right, it is kind of getting you know, it's a build with a pretty decent crit ratio, but it is missing a lot of subs overall. This is something that a lot of players can naturally, reasonably achieve quite quickly with their build. And once again, we are using a bit of a suboptimal weapon with Thunderflare Dominion, as he's only going to be getting this 20% attack or 20% heavy attack damage bonus, and none of whatever the hell this is down here, because he spread shields, right? And ignore that. So yeah, that's just something to keep in mind for some of the damage numbers that you're seeing. They're relatively low compared to where Gion typically is. So yeah, that Gion build is obviously, this ain't the best one ever. I'll make sure to give it a try on my account with a Gion that actually has like the right investment. This one kind of, it is using Augusta's signature, so.
Now show us. Do you show us? Do you fucking show us? Guess not.
She can't use the stage buff. Yeah, she can. She won't be able to use the heavy attack stage buff. You're missing an echo with the Camellia? Am I? Oh, that's terrible. Oh, we lost Ephemeral.
I saw Rain to go ahead today, clear this with fucking Camellia.
We lost Sanho's Ultra buff for Ephemeral. Whoopsies.
He had 1 second left on the clock when he cleared it, too.
She missed the crit over there, too, bro. Oh, that's another missed one. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. This Camellia is missing too many crits for an 82.5% crit Camellia. She missed basically every single one that mattered. Yeah, that's crazy. So yeah, any character that is just not critting will be fucking bad. Yeah, any unit in the game that crits with that level of frequency, it will be cooked. The run is bricked. The run is without a doubt bricked if that happens to anybody. Okay, they didn't block that shit. That was easy. That was easy.
He's gotta play sweaty.
All right, here we go.
Oh, you already fucked up your run, bro.
This guy's a fucking dick. Like, this Light Crusher is actually the worst enemy here.
Shackles be gone.
He is, without a doubt, the worst enemy here.
Reborn of ancient roots. Struggle harder.
I mean, technically...
We're definitely landing our crits now, at the very least.
There you go. You got enough time here, I would think. Yeah, you're doing good damage.
Here we go. Okay. That time slow is also feeling like fucking bugged, bro. I swear, you're parrying him and he's disabled.
We're
for
blaming
way too
bugs?
fucking, like, and it sucks because that shit literally will, okay, this is clearing easy. So it turns out when you have like the character and like their sig and stuff and like actually like good, yeah, this is clearing. Like, I don't even know what to say. Yeah, this is clearing easy. Unless I like grief or something, yeah. This is what I mean by it's like, yeah, it'll... So yeah, this one does push some lower budget teams to the limit, but do realize, right, I am running that team with a naked Sanhua, a sub DPS who's effectively not dealing any damage at all. And Camelia's basically S0R1. The build is pretty good, but we're at very low ER as well. So we're having to do like some extended rotations to have the ER to do what we want, right? And so it's kind of just like, yeah, this was a one-man show. S0R1, the buffs are letting her hit 500.
Now here's the question. Here's the question. Can someone who's not playing sweaty do that? Like, answer me the question. Answer me the question. Like, from what you're seeing, you're a person who plays, you know, plays this. You're going to typically mess up your rotations every now and then. You're just going to generally do things. Are we expecting a casual player to pull that off? Hell no. Let's see what Rain has to say. Oh, I know he got
I
pissed.
wanted to talk about the recent tower changes.
I know he got
My throat's
pissed.
kind of cooked, so I can't talk for an entire video, but I'll just give you a quick TLDR here, and then you can watch my stream gameplay and how I arrived at that and my thoughts during the stream. Basically, I think if you have the newer teams, like say Zoni Premium, or you have like Forlova Premium, or even like Augusta free-to-play teams, it feels perfectly fine to clear tower. With that being said, I was noticing that even when I was playing my GN and I was playing my Camellia, I was struggling pretty hard to actually clear tower if I wasn't using my signatures. It feels like the 1.0 units are basically mandatorily locked into using their signatures. I was technically able to get the clear on the GN without the signature, and then for the Camellia, if I swapped over to a crit fish for cost, I would have been able to do it as well. But it is extremely difficult, and I'm noticing a lot more of the disparity between the 1.0 and the 2.0 units. My overall takeaways were, for the 2.0 units, it feels perfectly fine and reasonable to do tower, and I think the difficulty is perfectly okay. But for the 1.0 units, I think that this really shows that they need a buff, and I'm hoping that Kuro sees this and gives them some love, because right now, I feel like they're falling really far behind, and if you don't have signatures, they feel like complete trash to play. Anyway, subscribe and enjoy the video. I want to take a dive into the most recent tower. I haven't looked too much into this. So the first thing I'm seeing, we have Spectral Frazzle on left tower with Hecate on here. That's a crazy addition. Have they had Hecate in tower before? That's actually a crazy boss. We got Havoc and Arrow resistance down and Glacial and Spectral up. They're trying to make it so your Carlotta and your Zoni teams are worse here. Okay. And then obviously this is a shield chill thing, but it does look like you can actually get this, most of the buff, on every character. So even if you're not using the shielding characters, Augusta or Yuno, you still get this buff. So I like that. I like that the buff is more universal. That's great for the game. I want to see more buffs like this. Less buffs like this. This buff is bad. The Spectral Frazzle buff is bad. This thing sucks too. This buff right here is very good because if you're the shield character, you benefit more from this. But, even if you're not the shield character, you can still use it. I don't have to bring a Spectral Frazzle unit here to actually benefit from this. That's great. That is great. Intro skill increases attack for 15 seconds. When Resonators cast Resonance skills, their liberation damage increases by 30% for 5 seconds. So this is obviously for Sheng Liao, but this is more universal too, because it's a Resonance Liberation damage buff, which is good. That means any Resonance Liberation character can use this, but then also you get the extra attack here, which is more universal than just 20% heavy, and then go fuck yourself after that. Is it just straight up fallacy? Oh, it is. Dude, seeing the rest ring there is crazy, no? That's funny. No crit is crazy, bro. Where's my crit at? Hey, be careful not to go into Verena here.
どこにも逃げられないよ。いいか、
That didn't dodge? Aw.
この痛みを感じて。
I only get 154k. This is Havoc down, by the way. That's kind of crazy.
私の後ろにその盾を解き放て。楽しそう。進化を日向ぼっこの時間ですよ。再生の時。個体化の時。
I'll still clear. This will definitely clear. This will definitely clear. Dude, I'm so rusty on Camellia. My rotation is so slow. I kind of want to redo this one out of principle. No, this will clear for sure. Even missing the crit, this is pretty free. Even at level 80. Why did someone tell me that I was gonna have a hard time clearing? There's like no shot I have a hard time clearing with its Havoc down. Even on EOG at level 80, like I'm just not gonna have a hard time here. No way.
個体化の時。花の養分にしてあげる。これ楽しそう。
Dude, having to dodge here is annoying. Alright, honestly, this wasn't too bad. I thought this would be harder, just based on what you guys made it sound like, but when I'm using EOG and I'm level 80, I mean, I guess I'm doing pretty decent rotations and my Sanhua's not built. Nah, that wasn't that bad. Like, look at the Camellia. Level 80 EOG, level 8 skills, level 7 on here. I can tighten up that rotation too. That wasn't even like a good rotation. That was like a mediocre one. You guys said that this second half was much harder to clear. Let's go ahead and test it now. This is like where...
I want to go see the fucking thing.
習性を嘘つける。
怒りました。才になれ。
build issues, CCCCC? Who said that?
止められるものか。局を開く。力を貸す。
Who said build issue? Is that a meme I missed?
これが
Did I miss something? What is build issue, bro?
What the fuck?
兵器。
I mean, looks like he's got enough time to do this.
星の歌よ。
Boom! Big ol'.
怒りました。死に焼き尽くす。実行作戦を始めましょう。恐れなし。来ないのか。これで決める。力を。
Maybe not.
ついのちりを告げる。
Bang, 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 bang.
入力。
皆ほど知る。
アドアスト。
怒りました。燃えろ。灰になれ。と。実機や剣を。止められるものか。始めましょう。力を貸してもらう。
He's already lost
Wait, is
this.
this the clear? Pog! Oh my god, that took so long. Jesus Christ. That was so annoying.
常に変化し。
Alright, here's my TLDR on the tower. If you have the new characters, I don't think the tower is too difficult. I think the tower is perfectly fine if you have the new characters. The problem I have is the disparity between the older characters and the newer characters. If you use newer characters, it is pretty reasonable to clear the tower. Like, I cleared with 30-ish seconds left on my Zani team, and my team's not even that well built, and I used...
I got a stupid dumb question here. For a 3-star clear, it's 150 seconds. Isn't 150 seconds 2 minutes and 50 seconds? What is 150 seconds in minutes? 2.5. $150 seconds equals 2.5. He's at 2.43. I'm stupid. You're right. 2.3. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm fucking reading it wrong. Yeah. I'm fucking retarded.
実験は止められるものか。始めましょう。力を貸してもらう。ここに
Wait, is this a clear?
Right at 2:30, with only a second left. 2:31:46 with only 1 second left to fucking spare. No, I'm fucking retarded. I'm sorry. I'm dumb. No, for some reason I'm fucking thinking 2.5 of like 250. It just it didn't dawn on me because 60 seconds, half of 60 seconds is 2:30. Yeah, I got it. I fucked up.
27 seconds left.
Actually, he's got a good bit of time left there. How are you gonna defend this shit? How the fuck can you defend this shit? How the fuck can you run this shit and not complain? With signature, I'm sure it'd be better, but this is just saying that you basically need signature. That's a premium fucking team. Shorekeeper, Mort, and fucking GN. And I know Rain fucking his builds are fucking good. He wouldn't have just gone in here with a shit build. I'm sure of that. Fuck me. So the Tower Adversity really fucking ramped up. Oh, I'm sure he fucking had a fucking ball saint on this shit.
100K. The goal, basically, it's like this. If you can dodge most.
Let's see what his final thoughts are. Let's see what his final thoughts of what this is.
It's a shield buff, but you can take full advantage of it by just dodging. And if you can't dodge, right, then naturally playing Augusta or Yuno is going to be nice. But you can also just play Tao Chi or Jian Xin, or just dodge, and you get the same effect from it. So it's kind of just like, well, you gotta utilize the buff, but every single character in the game can utilize the buff. Every single character in the game can utilize the buff. It's more so just, well, you gotta make sure you're not getting hit if you want to utilize it, or have a shielder. And I guess it's like, for people that might have the skill issue, it's like, yeah, you're probably going to want to put in the Tao Chi if you can't dodge most of the attacks. But yeah, I mean, it's like, this could be something that a lot of people struggle with. This is basically like the dodge check bonus. I will see.
Hold on here. Hold the fuck on here. Hold the fuck on here. Is the dude really fucking saying skill issue? Is the dude really saying that if you can't do this, it's skill issue?
Might have the skill issue. It's like, yeah, you're probably going to want to put in the Tao Chi if you can't dodge most of the attacks. But yeah, I mean, it's like, this could be something that a lot of people struggle with. This is basically like the dodge check bonus. I will see, based off of future testing, I'm going to go ahead and say this is an accessible buff to every character in the game. This isn't one of those buffs that goes ahead and says, because you don't have a character, you basically can't play. It's a matter of, oh, you have different conditions that you have to do to clear. And if you're playing Augusta or you don't really have to do anything. Who asked? Different across your gameplay because you're generating these shields anyways. That's shield, 100%. But is it shield to the point where you literally can't clear? Or there are characters that can't activate its effect? No. Every single character in the game can activate this effect.
Right.
I can't view it as the most predatory shit ever when everyone can use it. And it
Well, guys, I guess I can't say that this right here is predatory because everyone can use this shitty buff right here in CCC. CCC is not predatory no more because everyone's got ultimate damage. Everyone can launch an ultimate damage. I at least got one buff that's not predatory. I can't call it shit. I can't call the game predatory.
It is a little bit more annoying to use, and that's why we're going to be making quite a bit of follow-up content to explore a couple of things. A, what are some other team alternatives you can use? What are some other shielders you can use? And of course, right, what are some of the special tips and tricks if you don't have a character like Augusta and you don't have Yuno, right? We might be finding that certain characters on the roster might get a...
Here's a question. This is a question that needs to be answered. Can Danjin mains solo it? Do we have our solo Danjin mains? Have they completed it? Or is solo Danjin finally dead?
Little bit of extra time to shine. And some of the examples that I'll just be talking about over here are these two. It's been a while. It's been a while, right, chat? Since you've seen any of these guys doing anything at all. So yeah, we'll be making some follow-up content on this reset. This is kind of like our first...
Why the fuck would I use either one knows what I got Brant?
Impressions on it. Overall, I would just say the middle tower itself is looking pretty good. Like this seems well balanced to me. This is definitely harder. I don't like this Light Crusher boss. It's kind of a piece of shit. And this floor seems to feel pretty good. Just having two bosses one after another. It does actually feel quite fun. And the fact that I'm able to brute force it with the fusion team, this ensures this tells me...
Oh my god. Can someone pull me the clip of when St. Tonos talked to Sakapoko, whatever his name was, in Genshin, where Sei kept saying, I don't want to use that character, I don't want to use that character, I don't want to use that character, I don't want to use that character. Like when he was trying to mention how you could go through the fucking goddamn fucking shit of who can clear it. Please, someone send me that clip. I know someone has that clip somewhere. Do we need a drunk check? Do we need a drunk check? Type in exclamation drunk check. We do have a Danjin main that soloed it? Are we serious? That ain't a real... Where's the Danjin? There it is. So it's not a real fucking Danger Solo.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is pretty safe to say that Genshin Impact, they've more than defense. And again, from and if you don't
There's a couple going here.
break it, the boss. Why do I need a guide on how to climb something in Genshin Impact? A guide, a 6-minute, 30-second video on how to climb something in Genshin Impact. This is how low these devs are willing to. And this is the thing. No ill feelings towards the CC that you guys are all seeing over here, Mr. Sekapoko. The only ill feelings that I have when it comes to this entire situation is, unfortunately, the community of dumb little children that he's cultivated across his career. And that's not really his fault. It's the fact that he streams Genshin Impact for 6, 7, 8 hours a day. That's naturally gonna draw dumbasses to your stream like honey. This is the sort of pocket watching that I'm talking about.
Man, what the fuck? Okay, truck check time. Hold on. Truck
So
check
we
time.
can see over here, we're having a lot.
That
of
was
fun
the
at my
best.
expense. We're
Yo,
having
I
a
need
lot
to
of
meet this
fun at my
man.
expense.
I need to meet this
And
man.
we're
I'll play
also,
Genshin.
I guess celebrating as well. I think
I'll play
he's
Genshin.
just glad to see somebody actually playing the game that he does. Because let's be real here, not a lot of people are actively, I feel like, enjoying Genshin Impact at the moment. So I guess he's glad to see what's going on. That's a little bit of the context of what happened over here. Seka then proceeded to go ahead and do his own clear. And so what you're gonna see over here on the side, you're gonna see characters like Nahida, you're gonna see characters like Farina, you're gonna see Kuki Shinobu. Actually the same team that I was using, right? Actually the same team, or sorry, not the same team that I was
let me
using.
move the camera here.
Basically, Seka's going ahead, and with his account, he's using characters like,
God damn it.
I'm gonna be real here, C2 Nahida, C2 Farina, which are, let's just be honest here, some of the strongest constellations in Genshin Impact. They improve the damage efficiency of your team to levels that probably don't really make sense at all. There's some of the biggest upgrades that the character can have, and you can see over here, he's barely clearing at 7 minutes. If you go below 7 minutes, if you go to 6:59, you are officially not in 3-star territory anymore. And so with one of the arguably strongest teams in the game, Mr. Sekapoko was barely clearing with 7 minutes. And you want to know who was on the first side? A C2 Arlecchino. Yeah, on the first side, he had a C2 Arlecchino. So collectively, that is 6 constellations worth of teammates, and we're barely clearing with 7 minutes on the floor. Oh, they all have their best in slot weapon as well. Can't forget that one. And so we're going ahead and we're using the backing of, instead of just 8 limited characters in our clear, we're
Do I need to
using
do it again?
basically the equivalent of about 14 limited characters in our clear. 3 C2s, and we're barely clearing at 7 minutes. When these teams in the past abysses, believe me, they'd be wiping that shit with like a minute left, with at least 45 seconds left, maybe a minute 30 left, because of how strong those characters are. And in the current state, where we are over here, that's barely cutting it. And so we're making a lot of excuses, right? We're making a lot of excuses. We're saying it's skill issue, but how much of it is actually a skill issue when the guy who's playing this game for 8 hours a fucking day used the same teams that I did with more investment than I did, frankly, to be honest, and is barely clearing it with 7 fucking minutes on the clock. Yeah. So that was a response over here. And unfortunately, there was some glue provided. But you're gonna have to break your neck to actually see what's going on over here. I'm sorry for the fact that a lot of the chat might be, I'm not even gonna do it. I'm just gonna listen. Rotation, and bro took like 1/4 of his HP.
Yeah, that happens when you don't keep up with the meta in Genshin, and I think the game's easy.
Oh gosh. I mean, oh dearie me.
This is what happens.
I mean, everything here is hydroimmune, so it's like I can't really. Keyword that he said over here, I start complaining about the lack of damage that I'm dealing. The fact that when I'm going into this abyss floor, I'm having an awful experience compared to what I had before. And Sekapoko, right? The guy that they're saying is like the king of mitigating skill issue and the best player ever, literally says this is what happens when you don't keep up with the meta. I agree with him. Me not doing that much damage is a result of me not keeping up with the meta. And the reason why I need to keep up with the meta is quite simple, because these devs are inflating the HP in the game like fucking crazy, where a
That is a drunk check clear. That is a drunk check clear. Because, I mean, for anyone who does not realize what exactly we just did there on the live stream, where you saw my face, you saw me blow into a device, call the backtrack. This is exactly what the fuck I bought. I will show you. I went to Walmart. I said, look, I'm not gonna lie. I told the lady at the fucking goddamn fucking place over there, I was like, look at the pharmacy section of Walmart. I need a fucking device that fucking says I'm drunk or not. Fucking thought I was weird as shit. For 51 bucks, because that's as much as I was going to spend, we bought this. So that way we can check our alcohol fucking levels. So yeah, this was purchased, this was bought, and it is being used. So that way, when some fucking dumbass person right here who only likes to go ahead and use insults with no factual basis behind it, I mean, it would be just as bad as if I would go ahead and mention that, you know what, no wonder the fucking goddamn fucking cats in this city must be missing. So when you're going to use a fucking insult to call me an alcoholic, I could go ahead and factually disprove it. Just like I factually disproved that I am, quote unquote, as the community says, theorized to be gay. Even though I typically do agree with it that I might be 5% gay, I still have a son and a wife and a stepson. And lo and behold, I'd still prefer vagina over dick. At the same point in time, to go ahead and make the insult that I'm an uneducated retard, well, we went ahead and we showcased all of our licenses, which now the third accusation here is me being an alcoholic. So you couldn't staple me with the gay one. You couldn't staple me with being a retard that was uneducated. So we have to go with the third best one, which is I'm an alcoholic that I'm always drinking on a live stream. So pre-recorded breathalyzer test. He's drunk. Okay. We're going to play that fucking game now. Vaz, you motherfucking bitch. You motherfucker. Go fuck yourself. We're going to play that game? Okay. Guys, it's all been pre-recorded. You know, this live stream, I'm not real. Turn this off. We can X out of that. Okay, Vaz. Pre-recorded, right? Let me see. Do I have anything at this table I can use? All right, tell you what. How about I show you lollipop titties, Vaz? I was given this actually today. Someone who watches my streams, which is a coworker, said, hey, I'll give this to you. There you go. That's totally pre-recorded, right? Pre-recorded. Totally showing it. Yep, totally pre-recorded. La 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 la. So if it's so pre-recorded, let's see. Let me read. Fox is AI like WUWA. People have different preferences. Fox is really good at AI. Not enough dick. One more time. We're waiting. 18. There you go. Now, can I go back to my bang boo? I spent good money on this motherfucker. I want to fucking see it. You guys don't want to see this face. I'm fucking ugly as shit right now. Look at this shit. I'm fucking ugly as fuck. Maybe one day I'll get fucking non-camera shy and I'll fucking just stay on the camera for you guys. Nah, fuck that shit. You guys don't fucking want my face. Let's turn this back on. Calibrate. All right, done. God, I feel like I need to set up a new web camera just for the breathalyzer, and that's it. I don't think I look good. I think I look like shit, man. Like, no, I'm just sitting here, fucking talking. Go ahead, give me my guys' opinions. And like I said, I've heard that, you know, straight up, I'm gay, I'm retarded, and because I crashed out, I was drunk. I mean, you really want to talk about fucking crash out and being drunk? You really want to fucking go that fucking route? I mean, we can go that fucking route. Maybe we need to play the maybe we need to go ahead and watch the moment when St. Tonus himself was drunk on his own live stream. Would you guys like to see that? Would you like to see when he drank and he crashed out just like little old me? I think a lot of you would, you know, sort of appreciate that. Right? Right? You know, kind of like this.
Elements don't matter. Attack style doesn't really matter.
Look, we're just holding on to our fucking intro skill with the fallacy about to go sicko mode. We're just chilling. What? Look at this fucking gameplay. Look how long his intro skill is up against the fallacy.
I know it's only been 6 months, but I have a hard time finding a clear definition for character.
This is why you don't know how to play the goddamn game. Look how long he's holding
Elements
it.
don't matter. Attack
He's
style
just attacking. It's
doesn't really
up. It's up.
matter. It's
Just use it.
just can you parry and
How long is
attack
it
style
up?
doesn't really matter. It's just can you parry and dodge and do your rotation properly. At the end of the day,
He just sits here.
Remember, boys and girls, I'm the drunk one.
It is pretty fucking clear why there wasn't a lot of good content for WUWA when it dropped. Because if this is how the CCs are thinking about the fucking game,
Why did my chat disappear for a second? There it goes.
these established CCs, their reputation actually needs to be burned to the fucking ground. If this is
Yeah,
the
so I
kind of
messed up.
shit that they are saying to their fucking audience. You cannot be taken seriously anymore. You don't deserve to be taken seriously anymore. I was like not in the boat of like going after individual content creators with my fucking content. But I think I will now.
Thoughts
What
on?
is this shit?
Okay.
It is pretty fucking clear why there wasn't a lot of good content.
The thoughts on the ALG saying Kate and Nick's call today? I already gave it out earlier, but I'll give it out again. Straight up, that call was not productive in my personal opinion. Maybe like 2% productive, if anything, 2 to 5% productive. Otherwise, St. Tonis led the charge in that, and I straight up felt in that call when they should be talking about the game, St. Tonis was really egging on ALG with the EOverse talks by trying to say, EO lied about you, right? He put in his title about the lying of HP inflation to try to frame you as a liar. Ha 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 ha. And the Joshua situation, like, it's somebody who's going to take your 5-minute video and make a 27-minute video about it. Yeah, that's right. That's right, St. Tonis. To make a fucking 30-minute fucking video on a 5-minute fucking video. Oh, I wonder who else fucking did that. So, right in the live stream saying that kind of shit, which both Joshua and both EO were not present in that call to defend themselves, was the most distasteful I felt in that situation. And thank God for Kate for doing his due diligence to be like, yo, let's not slander these guys. Let's keep the topic on the game. Great guy. I felt like even like Nix and them was like moderating more into this to try to keep it back on topic. Even ALG himself at the end was trying to keep it back on topic. But what I feel like what happened in that entire call personally was nothing to do. We could tell Saint didn't. It didn't feel like Saint actually cared about ALG's feelings or about what he thought of. He was just trying to push the buttons to try to get a reaction. And that is what pretty much it came into, because then he went into the community, it went into talking about HSR and all this other stuff and try to pin this, pin that to try to make shit relevant when it wasn't relevant. It was ultimately probably, oh god, it was a very cringe-worthy call, because like I stated this before, I think in the terms of Average Luck Gamer. Average Luck Gamer does not want to hear bullshit like with the last call. He doesn't want to hear bullshit about how I could do to fix my problem. He wants people to listen, and just listen. He already knows in general probably how to fix everything. He already knows. That's not what the issue is. The issue is that the guy right now doesn't feel good about the game, and it's not a situation about trying to tell him right, wrong, left, right, or whatever. It's about just listening to the guy. And I feel like this call should have been more of a secondary call to the first one, where it just gives ALG more time to speak, more time to put his thoughts down. And I just feel like this guy did everything to make the show around him. That's it. I feel like St. Tonis took over that entire call. And it wasn't about representing the ZZZ community in any which way, shape, form. It was about doing it for himself. I mean, I gotta give Kate like full props. The dude like legitimately did not lose patience. He did outstanding. Like, this is straight up. Even he, because I guarantee he fucking knew what the fuck Saint was doing too. I guarantee he fucking knew. He's like, this guy's trying to bait shit out. He's really trying to bait it. And I'm not going to give him the fucking audacity to fucking let him fucking see me. Because you could tell, even then, with Kede, you could even tell right then. He came in, he's like, look, let's not talk about EO, let's not talk about Josh. We're not going to slander them. We already made our peace in private, outside the community. We had that conversation. Even ALG made that remarks as well. Let's not slander them. Let's not slander them. But it's like St. Tonis kept picking at it. Picking and picking and picking and picking and picking and picking. You want to know what my honest opinion is about what that entire call was about? That entire call was St. Tonis trying to plant a bug, a seed, if you would. Can't seed. Was trying to plant a seed to try to make sure that the ZZZ community of CCs right there are going to maintain having a civil war. Like, I feel like he is seeing ALG at a low point right now, and he's trying to coach him. Like, I'll say it like this. It's this situation right here. I will play the fucking situation. You want to know what I feel like without actually explaining it? I'll show it. There you go.
You're fulfilling your destiny, Anakin.
This is what was happening.
Become my apprentice. Learn to use the dark side of the Force.
I will do whatever you ask.
Good.
Just help me save Padme's life. I can't live without her.
To cheat death is a power only one has achieved. But if we work together, I know we can discover the secret.
I pledge myself to your teachings.
That's how I felt about it. That's how I felt. That's what it looks like. That's what that call for a good major of the portion looked like. All we have to do is keep bringing up the ZZZ bullshit. Did I check the ALG stream comment section? No, I did not. Let's go see. Let's go see. You say he's crazy. I'm guessing it's this one right here. Let's zoom it in so you guys can read it too. Not sure if platforming the Ben Shapiro ZZZ is the way to go to have a good conversation. Also, not adjusting his volume so he towers over everyone else. It sounded like the announcer didn't help. Stop giving St. Tones attention for the love of God, please. There's no way y'all think you want to listen to him talking, please. Man, as a viewer of a lot of gotcha content on YouTube, it has become obvious to me that St. Tones does not discuss anything in good faith. The ZZ content creation spheres felt like it was nice because of the lack of characters like him. I don't really want to hear discussions with him regarding of a topic, ignoring whether one point's valid or not. I cannot take anyone seriously who constantly uses and spreads misinformation as often as he can get away with it to further his often areas or bad faith points. Really disappointed that you felt it was a good idea to bring him into a discussion for your audience. What's dislike? All right, well, the like ratio and dislike ratio is Why not have a discussion with the creators who have already proven and come to the table with good faith and arguments? Both have the love for the game and clearly demonstrate the ability to think critically about the game. I feel like there's many other content that's worth listening to instead of this. You have a lot of ZZCCs you could have talked to, but instead you picked ZZ's number one hater and WUWA's Glazer St. Tonis. Okay. Let me be devil's advocate here. This is me going to defend this shit, okay? St. Tonis, I'm defending your ass here, okay? Give me some fucking props. I'm going to defend you. In fact, like, to show you how serious I am going to defend him, give me a second here. To show you how serious I am, I'm going to defend him. I feel like this is necessary. Give me a second. I feel like this is actually fucking necessary. Turn this off again. This is me. If you're an ALG fan and you were talking in ALG's chat and you don't like what the fuck you saw, let me fucking defend ALG for you. Okay. First and foremost, to anyone who is an ALG fan, that might be lurking in my chat and everything else that does not like the fact that St. Tonus was in there, and you're making these types of comments right now, okay? Okay, you're making these types of comments. Like, there's a lot of CCs you could have talked to, but you picked up the number one hater. Okay, the entire stream was a waste of breath for everyone who speaks from Saint. Straight up, this is why Saint of all people, guys, unbearable. Let me explain why. Okay, let me explain why for you. Average Luck Gamer, yes, he could talk to a lot of ZZZ content creators in good faith that he has known. But that's the problem. The problem is that you got a lot of ZZ content creators, and he does not particularly want their thought pattern because he already knows what they're going to say. We already know what EO's going to say. I mean, like, look, god damn it, man. Like, when I say we already know what EO's going to say, even EO pissed me off in that fucking original call from before, okay? Like, EO's a great guy. I give EO props any fucking other time, right? But with ALG, we had to create this.
Goddamn IEO! What the hell, man? What is that take? What the hell, man? Bro, you lost in the sauce again.
The fact of the matter is that even though we might not like St. Tonus is another viewpoint. St. Tonus, whether we know the good, the bad, the ugly of the man, it's a different viewpoint. And just because we don't like it, he's giving St. Tonus a chance to help, because St. Tonus right now, in ALG's mind, would probably be the only other person that he probably can relate better with in the sense of understanding about the HP inflation issues and everything else. Because even though the ZZZ community, we all understand, all the different CCs understand that HP inflation is growing. It is growing. We are at the point right now, we're still saying that it's not a problem because that's what we believe. ALG thinks it's a problem. So going to someone like EO, right? Going to someone like EO, what did EO basically tell him? EO said basically, dude, go play Haramasa, you know, some shit, right? Like, there's other things you could do. That's not what the problem is. ALG already knows a solution to the problem. What he's trying to express is that he's not having fun because of these particular reasons. In good faith, a lot of ZZ community of the other CCs don't practically see those similar points. Okay? They don't feel the same way that ALG does. They have compassion, empathy, they understand, but they don't feel that way. Who feels this way? Saint. And whether you like or whether you hate Saint, in that general direction, it is still another viewpoint for him to bounce off of. We might not like it. Like I said, I thought the call was cringe. I don't know how ALG thought about it at the end of this, if it was a good idea for him, if it helped him in any or whatever. I don't know. But my take is that it wasn't a productive call. Maybe to ALG it was more productive than we think it is. And that's not a bad thing. If ALG tomorrow comes out and says, hey, look, I feel 10 times better because of St. Tonus, then you know what? It was a good thing. It was a good thing. If tomorrow ALG says, I'm going to start playing Weather and Waves and no longer ZZZ, well, guess what? Maybe that might be a good thing for ALG. I've gone through a similar situation like this with my own community back in Guilty Gear days when I invited someone into my calls that was considered one of the most hated people in the fucking community because he was an elitist. I didn't treat no one different, not even him. I treat everybody the fucking same. ALG did the same thing. He treated Saint, Kate, Nyx, all the same. No one's higher than the other person. All he's trying to do is figure out himself right now. Figure out his own feelings. And sometimes you got to talk to what we might consider the devil in order to get your answer. So yeah, I'm going to defend, whether you guys like it or not, I'm going to defend the fact that, you know what, this is a little bit too much going on in here. Yep, unsubscribe. Don't need to watch this guy on any more ZZ content. There's a lot of people you could talk to about it. You chose that clown. Again, you're saying speaking to the devil is desperate. It's utter desperation. At the same point in time, you may consider it that way. Speaking to the devil is desperation. But at the same point in time, for a lot of us that's out there, whether you think it's desperation or not, sometimes we have to hear things from another point of view. Right? The world is not black and white, guys. It's not black and fucking white. So it's in fucking color. The only problem, let me put it like this. The only real problem that anyone has with St. Tonus, besides misinformation, okay? A lot of people are going to say that. Let me tell you what the problem is. If St. Tonus, right? If Saint himself was actually critical of ZZZ without insulting it, I want you to think for a second for each and every one of yourselves. We hear St. Tonus speak. He's going to tell you that miasma shield is a problem. The game's cooked. The game is fucking dog shit. The story's fucking dog shit. He's going to say all these kind of things, right? We already know it's mostly for entertainment value. But reluctantly, how many people did I talk to after the fact, after St. Tonus said 2.0 and 2.1 story was dog shit, that we all talked about it, and in general consensus, we all kind of said that 2.0 was a little bit meh. 2.1 was decent, but it wasn't nothing to call home to. It wasn't nothing that exciting. It was good, but it wasn't great. When we talk about Miasma Shield, that's a little bit of a different story. From his observations on it, it did look shitty. We all kind of agreed it looked shitty. The problem is that we had creators in the content creator space that looked at it and said, hey, look, this is a gimmick. Don't doom post it. It's okay. Hako and them to showcase it. What pissed us off was the fact that new information is coming alight that says, hey, look, this is not that bad. Here's video. Here's evidence of it. And we're seeing St. Tonus basically look at a thumbnail of A-rank hunters with AW engines clearing the miasma priest and pressing the X on it, says, no, I'm not going to watch it because it's too sweaty because it's A-rank hunters. It's A-rank agents. That's what pissed everybody off. What pisses people off about St. Tonus is the way he brings his message to the ZZ community. He is absolutely more than critical. He attacks rather than just being critical about it. His takes aren't 100% wrong, though. When he says HP inflation is happening, he's right. When he says HP inflation is an issue, not right now, maybe in the future. That was the point that I've been trying to make for the last 3 months now, is that he's right about the HP inflation going up, but is it actually a problem at this point in time? No, it's not. We're still able to see the cunning hairs clear, for example. It's not an issue right now. It could be in the future, but not at this present time. St. Tonus, if he would actually stop calling ZZZ dog shit, he would actually pertain to doing critical takes and not sarcastically throw shade at the community throw shade at the game that you love, you too probably will say, might not like the guy, but I could probably at that point in time agree with 60% of his take. But because the way he pushes his take right now and the way he's dismissing information and not objectively looking at new information that disproves things, we can say that you take his take at 0%. Again, I'm a guy who doesn't hate St. Thomas. I do feel like, you know what, maybe in some cases I do owe him an apology. I'm not going to lie. I don't think I deserve to apologize to him for every single fucking thing. But there is some key factors that maybe if the man would be willing to have a sit down talk, whether it be private on a live stream or some bullshit like that, then I would be saying, okay, let's have a little bit of a conversation and let me first apologize for me being abruptly rude to you. Me being harsh on my commentary towards you. But I have a biased opinion, and let me explain why. And see if we can get past that point. Knowing me, I would get fucking farmed, and it would be used against me. That's just the way I would see it. But I would still at least give it a shot. At the end of the day, ALG, whether we like the man or whether we don't like the man, needed another viewpoint. And the only other person who was throwing out there to say, hey, look, I'm going to go ahead and talk to you, buddy, was Saint. Now, how that call went, I mean, if you guys want to go ahead and watch the call, it's 2 hours and 57 minutes. I've already watched it live. If you guys want to relive it, pause it at times, and react to it, we can do it. I leave that door open to you. Type in one in the fucking chat if you want to go ahead and watch everything that happened again. And this way we can commentate on it. Or 2, don't bother bringing it up. I'll let that option be to y'all. If I see more 1s in the chat than 2s, I'll play it. If I see more 2s than 1s, I won't play it. But in general, I get what ALG was trying to do. It's for his own mental health. All right, I already see a bunch of 2s. We're good. I see that for ALG, his mental health right now really matters. And sometimes you got to get out of your comfort zone, like what he did. You got to talk to someone like St. Thomas. Sometimes talking to the devil, man, brings other things into light. I don't think ALG is going to quit ZZZ. A lot of y'all guys have been placing that out there like, oh, he's going to go to Weather and Waves. And you know what? If he does, I think it'd be a good thing. He gets to experience another game. He gets to take a break from ZZZ. He gets to enjoy something else, maybe. And instead of just being a ZZZ content creator, maybe he could be a gacha content creator. Maybe he can cover both games. That would be look, I think Weather and Waves and ZZZ complement each other very fucking well. I think that if you play both games, you will see that. You will see that they both give you that same adrenaline rush, but in a different way. And it gives you that dopamine effect that we all like. It's really good. I think that in this case, basically hitting on ALG for talking to St. Thomas is absolutely the dumbest fucking thing to say. I understand that you have a personal bias. You have a personal hatred for Saint in your regards. Like I said, I got my own bias, but I don't hate the man. I just think that let ALG find ALG. Right now, it's a soft spot. It's a soft topic going on right now. It is what it is. Got to give ALG at least this. Okay? I give him this. You should give him this at least. The guy has the courage. The fucking courage to tell his community he's not having fun with ZZZ like he used to. You know how hard, actually hard that is to tell a dedicated community of fans you have of 34K subscribers that you're not having fun with the game, of the content that your fans watch? Do you know how hard that actually is? Think about it. What a lot of people is missing about ALG right now is they're forgetting that at the end of the day, ALG is still a human being. He's still a fucking human being. He still feels obligated to his community of 34K people. And coming out into a live stream and then making a 5-minute video basically saying, hey guys, I'm not really having fun right now in ZZZ. You know how hard that is? I am sure the dude was expecting to get hated on. I think you could cut him a little bit of slack, understand where he's coming from, and the reason why, yes, he's talking to someone like St. Tonus. Because, bro, who was here when we watched it with EO talking to ALJ? Like, when you're going to read, like, there's other ZZ content creators you could have talked to. He talked to Josh and he talked to EO yesterday. And what did EO, not yesterday, but the day before yesterday, whatever. What did EO do? EO took over the call, just like St. Tonus. And relatively had some bad takes in it. He was trying to help, don't get me wrong. EO was trying his damnedest to help, man. He was out there trying his best to be EO, right? Being Yap Master Jitsu right here. He's coming out of his way. He's like, oh man, we got this HP inflation. And he's just going, right? He's just going. And you're seeing ALG in the chair going, oh God, please save me. ALG even wrote in the notepad, like, get me the fuck out of here. Because why? EO didn't read the room. Because that wasn't a call about how to competitively play. That wasn't a call about saying that gotcha games are gotcha. Because that's not what it's about. Gotcha games terminology is they're from the Japanese gotcha, the coin machines where you put the money in and you get it, and you may or may not get the toy that you want. It's a gotcha machine. It's not based on gotcha. Hell no. And that's why, like I'm saying, he had that call. That call kind of was also not productive. And he's trying this. Not productive. Now it's up to ALG to figure out what to do next. Maybe he got helped here. Maybe he didn't. Maybe there's other things that he's doing right now. I would love to talk to Average Luck Gamer. I would love to talk to him in the faction of, dude, I'm going to shut up. You talk. I'll ask you a question here and there when you allow me to, but otherwise, I just want to hear from you. Because you're not going to solve the problem that's in his mind right now by trying to tell him that he's wrong. Whether you believe he's wrong or whether you don't believe he's wrong, you're not going to solve the problem by doing that. You're going to solve the problem by listening, understanding, and letting him, all this stuff that he's got bottled up, let it go. Help him to let it go. Because I'm not sure about you guys. When I was a kid, I was growing up, I had temper issues. I had a temperament problem. I was a kid that used to punch a hole in the wall. I'm out everybody. That's what happens here. I used to punch a hole in the wall. Because why? I used to bottle shit up. Used to break my knuckles on a brick wall all the time. Because I bottle shit up. And then I had to learn. I had to learn when I was dating my wife and everything else before we got married. I had to learn that I need to talk things out. I can't just suppress it all the time. Because the more I suppress it, the angrier I get. And then when finally something snaps, the person who's going to be on the other end is going to not deserve it. So it's best to let it out when I can to relieve the pressure. Here, we have a man who really loves Zenless Zone Zero. I could tell. ALG loves Zenless Zone Zero. It's his favorite game. He loves it. He loves making the content for it. He cares for it. Right now, the game's in a direction that he's afraid may go in a way that he doesn't like it. And it's not about adapting right now. It's not about, maybe I need to change this in my build. It's not about pulling a new character. It's nothing to do with none of the shit. It is currently right now, he needs to find his own acceptance. And he's yet to figure out how to do that acceptance. I guarantee you. Clip this and send this to ALG. See if I'm right. ALG, your entire problem right now is you don't need no one to tell you. You don't need a single soul to tell you how to solve the fucking problem because you already know how to solve the problem. The issue is that you right now want to be heard because you feel bad. The game's going in a direction you possibly don't like it to be in. You're hearing some different comments probably on the sidelines of similar people feeling the same way. And in general, you're just upset. You already know what the answer is to solve all of this and everything. You're just trying to find out if there's ways that you can help to deviate those changes. Like, can we get a bunch of people together to send some feedback to the devs? You want at least the ZZZ community to do something, which is try. That is what you're asking for. You're asking for the Zenless Zone Zero community to come together as a whole and to at least try to see if we can make a change from the Western audience side. Because you already know the CN side practically owns this shit. You're just trying to engulf me and everyone else. And you know what? I'm going to tell you right now. I'll put the same fucking feedback in the feedback. It doesn't hurt me none. But I'm willing that in any time, if Average Luck Gamer would like to have a conversation, my Discord's always open. I'm not going to go push myself onto the guy. But if he wants to have a talk anytime, and just listen and just have someone listen. I'm not EO. I'm not Saint. I'm a nobody. But I'm here. I'm here to listen. Simple as that. As much of a fan as I am, I do get the sense that ALG is worried about is what might happen if history is anything to go by. Yes. Yes, 100%. 100%. Oops. Did not mean to do that. I am so sorry. Hold on, I fix it. That was my bad. That was my bad. I'm sorry. Feed, you still there? Tail, you still there? You guys still there? Did I save y'all? It says you're mod again. The chat moved on me, and when it moved, they fucking moved my fucking shit. It was a misinput. It was a misinput. It was definitely a misinput. I'm so sorry. Feed finger. Dude, are you okay? Feed's back, so let me see you. No, one should be back. Sir. Chang, you there? You there? I'm so sorry. That's not what it was supposed to happen. I was supposed to click this standard moderator, not hide channel. My fault. I am so sorry. I might be drunk. Hold on. We need to check. Where'd I put it at? Right here. Hold on. We gotta check. I might be drunk. The wife might have put something in my drink. Hold on. Hold on, guys. Hold on. Drunk check. Nope, we're not drunk. We're good. We are good. I am so sorry. I am so sorry. We're good. I'm not drunk, guys. I'm not drunk. Like, look. The thing is, history has come through, and I gotta take a look at something. The thing is that I feel like oh, Jesus Christ. Go Mel, you didn't have to do that, buddy. I thank you for it, but you didn't have to do that. Bunch of you guys are going to be getting, 5 of you guys are going to be getting memberships. Welcome. All right. Here to clear test. All right. Let me put it like this, okay? We're talking about the history of Hoyoverse, HP inflation, the problems with HP inflation, right? And that we're worried that ZZZ is going to go in the same route as Genshin Impact and as Honkai Star Rail, right? That is what the biggest concern is in this entire situation. I'm correct. I want to see something. Don't every single gacha game do this in some way, shape, form? Like, I've heard about Soul Leveling Arise having this. I've heard about Grand Blue Fantasy gacha game having HP inflation. Like, I don't have all the information for all this, of course. But I've heard, like, this is like a standard practice that is not just in Hoyoverse's realm, but it's in general live service gacha games. That power creep and HP inflation go hand in hand. Why are we expecting? No offense here. This is just going to be me. This is my opinion here, right? Why are we expecting Zenless Zone Zero, Weather and Waves, or whatever gacha game to be the game to change this. Like, I don't think that the HP inflation, I mean, look, when we're talking power creep, we're talking HP inflation. To me, HP inflation is necessary for the pocket power creep. And power creep is necessary in a game to keep it interesting. It goes hand in hand. When it comes to power creep, you want let's be honest, you want newer units to be strong, to do more damage, to feel absolutely fucking amazing. So you have a reason to fucking pull them. You don't want to be pulling, let's say, you don't want to be pulling Alice and Alice is going to be as strong as every other fucking character you already got. You want Alice to be doing something a little bit better, right? You want it to where when you pull that character, it feels amazing compared to another, because it's like old toys. I mean, you don't go ahead and go trade in your old car to a new car for the new car to be the same as your old car, right? You want better gas mileage. You want that car to have better horsepower. You want that car to just be better. That's the entire point. You're trading up. You're trading up to a new car. The old car still got you to point A to point B, but it just wasn't as flashy. It just wasn't as powerful. It wasn't as good. So that's why, like I'm saying, is that in a general idea here, I think maybe the only issue I'm seeing with Zenless Zone Zero is, especially with this last DA, is that it touched people in the comfort zone area here, for example, and it was a little bit too sudden. Right? I think we could all agree upon that not necessarily you can't fucking clear it, not necessarily it was that big of an issue, but it was noticeable. It was quite noticeable. So when it's something like that is noticeable, that typically means, holy shit, something doesn't feel right. The last couple of DAs, it might have been noticeable, but not as much as it is now. Go to end the video and see what Satona says about WUWA. Wait, he still talks?
Yeah, I didn't know that. That sucks. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah. What about Miyabi, Vivian, Sukaku? Real work. But I will have a conversation I thought it was going to be. How's it going? We're just talking about how to send feedback. And then, honestly, I'm also probably wrapping up shortly as well. But yeah, like, it's also just saying as well, like, you know, we have a lot. It's crazy. Just anti-productive action. Hater or not, like, I think.
Like, you're talking about like in the call?
Able to do that.
Retaining the field. To a degree.
Is that it's like.
Only got like 30k total in DA. I feel like these guys, like, I think the problem.
On my side, yeah, I'm on my
is that like sometimes you guys for taking the time to come on.
Yeah, okay.
Not the lessons on grifting. This isn't grifting, okay? This is the opposite of grifting. You're talking about the issues and seeing, you know, what the possibilities are. I'm not saying like promote HP inflation. I'm not saying like promote predatory mechanics. It's just if there stuff is going on, just make content regarding the issue, and because that's what people will want to see at that time. Amazing farm opportunity.
I just be chilling with my video games, and I
my video games.
So I guess that's like the wrap up for all of us over here. Hopefully we're all feeling good. I think the conversation was once again amazing, and yeah, thank you guys for taking the time to come on and Times that could be okay. It was like fake. Because previously, maybe you didn't have a lot to say about a Shiyu reset. Now you have like multiple videos you can make on the topic, and I formed like 4 videos on. Great opportunity here for like all.
It's gotta be sooner than this, right?
The end game about community was.
What do you say about WUWA? Like I don't see it.
Either picking up, yeah, or they're
the 90s or something like that. Maybe the high 80s, depending on whether or not some of them have actually woken up. Is kind of like indicative of that, right? And I think that right now, this is kind of like what I meant talking before about how the community is like ready for like certain types of discussion, and the community is looking towards you guys, because there's an opportunity here to make this a very productive sort of situation, right? And unfortunately, the history surrounding this topic hasn't necessarily been productive, but it is what it feels like that's the dynamic that's going.
You have different
right there
a diet Sprite, depending on how old they are, and very vocal like elitist issue. Maybe like I'm pretty sure there are some people that can echo the same sort of like thoughts. There is a but these guys, I feel like the news that somebody like only got 6 stars in Shiyu, I feel like losing out on polychromes. And
it is it's not like the old times where you just got a game and that's the way it was. If you have an opinion about something, you are free to speak out on it. Simple as that.
I also think the thing is as well is that like I released my video game, but hear it for the most part, for better or worse, either what's the word?
Problem is definitely solving itself, right? I think the like ratio on like your video, I think it's in like the 90s or something like that, maybe the high 80s, depending on whether or not some of them have actually woken up, is kind of like indicative of that, right? And I think that right now, this is kind of like what I meant talking before about how the community is like ready for like certain types of discussion, and the community is looking towards you guys, because there's an opportunity here to make this a very productive sort of situation, right? And unfortunately, the history surrounding this topic hasn't necessarily been productive, but it is 100%. It has gotten worse in the past 6 months since the conversation started, right? So I really think that like just what I see on ALG's screen over here looks fantastic, right? And I'm also kind of like getting into, unfortunately, like the wrap up part, because I got stuff I need to do. But yeah, I think just taking a look at what ALG has on the screen, this looks awesome to me. Happy to talk with you guys at any time over like the course of just like whatever, just to like rehash any issues, see if there's any progress, stuff like that. Because like I'm gonna be real here, right? I think this conversation was overall pretty productive. I think that this conversation, we got out a lot of like a lot of people that we need to like unearth. I guess this is basically just like the last cry of, is there anything else that we should have talked about that we didn't talk about yet?
And be honest, because I see a lot of people typing, no, it hasn't. This hasn't been productive, incorrect. So what's the problem? Because that is the whole point. What is the problem? Speak up.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that on my side. Yeah, on my side. I'm seeing it. Yeah, look,
I guess
feels
I don't
like
see it in my chat either. Like, where you guys see, like, where you guys like, you guys follow, you guys have like some mean chatters, like, what? Because like I literally have ALGs open right now. ALGs is just chill. Mine's chill too.
I'm looking through mine right now. Where did you see that, Nix?
Right here, where someone said, let's see. Well, first of all, they're arguing about EO in your chat right now. This conversation started like,
okay, right. I think it's a little weird to freak out about that. Once again, it is not being done to like say that the game is bad. It's being done to say like, hey,
yeah, go back.
It's like.
I
think it's alright.
I think it's okay. And this is the thing, guys. It's like, if someone's gonna bring up another Hoyo game in the context of ZZZ, like, you guys, I think it's weird if you start freaking out if that happens, right? I think it's a little weird to freak out about that. Once again, it is not being done to like say that the game is bad. It's being done to say like, hey, don't let your game become like this. I think that's a fair thing when they're both made by the same company with the same CEO. I don't know. I don't know why people are like schizoing out about that.
I thought it was good. I think.
Yeah, I think this is fine.
We got
I think we're in a good spot. We got some good points. We got some stuff to put together. I'll put something together and then I'll share it with you guys, and then we can come to agreement with any changes, and then we can recirculate it. Maybe like the plan will be for the ZZZCCs to make YouTube posts about it, so that like a lot of communities will see it in some way.
You want to? The great part about this is you guys could farm this so hard. I'm gonna like I was hoping to like upload the vid, right? Because like, you know, with all the like discussion and stuff going on, I think you guys can like make follow-ups on this, make videos about this, keep this discussion going. Like, this is the odd phenomenon that I have, or that I've created, is that like sometimes the worse or the more predatory the game becomes, sometimes that could be. My bad.
Wait,
I might have fucked.
Yeah,
y'all good?
you just cut out
It
there,
happens
dude.
like
Y'all
once
good?
or twice every
Okay,
stream.
yeah.
Don't worry.
Yeah, it happens every stream. It just it took a while. It was like charging up for that one. The phenomenon that I discovered is that the worse, like the more predatory the game becomes, oftentimes like the more content you're able to make. Because previously, maybe you didn't have a lot to say about a Shi reset or like a DA reset. Now the DA resets sucks, and now you have like multiple videos you can make on the topic, and it's a similar vein, right? Much like how when Whimpering Wastes had its awful reset, I farmed like 4 videos on it within like a week, and it's just, it can actually be like a good thing, and I think there's a great opportunity here for like all of you guys to farm the shit out of this. So it's just like, don't like, this is good for your channels, at least. Maybe not for the game.
Wait, I don't participate in much in game for WUWA right now. I'm still trying to. I do tower sometimes, but Whimpering Waste, is that what people call WUWA?
Yeah, that's like the AoE wave based mode. Yeah, they had a patch where they introduced a fuck ton of HP inflation. We're just like, oh, this is a little bit fucked up, guys.
Extension in there, guys. Go make sure
the
you
most recent patch to add in new mechanics that definitely make it easier, but it's like they added in like a premium buff. Imagine like it's one of the DA buffs and it's useless. It's worse than like a gold or like a purple buff or like a common buff. Their gold premium level one. So naturally it needs a little bit of work, some additional cooking. We've already given the feedback for it. It's like it went really bad. It got slightly better, but still kind of shit. And we're just like waiting for the next one, which hopefully fixes it for good.
And
I'll get a
headache.
Basically.
And you're
I'm
saying
still making
like
videos about it.
because it had a rough update, you made a lot of videos off of it.
Yeah, because people are always talking about how like not great or not good it is, right? And so I get to make like follow-up vids, trying out different teams to see how dog shit it actually is. Much like how, right, you could be like, you know, upload some gameplay videos, get some of that, trying out like bad teams in the DA or like bad matchups. Or is Anomaly actually impossible? You know, a little bit of clickbait stuff like that. I don't know how you guys feel like running it, but it's just like, you know, it's like just the phenomenon of something being absurdly overtuned or hard, and like people being morbidly curious.
That's not the type of content that they've created, and that's not the type of content that I think they want to push. Like, maybe for ALG that would work. But Kate, I'm just gonna say, Kate, like, does Saint think he's an idiot? Does Saint think the milkman's a fucking idiot? Like, let me put it this way. When did I actually meet him? Give me a second. What's the wife messaged me about? When did I actually fucking meet him? Give me a second, guys. The movie server. Holy shit! I've been knowing him since August 7th of 2024 at 12:08 a.m. Shit, I didn't think it was that fucking long I've known him. God damn. Yeah, he generally enjoys ZZZ. Like, that's. Let me put it this way, okay? All right. I'll go show y'all. August 6th, okay? There. That's when he was invited. That's when he came into our server. August 6th, 2024, actually at 10:07 a.m., but he first post was at 12. When we would watch nothing but fucking movies here. This is a movie server between me and my closest friends in a sense. To where Valk invited him, and that's where we used to go ahead. I used to stream movies and we would just watch nothing but movies, okay? And let me tell you something. It was some of the funniest shit ever. Like, you want to talk about something? Like, Valk was playing fucking ZZZ. I'm playing WUWA. He's playing fucking ZZZ as well, right? Milkman's playing ZZZ. Dude, both Valk and Milkman is fucking having these conversations about ZZZ. I'm playing WUWA. We're watching a movie. And during the middle of the movie, they're just talking about it, right? It got to the point where even Valk's like, dude. I don't care about ZZZ, man. And it's like, all he wants to talk about... all he wants to talk about is none but ZZZ, man. He found this. He found that. He's doing this. He's learning this shit with this team. He's just like, every fucking call, we're watching a movie. And there he is. He is just coming in the call and just talking about how amazing ZZ is. It was absolutely, like, in the beginning, it was absolutely, he's like, hey, look at this thumbnail that I made and everything else. And it's just like Valko was loving ZZZ. I was not touching it. I was just like, yeah, I'll play WUWA. And I'm listening, and it's just like Valkim on the sidelines, just like, I like the man. I love the man. I love the man, but goddamn, I can only take ZZZ so much. He was just straight up enjoying the fuck out of it. And he just like in the beginning, he just wanted to talk about it. That's why when I came into ZZ and everybody was telling me about him, I was like, I know that motherfucker. And I was like, I didn't realize he grew to be that big, because when I remember seeing this channel, he only had like maybe like 1,000 subs on at the time. Like, I don't remember what it was, but it was small. But either way, let me get into this right here about St. Thomas, right? And let me explain. Again, I don't hate St. Thomas. I don't think anyone should hate St. Thomas. I think you could dislike the man's opinions. I think you could dislike the man in general for his commentary of when he says things. Because as much as I would have to go pull it, because there has been past sly comments to Kate, for example, by St. Tonus in the past after that call. In fact, date and time on that, I could probably use it to search. I mean, Kate never kept this promise to me, though. Helped teach me ZZZ. Nope, the community taught me. It would have been May 26th. May 26th. Because that was during a time period where there was a sly comment that was made towards, Kate being brain dead. Oblivious. How he put it was, Kate was an idiot for not going ahead and doing content that was talking about the game's drama topics. That he would be the perfect person for it. I remember that. You guys actually in the Discord showed that to me. The problem I have with St. Tonus, again, and I'm not sure, but it is straight up, I don't care if the guy has critical takes. I think that it is actually anyone who gives a critical take to ZZZ, who gives a critical take to Weathered Waves, who gives, whether it's an L or a W take, does not matter. If you are a critical thinker and you want to give your opinion, I think that St. Tonus is good with that. I think anyone is justified in doing it. The problem is turning those. Let's do a demonstration. Let's actually explain this by showing this. Okay. Let's go back to his past. I'm actually going to have to do this, aren't I? I'm going to have to actually come here, do this. Videos. Go back to oldest.
Of enemy attack patterns to pull off properly. But when you do it properly, wow, there are some fantastic moments to be had. Diving a bit deeper, there are some major similarities and differences in how the two games implement these mechanics. When it comes to similarities, both games have a perfect dodge system that, when activated properly, allows the player to counter
That'd be roll footage.
a highly damaging move. Both games also have a baseline skill for every character that can be cast at will. Zenless Zone Zero, however, uses a resource bar unique for every character that can amplify this skill to deal additional damage, and has no cooldown. Wuthering Waves, on the other hand, typically has a cooldown on this ability, with certain characters able to empower that ability as a part of their baseline kit. When it comes to these features, I can comfortably say that both games have a unique take on driving varied movesets and attacks, and it's hard to say if one design on these implementations is better than the other. However, Zenless Zone Zero falls incredibly short when it comes to their implementations of ultimates. Every character across both games has an ultimate ability that uses a resource generated across combat to activate. Zenless Zone Zero shares one resource across all characters, while Wuthering Waves has a separate bar for each.
Do you notice how he approached a criticism? A critical take. Let's rewind.
Movesets and attacks. However, Zenless Zone Zero falls incredibly short when it comes to their implementations of ultimates. Every character across both games has an ultimate ability that.
This is back before 1.4, right? He didn't say dog shit. He didn't say game's cooked. He said the game came short when it came to its alt. This is what we call having a criticism without attacking. He didn't go out of his way to attack blatantly.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have to make a video today that I actually didn't really want to even defense, and then let's see what it looks like in Deadly Assault. Let's check it out. And again, credits to Apol for curating this gameplay. Let's just see what the clear times are. And I do believe this is the enemy that has the miasma. Let's notice how the damage numbers are hidden. I do believe that the ZZZ early access CCs were told to hide damage numbers, especially when they were doing comparisons of damage between different W engines, so that it wouldn't become super clear the massive disparity in damage between the signature W engine and the free-to-play options. So, yeah, I do believe that in every single early access footage, the damage is invisible. Clearly, right? Because they don't
So far,
want it
so
to
good,
be
right?
too on the nose, the difference. And so, yeah, we have the miasma mechanic over here, right? Oh, this boss has iframes too. We got the miasma mechanic over here, right? And you're clearly seeing, right, that the damage is really not that great, and then a huge chunk of it occurs. And the boss gets broken as well once you break that miasma barrier. And I do believe, right? How do you think that miasma goes down? How do you think that miasma ends up going down? With a rupture agent. With a rupture agent. And then once all of that stuff is ready to go, the boss just gets fucking obliterated. Let's just see again how fast it disappears once the miasma's gone. Do keep in mind, it took us around 40 seconds to do half its HP with the miasma up. It's at about half HP. Right? Look at the time that it's taking.
Now let's get to the next part.
Miasma.
Pretty good, right?
To be able to enter footage of DPS's, the closest thing we could actually find footage in the sheet to actually do here is take a look at some of the gameplay in these clears provided by Apol and actually break down what this miasma is actually gameplay. And hopefully 25 seconds, if you don't have a rupture agent, actually makes a lot of sense. So we're on Yishuan over here, right? We switch over to Caesar and then press our EX skill. Let's take a look at both the miasma bar as well as the HP bar of this boss.
This is so cringe.
We hit and deal absolutely no damage. Our EX skill did 0 damage to its HP. Actually, I think I can see like a millimeter. That's probably less than a millimeter of movement on the HP. And we did that much damage to its miasma. Second stab, another microscopic reduction in its health and slightly more of the miasma bar going down. Then we go on to the Panda, our defense agent. And we press his EX skill. Let's see it. Let's see it. I didn't even, wait, I didn't even see the miasma bar move. The fact of the matter is that every agent that isn't Rupture deals depressingly low amounts of damage to the miasma bar and deal no damage at all to its HP.
We all know this is misinformation, right?
This just gives them, I assume, like 95% damage reduction from a shit ton of defense as long as the miasma is up. And rupture agents do two things. They ignore defense and also deal increased damage to the miasma. So look how Yishuan does in comparison. Look how fast she does damage to both bars. We're on to her. HP goes down, miasma goes down. They're going down super fast. Let's just play it back one more fucking time because it's so egregious. Brother, you're cooked. You're cooked, brother. Look, that was an EX skill. That's the second stab of the... You're cooked. What are you going to do? Unless you pull her. That did no damage either. Maybe that's why the damage numbers were hidden. Wait, now I gotta see I win to loses. Hey, he's actually... He's... Oh, he wasn't allowed... I see. If you're in the Shiyu defense, you're not allowed to show damage numbers. You're only allowed to show damage numbers in Deadly Assault against non-miasma bosses. So maybe it wasn't actually because of the W engine comparisons. It was because they didn't want to show the fact that if the boss has miasma, your characters deal no damage to it. And I win to lose. The only footage he's showing over here is against non-miasma bosses in Deadly Assault. He actually doesn't get into the Shiyu defense clears. I'm beginning to see what restrictions Hoyo has placed on their early access CCs. They don't want people to know about this. They don't want people to know how predatory and how shilled the game has become.
So, at this point in time, this is called spreading misinformation. Initial observations may be incorrect, but there's enough ZZZ content creators in the content creator server that ultimately, yeah, we could have done a little bit of research. It's the same thing. This is my problem. This is why, like, yeah, I'm a slop channel, man. I'm a slop channel, but I promise you guys, I promise one thing to each and every person who watches my content, who watches these live streams. The one thing I'm going to do is that if there is more information that is involved around different topics that we're talking, I'm going to try to present all sides. I say, hey, look, this looks like shit. You fucking find me something. Say, hey, look, take a look at this. I'll look at it and I might change my opinion. Be like, okay, maybe my initial opinion is wrong. This actually looks pretty good. Thank you there, Mr. Lord Ablazed. Huh. This is the point. This is, like I said, I have no hate to say Tones. I just don't like the way he pushes a narrative. Because there is more to the problem. There is more to the topic than one side. That's it. If you're going to be, quote unquote, the gotcha game journalist here, you're going to be the guy who is self-explanatory. I am the person who knows gotcha better than gotcha. You're going to be basically the new gotcha god, like Tuhu. Then I would expect that when you cover something, you cover, Rover's VA, ZZZ, even Weather and Waves in Genshin Impact and stuff like this, that you're able to bring up all sides onto the table, not just 10 seconds of it. That you're able to go ahead and say, okay, this is my thoughts. This is the community's thoughts. Process them together. And objectively, when someone brings you in new information, it says, Dear Satontus, here, sir, I have more information for you to look at, that you look at it instead of just going, well, look at that miasma shield bar. It's so fucking bad. But, sir, Satontus, I have right here information that shows that the miasma bar is not actually that bad. Let me see that. Oh my god, look how sweaty gameplay that is. Ay, ay, ay. Like, that's the entire problem. The entire problem is that someone just goes out of their way. They hand him a whole piece of information. Look, big titties. I'm showing you the big titties. Here. It's telling you everything you need to know. And Saytonis, he does this. He glances. I didn't see shit. My Oscar shield's bad. I have a coworker that at work gave me 6 cards. I have no idea where these girls or what these cards are for, but I got like this one. You guys probably know better than I do. All I know is they got titties. Straight up told me he's got like, yeah, I got duplicate cards here. Take them. Says that place EZZ. Let's see. Ichi Goyu Rikia, some shit. Atsi Art. Marin. Prince Eugene. Megumi with an N. Meguminen. And Marco Polo are the names on the cards. Yeah, that one. I don't know what the fuck the card set is or whatever. I can't even fucking find out where the cards come from. They're just some fucking regular Japanese fucking cards. I don't know why you know this. There's something wrong with you if you know this. You got too many waifus, bro. Bro's got too many waifus. Okay, there is another video that I do need to go see. Who the fuck is this guy? That's like some guy named Brand Online, right? Yep, that's it. Okay. I'll switch over
to been under fire before for allowing AI art to be used in like promotional material. We all know this. It's happened in Genshin artwork.
I'm going back to my fucking Bang Boo
and stuff. But as far as I'm aware, they've never gone as far as to actually hire AI artists. That is until now. I logged onto Twitter this morning and I saw this from a account with quite a few followers. They are an artist. And it's showing an official job posting for Honkai Nexus Anima. Now, if y'all have seen Honkai Nexus Anima, you will know it is basically what people are calling the, like, Honkai Pokemon game, right? The Hoyo Pokemon game. I watched it before and I thought it looked alright. Like, it excited me a bit because I've never played an auto chess style game, and that seems to be what the main combat focus of that game is. But I never really paid too much attention to the artwork, to be honest, because it looked quite, I don't know, just generic. A lot of the creatures look like things that either I've seen before or just a mixture of things that I've seen before, which is actually starting to make a little bit of sense here. And this is a worrying practice. And I want to give you all my honest thoughts about this because, listen, let me read this and then I'll get into my opinion. So, MiHoYo Corporate News. Honkai Nexus Anima Recruitment Update. Seeking personnel to create 2D images using AI tools like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, etc. Producing high-quality work that aligns with the project's style. Job openings are 2D artist, AI-oriented for Nexus Anima. The team is looking for 2D artists who utilize
Do we have the
generative AI
actual
in the
posting for this
workflow. We're gonna
job?
get into the more nitty-gritty details here in just a second. But here's the thing: when it comes to AI, listen. As much as
Do we actually
this
have
is
the
my
link to
God's
this?
honest take on AI, especially for art and voice acting and things like that. And this, I need y'all to listen to my full
Logan.
explanation of this because a lot of people just listen to the start and click off and don't get the full context or full picture. I think it is quite obvious at this point in the industry that AI is here to stay. And whether or not you think of that as a good or bad thing, it's not on me to decide, right? Everybody's going to feel differently.
Like, where
about
would
it.
this job been posted?
Now, in my opinion, I actually think AI has so many good uses, but companies just don't seem to be open to using it with good intent or with those good reasons in mind. I think this specific thing, hiring quote-unquote AI artists, is not the way to go about it, honestly. I don't know what Hoyoverse are thinking with this, if I'm being totally honest. I think AI can definitely aid actual artists in the workflow and training an in-house AI, although a lot of people always use the same point to back up to me. They're like, it's so expensive to do that. No company is doing that. Brother, if there's any company that can do that, it's goddamn Hoyoverse. They're a multi-billion-dollar company that make hundreds of millions per month. Let's keep it real here. Money is not holding them back from training their own in-house AI thing to help the artist work faster and more efficiently. I mean, at the end of the day, goddamn, they've literally repurposed basically the whole engine that Genshin specifically runs on, and I'm pretty sure HSR as well. I could be wrong about that, but I know for Genshin at least, it's the Unity engine, right? They have their own version of Unity. Like, they have the power to be able to do that.
Thank you.
I think hiring AI artists, this is...
All right. Before I continue on to this shit, let's see what we can figure out. Let's see what we can find out. Might have to actually open this up in fucking Chrome. Translate to English. It'll be under art, right? What was it on his page? Maybe it might have closed. Or maybe it's because I'm typing it in English and it's actually looking for fucking in Chinese. AI art. Oh, fuck. Go back. They have this AI art one. 2D art, AI direction. Like, you got me interested. You got me interested. I want to see what they're cooking. This is what we do. Like, we got one side of the story. It appears that Hoyoverse is going to be doing AI art for their new game. I've already seen 2 for old ones. We got ZZZ that's got some job openings. We only got 16 pages, so we should be able to find some. If it's in here, we should be able to find it. All right, I don't see it. So let's take a look at these. To the art direction, Honkai, you will participate in exploration of using AI tool work to participate in high output content that meets the project style requirements, just like he said. And I'm sure this is going to be the same exact shit. Yeah, same exact shit. Wait, oh. This is to create workflows for an AI generate-based project. The project is to evaluation of criteria to evaluate the effectiveness of video and image model generation to help produce art assets such as images or videos required for the project in both. So they are creating. So they do have their own AI system now. They have an AI engine. They're looking for art AI technical art dealers. They're hiring artists to feed the machine. That they need to be familiar with how AI works to feed it. I don't want to search with lens. Well, goddamn! Congratulations, Hoyo. You're finally coming into the 21st century. Okay. So they are creating their own engine.
It's generative AI, by the way. This is like what many people consider the worst kind of AI. Again, I think using AI to help you in the workspace and help you get work done faster and more efficiently is fine if you're using your own artist's art to train it, which doesn't seem like that's the case here. Because this is asking them to use things like Mid-Journey, Stable Diffusion. Bro, you can type in a prompt and get what you want.
It's not about using it. It's read it carefully. Read it carefully. Let me go back to it. Read it carefully, Brian. Read it carefully, buddy. So they want them to participate in the exploration of AI tools for 2D artwork and participation. They still need to have a solid art foundation, excellent structural awareness, and be proficient in using plain composition for design to be able to ensure consistency, output style, and quality performance of each linked in the project's perspective. Have exploratory awareness of how to use AI tools, build and expand. Familiar with AI CG tools like Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, next thing. Excellent sense. The thing is that this one right here is the entire key. They're building their own engine. They need an AI technical art director to participate in the exploration and creative workflows for generative AI-based project-specific needs. Participate in development of evaluation criteria and evaluation of effectiveness of video and image model generation. Produce art assets required for the project in both a generative AI as necessary. So that you also, again, need to have good steam for video details, for image details, have extensive experience implementing art styles with realistic styles preferred, have good communication skills, and you need to have programming skills such as Python, because you're going to be helping to create a partial experience with various generation tools of image and such. Have a passion for AI art and willingness to explore. This right here is to help create. They're creating a system. That's what it is. They're creating a system. They're hiring the 2D art directors for this, and they're going to feed the system. Yes. You going to bed? I didn't sleep last night. Oh, that's your fault. All right. So
I don't think this is a very good thing. I think if anything, it's going to paint the company in a bad light.
yeah, because I don't see the Honkai Nexus one. I can only find the Honkai 30 pack one and the Genshin one.
This is the tea, but I need a coffee to help get me through this mess.
But
Christ, dude. All right, let's go into the nitty gritty details.
It's the same thing, but the idea is that you got to look at the other jobs. There's other jobs in creating. So if you have experience, right? If you have experience in Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, DLE, and VO, and stuff like this, right? Basically, what they're going to want is they're going to want people who's going to be able to work in their system. They're going to want someone to be able to produce the type of artwork they want through their system. That's the entire goal. So you just need to be familiar with these types of tools. You're not going to be using these tools because here's the reason why you can't use these tools. You can't use Midjourney, Stable Diffusion, or Daily because you can't copyright that. You cannot copyright that whatsoever because that is not your art. Okay, so you can't go to the patent office and copyright that fucking art that's generated from this. However, there's a workaround this. NVIDIA and such has these tools now that you can buy. We just saw it with even with Weather and Waves, with Kuro Games, that they have these tools too that you can buy, that you can get a license for, that you can program it yourself, and you can build it yourself, and you can build your own AI tool. And guess what? If you feed it your art, you feed it your shit, technically speaking, you should be able to copyright because it is only produced from you. So this is just proving that Hoyoverse is going AI. That's all this is proving. They're coming up into times. Wait, is it? It's the actual same posting? Hold on. They just got the wrong fucking name on it? No fucking way. I just thought it was a fucking close post. Let's go see. So did someone mistranslate this and brands fucking think it's for the new game, but it's for Honkai Impact? It says Honkai Fate Spirits. Let's run it. Let's run it on the entire fucking thing. Says he got full screen. Let's see what it says. And we're going to do something else. Paste, enter. Let's turn the translation off on this. This is the Honkai Impact third one, right? Let's see what his says. No, that is Honkai Impact the third. That is. Open this up instead in Chrome. Wait, that's Maya Rigger. That's the wrong one. Hold on. The title's actually right, though. Go back to the to his thing. That's for Honkai Impact the third. That's not for Nexus. Brand guy's information wrong on one part. I mean, technically, it still doesn't fucking matter, but it has nothing to do with the new game. Yeah. Honkai Impact is the same fucking thing. You're right. You are right. He is wrong. He is reading something that is for Honkai Impact the third, not for Nexus Anima. They're both the same title. They're both the same. So this right here, translate, is Honkai Impact the third. It's not Honkai Nexus Anime. It's Honkai Impact the third. Take it off. Put it back on. Copy this. Search for this. But why is it showing this? Is it just too close? Maybe the person's right. Cannot use that yet. All right. Well, what if I do this then? Are we sure? Are we absolutely sure about that? The translations. Because this one says Honkai Star Rail and Google Lens now. Now it's saying Honkai Star Rail. Dun, 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 dun. Oh god, the music even sounds like Pokemon. Even the fucking music sounds like Pokemon. No, this is for the new game. No, this is for the new game. This ain't for Honkai Impact the 3rd. So Google Translation, fuck this shit. ChatGPT 1. Although ChatGPT calls it fucking what? ChatGPT calls this shit fucking Fate Spirits, not Anima. No, okay, so he's not wrong. Person translative's not wrong.
People ain't gonna just be dropping.
Either way, fucking Hoyoverse. Basically saying we're doing AI now is a good fucking thing. That's a good thing. Let's go back to the website though. I want to see the art. All right, so this is AI. Look at the hand. Look at the hand. The hand. Yeah, this is totally AI, man. Look at this shit. No one would ever hold a gun like that. No one would ever hold a gun like that. That's totally AI. Look how fucked up that fucking fist is. That is completely AI. I've seen this girl 1,000 fucking times. Why the fuck is she here? AI. AI. Not gonna lie, I'm not playing this shit. I never really liked Pokemon that fucking much to fucking say yeah. Okay, now, what the fuck is this shit? That is the ugliest looking fucking Pokemon they could ever fucking make. That's a butt face. This looks absolutely fucking ridiculous, bro. I'm not gonna fucking lie. All right, we got to see that. That's what I want to see. So it is proven the fucking Genshin's gonna be not Genshin, fucking Hoyoverse is gonna be using AI. That's actually, in my personal opinion, really fucking good. What else we got in Zenless Zone Zero with all the fucking drama and shit? Is there anyone that's posted anything else major that needs to be looked at? Let me look at the Discord. I know you guys did post some shit in the Discord. I gotta look at that shit. I keep forgetting to look at this shit. Okay, let's see. Daily reacts. Gallery. Let's pop it. Let's pop it open. We saw that. We saw that. We're gonna look at this. Another Gabimaru. Fox's alternative account made this video. Okay. Okay, Juice made a video here. Alright, we saw the apology one already. And apparently this is the animation that's behind a paywall. So apparently if you want to see this, you gotta buy Summon 3. That's nice. Alright. Let's go with this video.
Does Zenless Zone Zero have a HP inflation and current endgame issues that can potentially ruin the future and turn more players away more and more instead of inviting them in to...
Okay. Fox lies about who AI... What the fuck are you talking about? I lie about AI work. Alright, buddy. Buddy, what we got going on here? Come on. What we got? What we got? Something that you program by a human is not AI. Okay, so if I program a robot and that robot, I prompt in that robot to do A, B, C, D, E, F, G, and it comes out with A, B, C, D, E, F, G every single time. I say, hey, look, I want a beautiful fucking blonde hair fucking woman with big ass titties, and it produces me an image. That's not AI. Because I programmed the robot to be AI. Like, I'm a little confused here. Yeah, why not use Microsoft Word? Why we gotta use PowerPoint? I don't think this guy understands what AI is, guys. I think what he's trying to play is that it was originally drawn by a real artist, and because it was drawn by a real artist, even though it's being shit out of an AI program, it is still made by a real artist, so it's technically not AI according to him. So it's PowerPoint. Guys, do we care if I could just remove him? Do we care? Like, artificial intelligence is being used to go ahead and handle the work. It's still AI. I'll tell you what, we'll do this. Whenever y'all have enough, if you ever have enough, y'all can deal with it. I'm watching this.
To get better at the game and to play and spend more money. Yes, but also kind of. But also, definitely yes. But also, we kind of have to wait and see. Sadly, we need more time as the game progresses towards the end of the year. Proxies, welcome back to the channel. My name is Zeno, and let's talk about HP inflation, shield endgame buffs that give a false sense of player knowledge and skill, a potential lack of variety in team comps and options to choose from, and a very worrying trend that Hoyo games tend to do with their gacha games that focus more on the endgame content specifically, like Zenless. And why, if we don't start the conversation up again right now and keep it going and let them know via surveys and social media channels, we might face bigger issues in the future. Before all that though, remember to like, comment, and subscribe to help smaller creators like myself join the Discord to chat to the community there, or just become a member of the channel to support me in the work I do here directly. But with that all being said, let's just jump into it, shall we? So I haven't discussed this topic on the channel before, so I'll take the time to do it now and strike while the iron's kind of hot and the community is having this discussion again, and hopefully just keep it pushing in more of a positive light. One thing I'll say up front, this is obviously just my personal perspective on the conversation. Everyone's going to have different ones. Everyone's accounts are in different places. I am myself with the way that I have built my own personal account from day one, chasing my favorites, but also having higher than average luck, and also acknowledging that you need to build around your favorites to make them work long term if they fall off. It means I haven't really fell to the endgame problems too much myself, but I wholeheartedly agree there is some, and it's worth talking about. And now it's only going to get worse and worse. So let's get the facts about ZZZ and its current endgame modes, Deadly Assault and Sheer Defense, out of the way really quick.
Okay.
So Deadly Assault has been raising the HP of the bosses by up to roughly 10 to 20% in some of the recent rotations for the exact same boss. Meaning, if you go in with the exact same team and try and tackle it, you're actually getting lower scores, and some of the players will be getting closer and closer to not being able to 3-star a stage eventually. Using the same teams and getting the worst results, it just feels genuinely awful. It makes players not want to keep trying when their investments fall off so quickly. Endgame can be challenging, but it also still needs to be fun and rewarding. Deadly Assault also has incredibly strong and agent/team specific buffs that are making players get far higher scores than they honestly should be, which also leads players into a false sense of account progression. A lot of players stepping into the endgame right now simply do not understand the heavy lifting that these buffs can do for your scores. These buffs are simply too strong, and the bosses are simply too balanced around them. Deadly Assault is also introducing some really damn cool bosses and mechanics, but it's also introducing way too many invulnerability and invincible phrases into the fights that just waste time, meaning your scores might not be as high versus other styles of bosses that allow you to just wail on them damage-wise. There is currently no real cool ways to skip over these phases with maybe a high risk and reward playstyle or gimmick, allowing for more player expression. Deadly Assault is also a masterstroke in genius of making the players feel awful for not pulling the new units and relying on their older favorites, which continuously perform worse patch after patch. But at the same time, they don't reward players for fully getting the new units, as you still only do roughly the same scores as what you used to do with your older units. Now, a lot of this is also represented in Shiyu defense as well. However, Shiyu is drastically easier because it's a straight DPS race with only 2 teams needed to clear. And it doesn't really matter how you clear it as long as you do in the time limit. A DA, on the other hand, requires a far higher level of skill, practice, team synergy, boss mechanics for performance point boosts, and a larger roster of agents to play with.
Do we agree with that? Do we actually agree with that? Because the way he's making it sound is like Shiyu defense is not as bad as Deadly Assault. Do we agree with that? Because honestly, after having that conversation, I was tending to lean on that side 2 days ago, but thinking about it more, I kind of feel like there is more to Shiyu defense in terms. I'm kind of feeling like Shiyu defense is harder. let me put it like this. I feel like in terms of HP inflation and everything else that might be coming around the corner and stuff like this, that Shiyu defense would be the one that effectively would be the hardest, would be the biggest hit to lose. At the point where you can't clear it in under 5 minutes. Because of the reward value in it. I feel like there's more of a pressure because you got mobs and stuff that's in there that if HP inflation, would actually become a major problem, that they are going to waste your fucking time. Whereas in Deadly Assault, you start off straight in a fight. You don't have no mob, no nothing in front of you. You like Deadly Assault, you're just playing against a boss. You're not having to optimize your timing, if that makes sense, like you do in Shiyu defense. Oh no, I gotta think about that one.
Needing up to 3 teams in total if players need them. And in total requires the players to put in just a ton more time and effort into mastering this game mode, all the while getting very few polys as a reward for actually doing so. My take on endgame and gacha games in general is pretty much this. They are for the very limited subsection of the player base who wants to put their favorites and meta picks through the ringer and test what they can really do. Endgame is for players and accounts that have been playing for multiple months at the very least at a normal account progression pace and want to take the game more seriously and min-max the currency rewards that the game gives you every patch. Endgame is called Endgame for a reason. It's not for everyone. It never will be. It never has been. And any other game, including genres like MMOs and games like Final Fantasy XIV or WoW, high-end looter shooters like Destiny's Raids, for example. Considering we can look at the data from the Hoyo Lab itself and see that, on average, only up to or less than 10% of the entire player base attempts the endgame modes, and I mean attempts, we can clearly see that we are in the vast minority of players when it comes to this conversation. It doesn't invalidate it, and it's still worth having, but you just got to understand there's not that many of us that actually quote-unquote care. So DA in particular is catching some heat at the moment for its current rotation, mostly stirred from the unusually thick Defiler boss. I absolutely would, by the way. To understand why, I think players need to look back a bit and actually to when DA launched and to what happened around that rough time frame. HP inflation has always been a thing for a long while. However, anomaly teams and agents have run an absolute muck as meta for so long and taken up the majority of the entire year that I think people are a little blinded to what was already happening long ago, and it's only starting to now become more clear. Let's talk about Miyabi. I love Miyabi a lot, actually. I think she's a cool person. She has a cool personality and cool character, fun gameplay. I think she's super flashy. She's like 110% my type. Ice element, katana wielding agent, super pretty, judgment cut Virgil stuff. Like, I absolutely love it. However, I can be objective. Miyabi transformed the game a lot when she released. Anybody that picked up Miyabi back in 1.4 originally noticed very quickly how absurdly strong she is, and the ceiling of DPS rose on every single person's account that got that agent. I think people are just a little bit biased and they don't understand that for those that did not have Miyabi at the time, the Bringer DA boss, the one from the 1.4 story, was a nightmare. So many people could absolutely not clear that boss with decent scores, and some people couldn't do it at all. At the time, Anomaly was slowly starting to ramp up as well, more and more in general around Miyabi. There we had Bernice, we had Yanagi, Astra Yao released the patch after in 1.5, with her buffs making once again the floor of any account that had her skyrocket in strength. Now, to those of us like myself, that means Soldier 11 and Alan Joe, yes, really, typical attacker crit-based agents that require stun phases to unleash their biggest DPS and damage in a fight. This was like a joke in comparison. We did get lighter So for someone like me, which helps a lot, but even then, it's not really even close. We could not compete with that level of increased power. And as more and more anomaly units released, or units that could help support them, especially like Vivian as well later on, which just broke those teams even further. So anyway, I bring all this up because the majority of DA's release and runtime, we've had very strong anomaly units, starting with basically the strongest unit in the game still to date, which is Miyabi. And they were released patch after patch. And though that the shield buffs and bosses that were present in the endgame modes were heavily catered towards them just non-stop all year. People playing the game prior, or new players joining in, or just returning players wanting to give ZZZ another chance, were kind of faced with a bit of an issue in terms of account progression. If you were not on board with picking up anomaly units specifically, whether that was like a waifu over meta or not, you were inherently going to struggle with endgame content, or just be blocked off from enjoying it without resorting to unconventional methods to clear, like using and building units that you did not want to. HP inflation has always been here, but the methods the devs gave us to combat it, in terms of summoning new agents to fill gaps in our rosters, to tackle new scenarios, try new things, was so anomaly focused for so long. There is now many players, and a good chunk of the vocal minority, which is us here watching and making these videos and commenting to add to the conversation, that don't have many options elsewhere outside of anomaly now that the game has started to tip back towards those other archetypes. Attacker agents and teams have been a low focus for a long time. That and attacker versus anomaly agents just, in my opinion, isn't even close in terms of strength, ease of use, options to use, choose and pick from. Attacker teams generally require more skill and a player intention to actually practice and learn boss mechanics, whereas anomaly teams, it's kind of just unga bunga go at all times. You can unleash the majority of your team's overall damage without taking advantage of stun phases, without major skill involved, ignoring mechanics, and you can kind of just smash your head against the wall more often than not and get better scores. Rupture is another archetype that is semi-newer, and it's actually about to get major boosts in Yidhari, who is an ice DPS Rupture, Minato, who's going to be more of like the free-to-play friendly option in Fire Rupture, and we're getting a dedicated Rupture support in Lucia. So those teams will start to appear more and more in-game as more release, and more bosses will start to cater towards more Rupture-style mechanics or miasma or just other things that they focus best on. So, what does all of this rambling mean at the end of the day? Well, all in all, there is always some things we as players can do to help mitigate some of the HP inflation increases and rise of the devs catering towards on-banner units more and more as the game goes on. The biggest thing is, some people might take this the wrong way, but is taking account and personal responsibility to a small degree. You simply cannot expect to be able to always max clear everything with average or below average builds, refusing to summon the best supports or units to assist your favorites pushing through and lasting longer, and to not build around those favorites in any way and expect them to perform like they used to. One big thing is drive sets and farming substats. While the majority of the players and team's damage can be unlocked from just very average builds, this game does cater towards making sure you are well equipped to tackle bosses with decently built agents in in-game content. Look to websites, look to subreddits for the agent mains, join communities and discords that specialize in helping, post screenshots and ask for second opinions. You might think that you have a really great build or you have the skill needed to clear something, but there's other content creators that do account reviews every week.
Hey, don't
like
find the
ALG
chat, guys.
At A7th, just for example, that prove completely otherwise when it comes to the more casual players. There is always new drive sets releasing. Check if anything new has better options and performance increases for your favorite characters. The new support set, for example, that just dropped this patch is insanely strong. It's basically best in slot for every support now. I guarantee, because it basically has permanent uptime on the buffs, a lot of people's agents and teams now do a lot more damage once it's slapped into them, because it basically has like no special mechanics mechanics to trigger it like some of the other support sets.
I need a lot of commands.
Vertical investment. As I mentioned before, Alan Joe is my all-time favorite unit since day one of this game. I, personally, struggle a lot with her as HP inflation has increased. I often cannot get her over the finish line without wheelchairing her through with like broken supports or sub DPSs on the team. For players like me, for this unit in particular, right? For an example's sake, what can I do? I have to skip new agents that you aren't interested in, and I have to save for your favorites. Make sure they get their Wenjins on an array rerun for an upgrade. Make sure to look into Mindscapes, or even two, if they have decent value. I can invest in her teammates more. When Lighter gets his rerun, I desperately want his M1 or maybe even an M2 because it's a very large increase for fire and ice teams. When we eventually get a better ice niche support, opposed to just slapping an Astrial, you bet, no matter who it is, I'm probably going to get them to make sure that my Alan Joe shines as long as she can. If you want to use waifus over meta, you have to invest in them.
Alan Joe's also an attack agent, so she works with C too, doesn't she?
Vertically and specifically, as that is how the game was created by the devs, to shill brand new agents forever, and this will sadly just never change no matter how much we wish it did. Practice is another thing. You would be surprised how much my own personal skills have increased by actually reading the boss mechanics or looking at guides breaking them down. By running the stages back time and time again over a week or so period when the thing is live, aiming to get better at the actual game. I know this point isn't for everyone, but if you want to enjoy and play the endgame for ZZZ specifically, this is a big part of the experience. If you want to chase higher scores or eventually just get the scores required to get the max rewards, you need to put the time in. Next point is FOMO. None of this matters. It's a gacha game, for God's sakes. These are actually meant to be played casually. There is absolutely no harm in missing rotations of endgame modes where your account simply isn't in the spot to tackle it, or you summon the quote-unquote right units to beat it. Each endgame mode gives a decently small chunk of rewards every patch, but it's kind of just that. It's a small chunk. Shiyu defense gives more than double that rewards of Deadly Assault, and it costs up to 33%.
Hold on. Did he say that this was a gacha game, guys? Did he say this was a gacha game?
Free to play. Don't be confused. This game ain't charity. It's built to use. Every spin, every wish you see. Remember this truth is designed to be greedy. You log in daily, grind the quest, hoping one day you'll pull the best. But behind the code, behind the rates, it's all a trap the devs create. They dangle banners, time to debate. You chase the shiny, but it's sealed by fate. Don't get it twisted, don't act misled. Got you survive when your wallet's bled. It's designed to be greedy, that's the plan. Turn your passion into cash on demand. Pixels and wafers staying free. You're paying the price for that dopamine. It's designed to be greedy, face the fact. Every banner's just a wallet attack. So F2P, don't cry or plead. I've got your game lives cause it's built on greed. Wales.
Less in terms of like agents required and account progressions to actually reach that bar. Missing a couple of single pulls is like the smallest issue in the world. So don't let the FOMO eat away at you if that's one of the reasons. It's really just not that big of a deal at all. I'm not going to invalidate people's opinions though and feelings when clearing becomes arbitrarily harder every patch for no reason, and investments in teams or agents feels like it's actually going down the drain. Because like, just remember, the devs are never gonna stop releasing new units every 3+ weeks to try and get the money out of the player base. This is how Hoyo's business works and how Hoyo's business always will work. Very sadly. Lastly is feedback. submit the in-game surveys, rally around people in the communities respectfully, of course, and in positive ways, that align with your feelings. Let them know on social medias and continue the conversation. That devs do not listen to which they do not know of. Vote with your wallet. Stop spending money. Don't buy the latest outfit, the battle pass, the $5 monthly thing. If you feel like you aren't being valued, spend your time and money elsewhere. I do it all the time. I'm doing it right now, actually, with HSR and Genshin, for example, in the same Hoyo gacha space. HP inflation has gotten worse, and it is getting worse, at a very alarming rate for those of us that do enjoy the endgame content. It's good to have these conversations at the moment, but I think people often forget or simply are just a little too biased. This has always been an issue, starting back to with Miyabi and Astro Yao's releases, where the average account
Nope, I'm not caught up in
power
HSR.
level skyrocketed with these two units alone if you acquired them. And for those that didn't acquire them, they have severely struggled for the majority of the entire year. TLDR, HP inflation bad, Hoyo business practices bad, gacha, more like gotcha, Alan's best girl, Silver Soldier Ambi will rise again, skill issues, spend more money, I'm not a furry, but this game makes me confused inside, I'd let the defiler defile me, and $20 is $20, my friend. Anyway, if you guys enjoyed today's video, remember to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll catch you all in the next one. So thank you so much for watching and or listening to me ramble, and as always, my name is Zeno, and you guys take care now.
That's actually a really good video. I'm not gonna fucking lie. That's actually a really good fucking video. That fucking ending was amazing. Holy shit, this guy deserves all the subscribers in the fucking world. Holy shit, you know what? What's this join button got right here? Give me a second. Boys and girls of all ages. Give me a second. I don't need y'all to see my credit card information. It's only $1.99. There we go. What's my perks? What's my perks? There you go. Let me be honest. Like, that's actually the most truthful statement. Y'all might not want to hear it, but that's like the most truthful statements that I've heard all fucking day long. The bro is right. Like, look, don't get me wrong. I think ALGs, you know, like I stated this before, I think ALG just needs to be listened to, not told anything. Because I'm pretty sure he already knows the answer. Okay. It's like telling a person, let me put it like this. With ALG, right? It's like going ahead, ALG just crashed into a fucking tree, right? His car fucking just smashed into a tree. He's okay. He got out of it. It's an accident. The car's damaged. And he's sitting on the side. You're his best friends, you know, or you're just a person that just knows him. You don't need to go sit down next to the guy and be like, dude, if you didn't hit that tree, your car would be all right. I think he already knows that. However, sitting there and letting him discuss, you know, his reasonings of why he hit the tree, you know, maybe in that regards is a better way of handling the situation. Okay, like that's like the only way I could put that analogy. It is the best way I could put that analogy is the dude hit a tree. I don't need to tell the dude he hit a tree. Okay, I don't need to tell the dude that, you know, if you would have swerved to the left instead of to the right, you wouldn't have hit the tree. Okay, he doesn't need to know that. He doesn't need to know that, hey, dude, if you would have actually filled up a little bit of air in the tires, you would have changed your tires, you would have changed your oil. He doesn't need to hear this shit. But he does need to talk about, you know, the reason why we got here, which, you know, maybe in that regards, You know, he was having a bad day. He got into a fight with his girlfriend and he was a little angry. He was on the road and he wasn't paying attention. And he hit a tree. That's the part that we need to talk about. That's the part. When it comes down to it, though, diverting away from ALG, when it comes down to it, like, I guess maybe, you know, one of the biggest problems that I see, and this is not directed to ALG, this is directed to a lot of you guys, right? And this comes into Weatherways. This comes into a lot of people who come into my chat. Your favorite fucking character is, let's just pick a fucking random character here. Your favorite character is Police Girl. Jian, right? Jian is your favorite fucking character, right? Okay. Let me ask a question right now. Back before 1.4 when Jian came out, what was her best? What is her best team? What are the other two characters that was the best characters that you could put on Jian? I don't play the character, so I have to ask. So, best characters, which are not showing up because of whatever, because I have it set off. Nicole and fucking Clank Clank. Gotcha. Nicole and Clank Clank. Why is Nicole and Clank Clank? Oh yeah, I'm in the fucking mode, okay? So Nicole, which I have, but I don't have Clank Clank, are the two best characters for it. So, has that changed since then?
Don't just think about it. Do it.
Could Astra Yao be a better support character for Miss Yuan? Does Clank Clank get replaced?
Huh? Is something the matter?
Shit, this should work with Seed. It's an attack character.
Officer 148, Juyuan, ready.
Not really? Okay, let's just say in the next couple of months, right? Let's just say in the next couple of months, a new character comes in that's better than Clank Clank. That's a better sub DPS support character for her. Okay? It's going to make her shine. It's not designed for her, but it's going to work to boost her up. Do you pull that character to make your favorite character better? Like, that's the question. The question comes down to your own account, to your own investment. If I really, really like this fucking character, do I go out of my way to get the next character to make it better? And if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, but I know a few people who saying that they got Seed's engine for Juan. And it's a bigger help. I don't know if that's true or not, if that actually works out, because I mean, I'll let you guys debate that shit in the chat, but I've heard some people say I pulled this weapon just for my police girl.
Officer 148,
that's really good for her. But that's the question about your account. The question about your account is, where's the investment coming in? I'm going to tell you. This character right here, Little Miss fucking Jane Doe. Dude, you guys told me I needed to get set. I tried it with Bernice. I played it with Bernice. I did all I could in reality to try to play this fucking character the best I could. and 1.7 because everybody was like, "This is Little Miss Hot fucking mouse butt here." Because I mean, god damn, when I went to this fucking screen right here, this was the first time I ever played this game. Someone told me to go to the skill screen and say, "Yeah, there you go. That's what you want to fucking focus on. You want to focus on that ass, yeah, baby." Character didn't feel fun, even at fucking M2. The character did not feel fun to play to me. You know when this character felt fun for me to play? When this character came in? I don't know. Yuzuha and fucking Jane Doe fucking, to me, fucking straight up was like night and day from 1.7 to when Yuzuha came in, and it was like fucking Jane Doe felt like 100 times fucking better. Now I'm enjoying playing Jane Doe. I didn't enjoy playing her before, but now I'm fucking enjoying the fuck out of her.
Which alias should I use this time?
I mean, regardless of what I think or what anyone else thinks, this is a fucking gacha game. It's a live service fucking game. Some characters are going to feel like they fell off, right? Some characters you pull are going to feel ultimately like they fell the fuck off. But it does not mean that there is not going to be newer resources that's going to come in that you're not going to be able to collect to ultimately take that unit you got and make them better. Like, I don't think that that's going to be an issue. I think that the wording that needs to be used in general is shit happens and you're either going to adapt or you're not going to adapt. New drive discs, new weapons. What? You're so hot. Hold on. There you go. Drink that. Stop being hot. Drink it. Is that better? Drink some water. Water good for you. Better? Okay. Good job. So, I mean, again, where was I again? Oh, yeah. It's a live service game. It's a gacha game. I mean, these... Can I not be honest? Like, man, I want to be... I don't want to be rude. Like, I'm trying my best not to be a jackass here. I'm really trying not to, but I feel like you just... You gotta tell how it is, right? You gotta tell how... If you're gonna tell something and how you feel, you gotta just tell how you fucking feel. Right? My first real gacha game was Devil May Cry Pika Combat. Well, my first gacha game was Devil May Cry Pika Combat. My first real gacha game that I really got into was Weather and Waves. Third gacha game that I got into, Soul Leveling Arise. Fourth was JJK. Ultimately speaking, I played 4 to 5 different gacha games. And I hate to say it like this, but each and every one of these goddamn gacha games has proven to me one thing and one thing only. They're going to fuck with you. In some way, shape, form, whether it's HP inflation, whether it's they're going to be so generous in the beginning and then take it away, and then you're going to start seeing the suffering. You're going to have to adapt. I hate to say this, but a lot of times when you guys say, well, duh, it's a gacha game, you're not wrong. It's a fucking gacha game. They're not meant to be played all fucking day long. They're not meant to be, you know... This isn't a $69.99 fucking game that you buy once, that's it. You're going to get 12 hours of fucking pleasure out of, and you're done. Okay? And you can replay it, you can do a new game plus, and you can keep getting your character stronger, you can keep doing different things. this is going to be ever changing. Some patches are going to be hits. Some patches are going to be misses. There's going to be problems. There's going to be good days. There's going to be bad days. At the end of I think that the people who are still playing Genshin and playing Honkai Star Rail, the reason why they're enjoying it and the reason why they're playing it is either one or two options. If they're a veteran player, they kept up with the game. They kept doing pulls. They kept investing in the account. That account now is 5 years old, 6 years old coming into it or whatever. That account right there, they maintained it. They managed it. And you know what? They don't feel the fucking problems that someone who took a break off the game feels because they got to play catch up. You got other people out there who are brand spanking new players that gets a lot more fucking rewards in the very beginning that helps ease them into the game. And then for them, they won't feel the fucking HP inflation because they're already pulling for the new fucking units. So at that point in time, someone starting out, let's say today, is going to be pulling for all the Spook Shack, getting the Rupture Agents. Do you really think that they're going to fucking have a goddamn issue in the game? Versus a person who maybe took a 3-month break? I mean, I'm pretty sure when I go back to WUWA in 3.0, I'm going to feel like characters I've already seen yet with some of these streamers right now with GN, but I'm going to start seeing that my characters like Changli, GN, Shorekeeper and such, they're going to fucking fall off. And they're going to fall off because I don't have certain units to make them feel a little bit better. It's like, okay, GN is a prime example right now in Weathering Waves. Prime fucking example. In the Tower of Adversity, we saw Rain go ahead and play it. Had like 1 second left to clear. He was struggling compared to Zanny. He was struggling compared to newer characters that had like a whole whopping 30 seconds left from fucking clear. If he would have fucked up any which way, shape, form with GN, he would not been able to clear with GN. Showcasing that 1.0 characters are having, if they don't have a sequence and they don't have a signature weapon, or if they have a rank 1 signature weapon, they are basically coming to the bare bones of maybe 1 second left to clear the fucking new Tower of Adversity. Now, here comes a question. New characters coming in. Uno, whatever her name is. Fucking foot fetish girl, right? Moon foot fetish girl. This character is coming in, and guess what? GN can take this character, put it on his team, and guess what? It's going to buff his heavy attack damage from 38% to 50. Or 40, excuse me. 40%. It's going to give him a little bit more oomph in his character, and it's going to make him feel better. There might be a new Echo set that GN can utilize in the future that's going to make his damage output feel better. It's not that the character is going to be completely thrown the fuck away. It's just that the character is going to be utilized. You're going to have to invest in the account to make that favorite character of yours really pop again. When newer characters are basically doing shit a hell of a lot fucking easier than he is. I don't think I need to try the new TOA. I really don't think so because I got I got fucking summon 6 characters on the account. My Zanny, my GN, my Changli, my Camellia is a summon 3. They're going to clear it. They're going to clear with no problems. There's no reason to fucking test that shit. Summon 6 is going to blow through that shit. I'm going to sit there. I'm not even going to have to fucking dodge. I'm just going to have to fucking hit buttons, and I'm going to do more damage than any of the other people do because my characters are summon 6. Not all of them, but the ones I play are. There's a bunch of things that's changing in the background. The anomaly buildup, you're correct. The anomaly buildup is another thing that's changed. And again, one of ZZZ's biggest fucking problems is the lack of information. It's a great fucking game. But this is something I give WUWA more presence over ZZZ. WUWA does give you that information. ZZZ gives you information, but I'm gonna be honest with you, nobody wants to go search for fucking information. When's the last time you've seen a new fucking player just go ahead and go look for new information? Be like, man, I'm having troubles with my combat, man. I need to go find out about like energy shields or fucking, I don't know, fucking combat bang boos or some shit. I need to understand how anomaly buildup fucking works. I need to understand what fucking new player is gonna fucking do this shit. Oh, but this is all the tutorials in the beginning of the game. Who the fuck is actually going to fucking sit there and they're going to X out of that shit, right? Like, I don't know how they can implement it better, but I do feel like there needs to be a better implementation on information. Not something that you got to go look for, something that is shoved in your face. Weather and Waves does this shit very fucking well. Like, I hate to say it like that. It's annoying as fuck, but at the same point in time, it shoves everything in your face. When you start up a fucking goddamn new fucking area, you start up a thing, it's going to fucking, before you start it, it's going to tell you everything you need to know. And if you skipped it, it's your fault. But every time you start it, it's going to tell you exactly what the fuck to do. It ain't going to just let you drive right in without at least pressing the X button. So basically, it gives you the terms of services, and it's up to you. Did you read the terms of services before you pressed OK? Or did you just press OK? All right, you wanted to play Tower University. You didn't read the shit that we got on the screen. That's on you, man. You just pressed OK. I'm good with it. I'm good. I've seen it 150 times, and then you come back. Why the fuck is the buff so fucking bad? You didn't fucking read it now, did you, motherfucker? That's on you, not on me. WUWA does have less mechanics. Don't get me wrong, WUWA has less mechanics, but like I said, WUWA at least gotta give it credit where credit's due. WUWA does provide information. It forces that information in front of you. Before you do a fucking puzzle for the fucking 15 fucking goddamn time, it's going to fucking give you an information block just to make sure you know you gotta click, 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 and do your fucking puzzle. I might see it 15 fucking times, but I don't give a fuck. I skip it because I've already played it 15 fucking times. But I cannot blame the game for not telling me what the fuck to do. I'm just saying, I cannot blame the game for telling me shit. And here, we could argue that the game does tell you right here. Right, it's going to tell you about the enemy key info right here. You have to click the details. It's going to give you this box right here where you got to read it. But I'm telling you right now what it should actually do, right? What this game should 100% fucking do. Just do me a pre-select team real quick. Doesn't matter which one. I don't give a fuck. Just select that one. I'm good with that. I'm good. Doesn't matter. What the game should do is, boom, expect deadly assault, shield defense, whatever the in-game mode is. I don't give a fuck. Before I can press W, right here to move forward, boom, screen comes up, boom. All this information is right in fucking front of me. It's right there. There's no fucking excuse. Even though I can press EX and I can still read it and shit, that information is thrown into players' face, and it's highlighted. This entire fucking box right here, current buff, all this, is right there in your face with maybe some key information. You press next, it gives you some key information. about the boss, about what to look for, blah, 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 a little small tutorial. And then you're like, get the fuck off my screen. And then you fight the fight. There needs to be still, I had this conversation with Arcado, and I agree with him. There still needs to be a forced interaction of information to player. Because there is shit that, like, even Arcado, who's played ZZZ for quite some time, his favorite character is Ellen Joe. He got it when Ellen Joe was playing. That there was some shit that he didn't even fucking know about these fucking bosses and how to get their information. He didn't know that you needed to do some impair bullshit, impairing shit, and all this other stuff when it was right here. That type of information needs to be forced into the player's eyes. Not just being like, oh, you can click here and find it, because new players are fucking retarded. They don't think about this shit. Like, when you're developing a fucking video game, you're developing something, like even a movie, it needs to be at a certain level that everybody understands. In a video game, you need to treat it that even a 30-year-old adult, grown-ass man is a fucking child. Because you know how many fucking women are married to men that they will always refer to their fucking husbands as fucking grown-ass children? They're not fucking wrong. My wife will talk to all her fucking friends and straight up say that her husband, me, is a fucking child. Because I am sitting there in a Michael Myers fucking costume. Because Halloween's coming with my fucking son dressed up in a Michael Myers fucking Halloween costume as well. Standing there in the middle of the hallway, fucking flipping the light on and off fucking 30 fucking million times here while staring at her down the fucking hallway, and my son's holding the knife while I am fucking going ahead and beatboxing the goddamn Halloween theme song. She's not wrong. I am a child in heart. Sometimes I need direction. Sometimes it is great when my wife actually did this a few times in my life, where she gave me a list of fucking chores. It's on a fucking Saturday. I'm off of work. And before I forget, and before I go into a live stream, before I do anything, here are the fucking chores you need to do for the day. And I look at the list and there's like fucking 10 things. And I'm like, fuck. But I just want to play video games all day. And she still has to remind me, you're an adult. You have responsibilities. And I go ahead, I try to bribe her. Well, what about you? I give you my credit card and you go do these things. And then she responds to me, okay, I'll do it. But remember, you go do this, it'll probably cost us about $150. I go do this, it's going to probably cost us about $250 because I'm going to buy extra shit. You motherfucking bitch. And then she smiles. Then I try to bribe her another way. What if I just go ahead and you and I go upstairs and, you know, we go tit for tat up there, go boom chicka wow wow boom chicka, and I give you a baby. Will that make this go away? Then she looks at me. She goes back into the kitchen. She grabs a frying pan and she tells me not no, but hell no. She already has 2 fucking kids and there's no way we're going to have a fucking third. That's it. It's done. No. Guys, listen to me carefully. Listen to me carefully. Don't get married. Do not get married. If you're in your 20s, listen to me carefully. Do not get married. Wait until you fucking get to about 40 years old. Then consider getting married. Okay? Enjoy your life. Enjoy your gacha games. Enjoy your waifus. Because you think that like, oh man, Fox streams like 15 hours a day or something. You don't realize that after 15 hours of me live streaming and realizing I fucked up my sleep schedule, that I still got to go do other shit that's family related with my wife. You know how many Monster Energy drinks I had to drink over the weekend? You know how many 5-hour energy drinks? You know how many coffees I had to have? And you realize why Sunday I didn't stream at all when I left? this Sunday morning. I went to sleep and I passed out until 5 o'clock Monday morning. Yeah. I was working. Enjoy your gamers' lives. I wish I would have taken the advice of my old mentor for the longest time. My old mentor told me, don't get married until you're 31. I said, why? Enjoy your 20s. Enjoy from 20 to 31. Enjoy your life. Go get drunk. Go have fun. Go fuck all you want. Go do all the shit you would ever fucking do. Go make all the mistakes you want, because once you're attached to someone, that's it. You don't own your life. She owns your life. Luckily for you guys, because she's been in the streams and she's been watching the streams and she's been part of the streams and she sees how many people are in the streams, she's kind of like, you know what? You might have something going on there. You should stream. I got a wife. Like today, I was going to go ahead and do some other stuff and and lay down and make a video. I wasn't even going to stream tonight. I was not. I was watching the entire shit that was happening in the call. You know who told me to stream? The wife told me to stream. The wife said, you should stream. I said, well, I need to make a video. She said, you're better at streaming than you are at videos. Go fucking live stream. Yes, I'm addicted to energy drinks. So, props to the wife. I'm addicted to everything. But it is 12:25 in the morning. I gotta play one thing, because I do like the song. You might hate me right now, but I like the song. One last song before we sleep. Unless y'all want the Apology to St. Tona song. Oh, I love EO, man. He's not bad at all. It's just that he's got some bad takes sometimes. Yeah, I might prefer this one though. I told you I apologize.
Not really.
I told you I would apologize.
I apologize 10 times for thinking you could think, for assuming you checked the facts before you spread your sting. I'm sorry you're small-minded, stuck in your bubble tight, blind to the truth, but boy, you sure love the fight. I apologize, Saint Antes, for calling out your lies, for pointing out your nonsense, for watching you deny. I apologize, Saint Antes, but here's the twist. sorry you confuse opinions with the facts. Sorry you can't handle questions, always on the attack. Sorry that you're insufferable, smug without a clue. But hey, I guess misinformation's just the thing you do. Oh wait, facts, evidence, logic? Nah, too complicated, right? Better to scream from your soapbox, blind and deaf in the night. I apologize, Saint Hunters, for dare to disagree. For shining light on shadows that you refuse to see. I apologize, Saint Hunters, but here's the final song. I'm not the one who's broken. You've been blind all along.
Oh, it's already on my Discord. Although we do have a new thing for St. Tonus, though. Apparently, St. Tonus is actually in a commercial for an ad for fucking Weather and Waves. Would y'all like to see it? Would you like to see it? Oh, I know he wants my apology. Here's my apology to him.
What's up? Come play Wuthering Waves today and get 20 free pulls.
Or how about this one?
You tried to attack my wuthering waves. Now face my power.
Someone made these pictures, and I just like, yo, I gotta animate them. Someone else made the pictures. I'm gonna animate them. I think the second one's best.
You tried to attack my wuthering waves. Now face my power.
I think that was good. I still like the ad though.
What's up? Come play Wuthering Waves today and get 20 free pulls.
You know what's fucking hilarious? There's a bunch of people that was fucking posting this into St. Tonus' server, and apparently a fucking section in there, and they were like, who the fuck made all this shit? And they did not realize it was me. I was like, I. It was fucking hilarious when I saw that fucking screenshot. I was like, they don't know who fucking made this. The guy who just fucking AI made this shit, you son of a bitches. What the fuck? The guy who fucking does AI, he doesn't even fucking put two and two together? What? That pizza, or you want the pizza downstairs? It's got meat. Where is it? In the kitchen? Okay, I'll see. All right, guys, I'm calling it. You guys have a good night. Take it easy. All that good shit. Until tomorrow, I will plan to make some videos tomorrow. I don't know what time I'll stream tomorrow, but it'll probably be like later in the night because it's work week. So I'm going to try to shorten these streams down so that way I can actually